Hello, everyone. How's it going, chat? We're here for the TubCast. This is Tub.
Whoa, hello, Dev.
Hi,
Incredible to
Taftash.
see you and talk to you.
We haven't actually talked like on
And
stream
hi.
It's
since
been a while.
the
I,
Civ game. Yeah.
yes, I remember I saw like after my conversation with Hans, they were like, bring me in. And I was like, fuck, should have brought him in. But I just didn't see it.
Well, hello, Lilith, as well. Lilith is my regular co-host, and I'm introducing Taftash and Lilith.
And hi, Dev, and hi, Touch.
Yes, hello to you, Lilith.
It's good to finally talk to you.
Likewise.
Did you two know about each other independent of this show?
I think I knew of Lilith through you.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
I knew of you since we follow each other on Twitter.
yeah,
Twitter
exactly.
monkeys.
So I
Twitter
followed Lilith a while
oomfies.
back.
Yes, that's the term the hip Zoomers use it these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Man,
Vosh and Jordan Peterson were Twitter oomfies.
wait, were
Yes.
they?
Yeah,
I think they still are. I don't think you unfollowed him for that.
they might be.
No, I think Jordan Peterson's Twitter account is gone. Like, he's banned off Twitter.
Well,
isn't he?
yeah, he's
Yeah.
suspended
Oh,
right now.
Is he?
Let's see.
He was fine the last time.
Unless he
Yes.
got unsuspended.
No, I just checked right now. His Twitter account is still live, but he hasn't tweeted since June 28th.
Oh yeah, he has to
I
like
see.
accept the whatever it was. Yeah, we'll get
Delete
into
the
it. We'll get into it.
tweet,
Yeah.
which he said he wouldn't do. So,
Yeah.
not up to a good start. No principles.
Here's the thing, like whenever I get told by Twitter to do that, I just repost the tweet and I'm just like, no,
hmm
because fuck Twitter. I have at this point I'm on like my 80th account. I have no respect for Twitter's rules because they're pretty bullshit in general.
I feel like for me, because Twitter is like my main platform, I'm like very careful on Twitter to
Yeah,
not be like too spicy or controversial.
you're kind of almost forced to be that way on Twitter, unless you're like,
Well, also because like I can be like very spicy on Twitch and YouTube because like it's not my main revenue source, and like most of the people who follow me and actually like pay my bills do not care about my political opinions, probably like 80% of them. And so I can get away with, expressing myself pretty honestly.
Is it okay with you if you mention exactly what you do on Twitter to pay your bills?
Yeah, I post sexy pictures on Twitter.
Right. So I would have thought that with that being your primary source of income, it wouldn't matter that much how spicy you were because that's already kind of inherently pretty risque.
Yeah, exactly. And like a lot of my audience, like there's like a significant portion of my audience like doesn't even speak English, right? Like they're just like Twitter users from other countries who you don't need to speak English to like get the gist of what I'm doing. And so
Yeah, I guess.
like yeah, so like in a way I'm like sort of like cancel proof because like just people do not care and wouldn't even be in like the position to care. Which is it's kind of a cool position, but also like yeah. So
you
yeah,
have
I
to
can
do
I
the
can be
show
spicy.
pops.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Lilith, aren't you kind of in the same boat because I mean, you used to do that a lot more than now, but you still kind of have that part of your online presence, being sex related. So it seems like you're
Yeah,
both.
I still post sexy pictures on my old account. Not my main anymore. If I if I suddenly posted like lewds on my main today, I think a lot of people would probably be quite surprised. But yes, I do that on my alt now, and I haven't monetized it yet, but it's in the plans for the future.
It does seem like though that leads to at least some level of invulnerability because it's like I know that hate speech and pornography are different, obviously, but when you're already kind of outside the bounds, it doesn't matter so much anymore. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing is that, like, in order to be like canceled or like deplatformed or, lose your livelihood from saying something controversial, you have to be in the position where like your livelihood comes from people who care. Like that's the fundamental sort of question to ask. And so like liberals or like moderates can get deplatformed if they say something too conservative. They can get like removed from their jobs and whatnot. But conservatives cannot get deplatformed for being like too conservative because like people will always stick with them if they're, you know, if their base is conservative enough.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not entirely sure about that one. Because if the company that runs the platform is anti-conservative, they'll still get deplatformed.
I mean, I think that like think about like conservatives who have like lost favor, right? Like Milo Yiannopoulos, who got like removed. I think the reason why he lost so much favor and kind of left the public eye is because the things he was like admitting to were things that like ultimately bothered his own base and people who cared about him. And
Well, it's not only that, he said it was almost like a good thing that he was.
yeah,
And it's almost like he was advocating for it to be happening to others. And I think,
whereas
like,
He definitely
sorry.
worded it poorly. I remember that.
Well, I
that
think if
Joe Rogan.
Milo had just like said very conservative things and was like, you know, very right wing, people would have stuck with him, you know, like wherever he went. And people are going to stick with like Sam Hyde or whoever, even as, or Nick Fuentes, as he goes on to Telegram and, you know, more and more obscure platforms.
Cozy
because,
TV.
yeah, because there's a market for that. But there isn't a market for like Milo justifying, you know, sexual assault and giving excuses to pedophilia.
yeah, that was a big oof that he did.
Yeah,
I do think that
I
like
think he was like trying to like retroactively trying to like rationalize his own trauma,
probably
but he did it in like the worst freaking way possible.
without trying to psychoanalyze things too much.
Yeah.
Well, there was. I know he went on Jordan Peterson's podcast a few years later, and at that point he had adopted a 16-year-old stepson. And he said, like, man, now that I'm actually in the position of a parent, I can see exactly why what I went through was wrong. Even if I as a child didn't mind it, me as an adult looking at this other young person, now I understand. And it's like, okay, fair enough. Lots of people don't really get it till they become parents themselves, you know?
That's wild. Like, I feel like you should be able to grasp why sexual assault and like molestation is wrong before you become a parent.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yes, obviously. But, like, I don't know.
I mean, it makes sense that it would like give him more context, but it's like, I don't know, it's like crazy that he needed that context. And I would say that like, if someone is in the position where like they don't understand why it's wrong, I would discourage those people from becoming parents.
Okay, so
I'd say maybe don't take the chance.
there was a recent news article that was making the rounds on Twitter of a really good-looking 40-something-year-old heiress who was having sex with a 14-year-old boy. And and of course the headline doesn't say rape because they never do. And
it says like glamorous heiress.
Yes, yeah, you know the one. Yeah. And I was looking at it and I was like, you know, when I was 14, I probably would have had sex with her because she's pretty attractive. And it probably wouldn't have bothered me that much. But that being said, I'm not everyone. And even though I would have done it, that doesn't absolve her of all responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to make because like I've also been in scenarios where like I was probably like sexually assaulted, but like it just did not psychologically traumatize me. And I'm not going to extrapolate that experience out and be like, well, sexual assault is like not that bad because I'm like, resistant to that kind of trauma. Because I can acknowledge that like lots of people are different. And, I don't make like prescriptions for society based on the specifics of how my brain works.
Right, yeah. I think that makes sense.
Everybody's obviously not going to work the same as your brain. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just adjusting something here real quick. Okay, that looks good. So, we have come together today to watch a Jordan Peterson video. What do you two think of Jordan Peterson in general?
I think he's pretty interesting. I think a lot of the things that he says are pretty reasonable, and I think he's kind of gone off the deep end on at least this issue.
Yeah, I think so. How about you, Lilith? What do you think?
Well, there used to be a time where I thought Jordan Peterson was pretty much okay, where he made some pretty good points like clean up your room before you worry about the world and basic stuff like life advice stuff. And there was
Like very
also a time,
non-controversial stuff for the
yeah,
Yeah.
most part.
even though his claim to fame was like opposing this Canadian bill and about like in which like
Oh,
trans people would be
C16.
included into like the C16 about including trans people into like the anti-harassment and that type of stuff
Mm-hmm.
and protections. He still stated like he would respect transgendered persons' pronouns if it's like a respectful setting and it's not compelled of him to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And that was always how I saw him, like a sort of like a moderate trans, like a sort of like a moderate, like a conservative person who doesn't always like who's mostly against compelled speech, which I can get on board with. I too am against compelled speech. I think you should generally respect a person's pronoun, but it's like
I
yeah,
don't think it should be
but like
law,
you
right?
shouldn't there shouldn't be like a law like
Yeah. Yeah.
enforces you, and I don't think that's what the law, the C16 was trying to do. It
I
was
think there's
just
some
trying to
interpretation there that. So first of all, I think C16 only applied to government employees and government workplaces. So I don't think it applied blanket across society. Um, but secondly, even there, I think there was an argument to be made. Like, if you don't use a trans person's proper pronouns, is that harassment? And if so, then it would be made illegal. And it's like, well,
I mean, I think that like it can be, right? So like if you're in a workplace setting and your boss like continually and intentionally uses the wrong pronouns and like the wrong name in order to like exclude and isolate you from the workplace group,
yeah,
that can be harassment, and that can be like genuinely something that like probably should not exist. Like that probably there should be like workplace, or it's reasonable to have workplace laws against that.
yeah,
I think that like the worry is like concept creep and like the idea that that might be like extrapolated out. So like if someone just uses like the wrong pronoun, or like say like doesn't believe in, you know, the neo pronoun that someone is using, and then people are able to point to the Canadian Human Rights Charter and they're saying, look, it's against their human rights for you to not use whatever pronoun they prefer, therefore like you're in violation of human rights. I think that that kind of argument is what leads people to justifying like pretty extreme reactions and pretty like extreme, you know, censorship and stuff, and I think that's probably not good. So I think you have to like recognize that there's like a difference between these things, and that the problem with like compelled speech laws is that they can allow people to justify these greater uses.
yeah. Because there was I think actually Jordan Peterson might have made this argument back in the day, and
Yeah.
it was something like if you allow some authority to tell you that you must use certain pronouns to refer to certain people, rather than you choosing to be rude or choosing to be polite, what that opens the door for is that now suddenly people can control how you talk about them when they're not present. So, for
Mhm.
example, they could say, "Listen, I'd be really insulted if you called me an idiot behind my back," and it's like, okay, fair enough. But there's a whole different thing because now they can say, "I would that you'd be violating my rights if you called me an idiot behind your back," and it's like, well, no, but there is a logical connection between these ideas if you allow the government to make it illegal to say misgender someone. And I think that
Yeah,
that was kind of the
absolutely.
line of logic he was going down.
And I think even more than that, you know, from like the trans perspective, like if someone doesn't use your pronouns, I think they're being an asshole. But I don't think that being an asshole should be something that is punished legally.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that like when you tell trans people that like, this is like a fundamental human right and like a threat to your safety if someone uses like the wrong word to refer to you, I think that's a really scary and negative message, because the reality is that like people have the ability to like withstand assholes in life, and you need that capability. And if you're told by like all the authority figures in your life that like you are too fragile to stand up to any sort of assholish or bullyish behavior, I think that's a really negative message. And ultimately it's like the trigger warnings message, where it's like you're telling people that their feelings of suffering and their suffering responses are not only, good, but expected, and not something that they should try to control within themselves. And so I think that like a better society is one that encourages people to be adaptable and to have thick skin and to brush things off when, and not allow them to hurt them or destroy their psyche.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
There will always be assholes, and
Mhm.
what's important is we don't actually teach kids how to deal with that anymore. We don't like it's we don't like for example, like it's not good for anybody to encounter assholes, but like what do? You bow down and cry and scream and say, "Oh, but human rights are this." But I'm like,
That's what's
what if
happening
nobody
now.
cares? Yeah,
Yeah, it's like the difference between like a dignity culture and a victim
exactly.
culture. Because like we want
It's like
people to
you have
have
to.
dignity.
Hmm.
It's much better to take things with stride and like, okay, well then you're just an asshole. I'm gonna not gonna associate with you.
Yeah.
It's just like I'm not gonna tell people to like, oh, you misgendered me. Please help me.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right. Um, this is actually, I think, another Jordan Peterson point from one of his many old lectures, because his old lectures were actually pretty decent, like on psychology. He knows his stuff on psychology, and he's also pretty good in philosophy as well. At least like the current Jordan Peterson is a different
The thing
is
is,
a different beast. But hold on, what he said though, what he said was something like, if you don't encounter hardship when you're younger, and you just kind of go through life having everything be good, the first time you encounter hardship when you're 35, it'll absolutely destroy you.
Oh
Like
yeah, absolutely.
you have
Because
to
you're not
learn how to roll
preparing
with it.
people to, yeah, to deal with the hardship.
Yeah. Sorry, go on, Lilith.
well, it's just like I'd rather have like the ability to be assholes back to them rather than saying, oh, nobody gets to be assholes at all.
So you want everyone to scream on the mic during
No, that's
the
not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying people should have the freedom to,
to scream
like,
on the mic? Yes.
as well as to be screamed back. And I think that's how free speech works.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
ultimately, like some level of antagonism, dealing with that in your life is good.
Yeah,
The
because
human brain,
you have to have face some sort of adversary.
exactly. Humans are incredibly adaptable, and people grow from having, these pushbacks, these negative experiences. They teach people how to have self-worth and self-confidence, and to not, rely on the opinions of others for their self-worth.
I
Like,
I just realized even though, yeah, Taft, you and I have been
Yeah,
talking for a
self
while
worth.
now, but yeah,
No, it
I've
was like
I haven't actually
yeah.
yeah, Taft, you and I have been talking for a while now. I haven't actually introduced you to my channel yet. I
oh,
just okay, so Taft, just to make it clear, you're trans, right?
yeah, I'm
And
I'm trans.
and
I can confirm.
politically you're a fascist, right?
Yeah, I'm like a schizo-fascist, like far right, super reactionary.
What's your actual politics, as you would
I,
define them?
I would just say that I'm like moderately right wing. I'm like I'm not a big fan of like the Republican Party, and so I don't try to like play partisan politics. But in general, I think on most issues, I tend to fall like moderate right wing.
Right. And I've listened to you talk to, for example, Boy and some other people, Rose Wrist, and
Mm-hmm.
they're always kind of surprised. It's like you consider yourself on the right, and I don't think they get it because they're sock dems. You sound like to me a classical conservative. Is that about right? Not like a neocon or anything, but a type of conservative that doesn't really exist anymore.
Maybe. I don't. So, like, I told you that I've been reading Jonathan Haidt, a lot of his books lately.
Mm-hmm.
And I read his book, The Righteous Mind, which is all about like moral values and how they map to different political beliefs.
Yep.
And I found that really interesting. I ended up like taking the test that the research was based on. And I have like very different moral values than either conservatives or liberals. And so like I think that's why I like struggle to like fit myself in any specific area. Because I think there are values that conservatives have that I think are that I also share. I think I'm more similar to conservatives than to liberals. But I don't think that like I'm totally comfortable calling myself a conservative either. But it's I don't know, it's a good shorthand.
Yeah. Are you part of like the NRX crowd then? Are you going
I
down
don't
that
know if
rabbit hole?
I think I would just say that like I think that being right wing, it's like it's a little bit like being like a Gentile or like a non-Jewish person, where like there are progressives and then there's like everyone else, and
Yes.
everyone else can have like pagan beliefs or Christian beliefs or Muslim beliefs, and they're all very different from each other, but they're all non-progressive. And that's kind of how I would say that it works. It's like I don't think that I necessarily fit into like the libertarian crowd or like NRX crowd, but I'd say that I'm not progressive.
Yeah. I kind of view myself the same way. The easiest way for me to very quickly describe my politics at this point is just not left.
Mm-hmm.
There are many things on the right that I'm not, but I'm explicitly not a progressive.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel the same way. And it's also
Yeah.
it's been a result also of like political and psychological reading as well. I remember getting
Yeah.
into The Righteous Mind a couple of years ago, and that was definitely part of the journey. Um, what did I read most recently? I'm looking at my bookshelf. I can't
So,
recall the book. Shit. Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. And Lilith, you are just a commie, right? At this point,
no,
you, you've gone pure communist.
no.
When I first met you, you were like
I
a very hardcore libertarian, and now you're more like a centrist.
I'm more like a center libertarian at
Mm-hmm.
this point. Like, for example, I believe in like a generally small government, but I also think we should have like a strong defense as well as like decent social programs, for example. And I still think freedom, especially like bodily autonomy, is like integral to the state of being of just being able to be a human at all. Like without ownership over yourself, like and your property, you're really just a slave. And I think everything stems from that.
All right,
And
hold on, Lilith.
and
I'm gonna troll you a bit, Lilith, and give you the first year philosophy question on those two beliefs. Okay, so you talked about a social safety net and healthcare, and you also talked about bodily autonomy. Okay, so
and also
hold on,
and also
I'm trolling you. No, go on. I'll troll you in a minute. Go.
bye. Go ahead, show me.
Okay. So let's say you have to go into the hospital for a surgery, right?
Hmm.
And you go into the hospital and you're put under and you're under anesthesia for 12 hours. And then three other people come in and they all need some kind of transplant to survive or else they'll die. And the only person available is you, but you're already under. And they can take certain parts of you and it won't kill you. So they can like take a lung or they can take like some of your liver, they can take some of your blood. So you'll still be alive. Should they be able to save those three people by violating your bodily autonomy?
No,
No?
it's my body.
So the bodily autonomy principle is more important than the healthcare principle.
Yes.
What
Okay.
if the thing that they're doing is they're taking money from you? It's like you're in the hospital and they gotta like run out and they gotta buy something from the corner store and they see that you've got like $5.
The medical corner
Are they
store.
allowed? Yeah. Are they allowed to like take your $5 and be like, all right, we're taking this. It's going to save a life.
No, but I think people are free to vote in some policies that can.
Okay, what if everyone in the hospital votes that they can take your $5? But you're like, what the fuck? I don't want to.
No, I'm not. I meant people in as a country, not as a hospital.
Okay. The community has to be country level.
No, I guess there has to be a big enough community. But, like, I don't think it's just morally righteous to just, like, take things right away. I think people should have a choice for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like the thing that got me into politics, like,
But I think, like, we waste so much money on everything else, so, like, the
Yeah.
$5, that wouldn't really be anything compared to, like, the insurance companies charging you, like, an astronomical amount for just, like, getting your blood drawn or getting an x-ray done.
Yeah, see, I actually agree with that because, like, there's like your country is already
Like-
has such an expansive federal government. Like, fuck, you might as well get something out of it. You're not getting anything out of it
That's-
right now.
That's the thing, like, we already pay in more than anybody else for healthcare. We
Mhm.
already do that.
I think this is, I don't know, I disagree with
That,
this.
that $5
analysis.
has already been taken away from me.
I think that like, you know, we see this exact kind of thinking every time a new president gets elected, where like a new president gets put into office, we get like new Congress members, and everyone, their goal is to just like exploit the system as much as possible to dole out as many rewards as possible to, you know, their supporters into the country in order to secure like popularity. And so it's like this, like the time scale horizon of politics in the United States is like 2 to 4 years, because everyone is using that logic of like, well, we're spending monies already, so we should just spend more on everyone and, you know, buy us a little bit of popularity. And I think it's like, it's ultimately very destructive, because what you need is like a long time scale thought process where people are considering not just the next 2 to 4 years, but the next 20 years. You can't really do that with the election system.
Do you think that, say,
Yeah.
a democracy where you voted in a president every 20 years would be better?
Yeah, I mean, like in that specific case, I think there are like better ways to optimize this, where like I think you could probably elect people who elect the president, and you can have like a sort of like rotating cat. Like basically, what you need is the
But don't
ability
we
to like
already
remove
sort of
the
have
president
that-
whenever.
But don't we already sort of have a system similar to that with, like,
Victor College?
just completely, just, we have no term limits for people who are not the president. We don't have term limits for Congress or, like, or the Supreme Court, for example. And these people just hold on to power pretty much all their life. Like, at least for, like, Congress, they have to do an election every once in a while. But
Yeah, so because the
even
election
then,
for Congress
the
members,
incompetent usually still wins.
yeah, and so like because the election time is like so short for Congress members, these people spend like half their time just politically campaigning, like all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, that
They're
makes
just
sense.
politically campaigning, which is not good. Like you want them to be working. It's a little bit like if you hired employees and then they had to spend like half their time like continuing to do interviews, like every year of their job forever, instead of actually doing their work. And so it's not very efficient. I guess the nuance here is that like you need to be able to remove the president if he's doing a bad job. And in the same way that like you should be able to remove a CEO or like a, you know, an upper management person if they're doing a bad job. So you can't just have like 20-minute or 20-year term limits with like that are intractable and you can't remove the person.
Wait, I get it now. You're like Aiden Paladin. You're like a libertarian monarchist.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand everything.
I mean, okay, I will say that like I think the corporate sector is really interesting to study because there's been so much optimization where like if there is a better way to run a large human organization efficiently, it would be discovered and it would be implemented. And so, like, that doesn't mean that we can just take everything from the corporate or private sector and copy and paste it onto the government. But it does mean we can, like, see what works. And so I think that, like, it's important to look at what works in the private market and then apply those lessons to government.
Right. I had like
Trouble
3
with
things
that,
and I
though,
lost them
is,
all.
like, I don't think, like, usually, like, people in government have as much investment into it as, like, corporations do.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
they're
true.
not
Yeah.
financially tied to it, and, like, oh, if the country falls apart, I'll still be fine. I'll still have a golden parachute, and I'll still be put in bunkers and all the. I was like, they're not incentivized to run the country in, like, the best ways.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that, like, countries need to be more conservative than corporations, because the potential, like, failure of a country is so much more disastrous than the failure of a company. And so there always has to be, like, some systems in place to make sure that, the country does not, like, fall apart. And so I think that, like, democracy and a lot of democratic institutions are basically those fail safes that, like, they reduce efficiency in the government, but they make it so it's harder for, like, one person to, totally upend things. And that's a good thing. The government needs to have some degree of fail-safe, and decreased efficiency or traded efficiency for stability.
But yes,
Someone in the
uh,
chat just said, wasn't this about Jordan Peterson? Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
let's watch the video.
Okay, hold on.
yep, I was gonna say.
Here. So, if you're somebody who watched Jordan Peterson in 2015, you'll generally remember him as a reasonable person. His psychology stuff is, I think, like someone because who is it recently that's going around that's really educated on erudite, not so erudite, said that he basically is one of the best when it comes to psychology specifically. Politics not so much, philosophy kinda, but psychology yes, he knows his stuff. And so if you were to go back and watch like his old psychology lectures, they're all pretty much great. You should watch them. They're top level. And then after that, he started getting the rounds on like various motivational channels. So if you want to like watch a motivational speech, they'll cut in like clips of Jordan Peterson. So you might have heard him from there. But it's only recently that he's kind of gone off the deep end a little bit. Now, everyone on the left said that it started with his strange meat only diet, and I can only assume it's because they're just uneducated on diets and they just like drink seed oil by the gallons or something, because the meat only diet,
Seed
there's
oil, vaccines, and hormone stuff. Gotta get it right.
all of those things, just mix them together into
And
one
that's
big
also
cocktail.
microplastics.
Yes. But like the meat only
Bugs.
diet, if you bugs, yeah, that's right, the bug burgers, the Soylent shakes.
Bugs, estrogen, seed oil, microplastics. All that's good stuff.
Oh, and cold brew coffee.
This is a personal attack.
But the whole thing with the meat only diet is that you get a lot of protein, which is good because protein fills you up and it's good for building muscle. But you don't get much in terms of dietary fat, which you need because fat contains most of the vitamins and minerals. So what you have to do is, if you're eating a meat only diet, you have to also eat organ meat because that contains a lot of that stuff. So people thought he was a weirdo, but like it's just basically the keto diet, and keto's actually pretty good for losing weight. Like Sargon's on keto; he's lost a lot of weight. Like keto's pretty good. But people kind of tore him to that for not, living in the pod and eating the bugs. But then there was the benzo thing, and basically, I think the TLDR on that one was that his wife had a pretty aggressive form of cancer that she thankfully survived, and he was going through the stress of caring for her and also all the things that were happening to him online, and he ended up getting addicted to benzos, and then he had to basically leave the public sphere for like a year, where if you try to get off benzos, you suffer some kind of really bad side effect if you just go cold turkey. So
Yeah, it's like plenty of stuff with like SSRIs
yeah,
and or
yeah,
any pretty much any pills really that regulates your brain,
yeah,
or even like for example like coke or illegal drugs. You
hmm
can't do that.
hmm
Get off of that cold turkey,
yeah.
like because they'll mess you up and probably kill you.
So he went off to Russia, where they put him into a controlled coma, where he basically just went through the cold turkey detox process unconscious, and it was apparently pretty rough on him. Um,
I can imagine
yeah,
being put into a forced coma.
yeah. And before we were talking about this before the show, and Taftad, you mentioned that everyone on the left was giving him shit for it, when normally they're very much like about harm reduction for drugs, and they're like, oh, we'll take
Yeah,
care of
making
addicts,
fun of
and
his addiction
yeah,
specifically.
yeah. It was
Yeah, I don't think it's cool to make fun of his addictions. I think it's like it sucks, and it's fair to recognize that
mhm.
his experimental procedure in Russia might have messed him up a bit.
Possibly, yeah. It could be like coming off the drugs. It could be the everything getting to his head. It could have been the procedure. It could have been a lot of things. But
But yeah,
since then,
I don't think it's fair to make fun of his addictions,
s-
even if you disagree with somebody.
since that point, he seems to have been slowly kind of drifting into new areas with how he talks and the things that he says. And he firstly, he seems to be much more likely to cry during interviews. Which, I mean, I'm not going to make fun of someone for
He
crying, but
does
like,
cry a lot in interviews,
yeah,
yeah.
he didn't used to.
I've watched a lot of Jordan Peterson content, by the way.
I watched a fair amount myself, yeah. But like he didn't used to cry this much, but now he does. And it's like, I'm not going to make fun of him for it, but it is something to notice. Like, oh, this is a little bit different.
Mhm.
He does seem to be generally like a little bit more unstable emotionally than he was, say, 5 years ago. I think a lot of things have probably worn him down. Um. So let's see here. There's the backstory, chat. There's the backstory, and let me try to find a few things. So, two things happened recently on Twitter, because Twitter is apparently simultaneously the worst website in the entire universe and also the place where everything happens. So, we're in a great situation right now. The first thing that happened was this bit here, and I'll post it in the chat for you too, so you know what I'm talking about. So there was the whole thing where the plus-sized model was in the front of Sports Illustrated. And
I remember this.
yeah,
This became a meme.
yeah, and she's actually like decent looking, Like I
I
don't,
think she's attractive,
yeah,
personally.
Yeah.
yeah. Like there's like there are some plus-sized women where it's like no, but not her. Like
Mhm.
she's actually I think you have to be into that sort of thing firstly, but like I don't think she's unattractive at all.
Yeah.
Well,
And
there was like a whole thing with like Tess. I believe it was like Tess Holiday, whereas like she became like the front model, and then she was like, and and she was like way bigger than
yes,
her.
she was kind of grotesque. Yeah, like it was not a comparable. Yeah,
Well, I wouldn't call her that, but it's like,
I would.
but hi.
Sorry, just wasn't for me.
One thing that was weird for me, like
It's
when
not for
Jordan
me
Peterson
either,
tweeted
but like,
this,
I wouldn't Tess Holiday. I would this girl.
Okay.
this girl is attractive for sure. It was
Mhm.
crazy because so many people, when I said that she was attractive, were like, "Oh, that's disgusting! Like you're so wrong." And I'm like, "It's my personal like viewpoint. Like everyone's sexuality is different. I think she's attractive."
Mhm.
But it was crazy that so many people wanted to like debate me on my own preferences.
Yes, his comment was, "Sorry, not beautiful. No amount of authoritarian tolerance is going to change that."
That was a bit of a strange tweet, yeah. And then this I don't know who Elizabeth Brunig is. She's unfortunately verified though, and it's terminal. And it says probably that the point at which you have to theorize the idea of authoritarian tolerance is the point at which you just got to rethink your conceptual frame. This is how I know this person's kind of ignorant, because I'm sure you've heard of authoritarian tolerance before, right?
I don't think I've heard it used in that way.
No?
I mean, like I
Oh,
do
okay.
think that tolerance, like as a position, it's like I don't know.
Well,
There's so
let me
many
look it
like
up.
abstract ethical principles, which because they're abstract, like they can be taken to the point of absurdity.
Um, well, you have a background in philosophy. You've heard of Herbert Marcuse, right?
I have.
Yeah. Didn't he
Is
do an
this from
essay on
him?
this? I think he did an
I
essay
think he
on
did
this. Yeah.
repressive tolerance.
Yes, that's what I think. I think you could read that as being a reference to this though,
Oh, okay,
because
interesting.
if you have you read Repressive Tolerance?
I'm familiar with it, but I've
Yeah.
never read it.
Okay. Well, a lot of the stuff that Marcuse describes in Repressive Tolerance could very easily be called authoritarian tolerance.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Um,
And I have a feeling, because I mean Jordan Peterson's an educated guy, I have a feeling he's going for some kind of Marcusean principle here when he's talking about this. But
Interesting.
I don't think most people are going to catch that. But I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that like because tolerance is like the kind of word that you can sort of you can mold into whatever you want it to be. You can say things like, "Oh, you need to be tolerant of my worldview, and my worldview involves like doing whatever I want to you and imposing my will upon you." And so you can like it depends on what you're tolerating because like if what you're supposed to tolerate is something that is authoritarian, then it is going to be authoritarian almost by definition.
Right. Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah. Basically, a lot of the stuff in Marcuse's essay was, if you really just boil it down, it was only tolerating the left. And it's like, well, okay,
Yeah.
well, all right. And he described a period of necessary authoritarian tolerance, where the powers that be would have to force this tolerance onto people who didn't want to be leftists, until basically everyone was a leftist, and then you could be free.
His point was that like if you tolerate right-leaning things, it'll like destroy society. So like you have to like tolerate, you have to have like special tolerance for left-leaning people.
Mm-hmm. I don't agree with that opinion, but
Yeah, no, it's insane.
it's insane. But that's basically I think that's what's coming in here, because the whole, oh god, how deep into philosophy do you want to go? Do you want to keep digging? Because we can get into like oh, that's the book I've been reading. I just remembered it. Okay, so I've got a selection from the prison notebooks
Oh, from
by
Gramsci.
from Gramsci, yeah. And the reason that I'm eventually going to do an analysis of Gramsci, because I think Gramsci pretty much explains why we have a modern day culture war.
Mm.
And
He says like infiltrate the 5 pillars.
yes, he does. So chat, for those of you who don't know, regarding Gramsci, Gramsci, the TLDR is he was an Italian who ended up getting locked up by the fascists. He was the leader of the Communist Party in Italy, and he died in prison. So his smuggled out prison notebooks were his analysis as to why Marxist revolutions fail. And he basically believed that you had to control the culture before you could control the means of production, because the culture, and so they will be much more like they'll be more primed for a revolution. And so in the modern era, a lot of that is, I mean, not to get too deep into, wait, is there a bunch of Fs? What happened? Did the stream die?
Yeah,
What?
it's circle. I saw the circle.
It's back. How much did you guys? How much did you guys? The red pill was too based for YouTube. How much did you guys miss? The commies got dev. Okay, as long as we're back. Okay. So, basically, Gramsci's idea was you infiltrate the cultural institutions. From your position of power, you start pushing alternative politics. And so he had back in the day, I think it was plays, but nowadays it's music and movies and TV. But basically, yeah. And so a lot of the culture war from today, when people say shit like they're putting the gays into my TV show and this is going to lead to socialism, Like, it sounds ridiculous in the face of it, but it comes out of Gramsci's socialist theory. So
Putting gays on TV is based in good dev. So there should be way more.
To be fair, I remember being in the
They
90s.
should have explicit gay sex on TV.
I remember in the 90s watching like anime that
Gay
had
orgies.
that had like
Greek style.
girls kissing, and I was like, yeah, this is good. So
You're
I
like,
get
whoa.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that like Gramsci identified like all these different avenues to infiltrate the culture, and it was like law, family, religion, media, and I think that when you look at the trajectory of society and the way all of these, all of these areas have gone, you've seen definitely like a turn towards the left in so many ways.
Mhm.
Especially when you look into like the educational institutions which feed into these areas. So like the legal fields and the most prestigious colleges that like are giving out degrees in law are some of the most progressive institutions probably in the world. And so I think it's a good indicator of like, it probably wasn't, I don't think that like Gramsci like masterminded things, but like his vision has very much been realized in America.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Lenin and later Stalin, they had both some respect for Gramsci, and I think that probably influenced the active measures program from the Soviets. It was probably their attempt to do it,
Interesting. I'm not familiar with active measures program.
Active measures was basically when they sent Soviet agents over to I think it was primarily in American universities, where they would just basically teach countercultural stuff in the 60s and 70s.
That's amazing. I did not know about that.
If you look, there's a former KGB guy who defected to the States called Yuri Bezmenov. If you go watch his lecture on it.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I might have heard of him.
Yeah. So you watch his lecture on it, he explains the whole thing in detail, the entire program. And it does sound like something that Gramsci...
Did the stream die again?
Why
or is it just one person who's spamming F?
Well, he is a troll that I know.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Is it dead again?
We might be trolled. I think we've been trolled.
Okay. I think we've been trolled, yeah. All right. So.
Unbelievable. I'll never trust again.
I think you can ban him for spamming. I don't think spamming is free speech.
No, I don't mind. I'm okay with it.
All right.
I am more free speech than you, Lilith.
What? Is it free speech if I sent you a million emails about penis extension pills?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna
Principled.
I might be interested in that. You never know. Okay, so the reason that I brought up Gramsci is because you now that like progressive culture is kind of fracturing into its own like millions of little groups. You have like the fat activists, and they're doing the whole let's push fat people so we can normalize fat people and people will be attracted to fat people. So that's happening, right? And then you can see it with trans stuff, and you can see it with a whole bunch of other different communities all over the internet where everyone is like doing the Gramsci thing. They're like, well, we will push what we want to push. We will change the culture so that we are accepted, finally. And I think where Gramsci might be wrong is that eventually you reach a point.
It's not exactly changing the culture. I think for a really long time, at least if you're talking about like the inclusion of gays in media, like for a very long time, it's literally illegal to like showcase like two women holding hands on television, for example.
I think changes in the culture of like that being more accepted was like a huge instrument in the acceptance of gay people. Just the exposure and normalization of gay relationships in media allowed a lot of Americans to like open their eyes to gay relationships as maybe not being something that is morally wrong.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it honestly just came from the good old male gaze, Guys like to see lesbians together. That probably was part of it.
Yeah.
No, it's more socially acceptable.
Yeah, like...
I think that's maybe true for like, I don't know. Because I think that like,
I
A
still
lot
think
of people will be
Disney.
like
I still think
perfectly
Disney
happy to
are a
like
bunch of cowards.
Hold on,
fetishize.
I can't understand either of you.
Sorry, I, s- I still think Disney's a bunch of cowards for not showing two dudes kissing, and it's always just been two women kissing because that's the acceptable gaze.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean,
Well, they also they took it out for like
it's
China
not,
or something, didn't they?
and
Or for
they'll
Yemen?
still take it out for China though.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like,
Well, Lilith, didn't you have that viral tweet like 2 or 3 years ago where you said that like traps and dick girls have done more to positively normalize trans acceptance than any like online screeching trans activist?
oh yes, and if people, I might not have worded it exactly that way because I literally just came up with that tweet just just spending some time in the shower. I'm like just thinking, rather than demanding people to use your pronouns, like if you picture like a fat Tumblr, right? Like stereotype right now, like
Yeah.
respect my pronouns. Pair that with a very hot trans girl who's just being there and just doing her thing and being hot,
Okay.
which is gonna draw more favors
Is your
for
tweet
the
still
average
up
person.
actually?
No, I had to delete like all my tweets past like a certain date has been deleted because
Oh, okay.
because I don't want trolls, either be they woke or right wings, to just like spend forever oh, here's what Lilith said 5 years ago. Okay, go fuck yourself.
Actually, yeah, it is back. It is backed up. I found it. It was 4 years ago. You had worded it, actually pretty tastefully.
It was like screenshotted to
Yeah.
add to high hell because they pissed off a lot of woke people.
Pissed off a lot of people. Yeah.
Who are like, oh, you're defending fetishization of trans people. How could you? Fetishization is bad.
You're
And
just
it's
like, yes, Giga Chat. Okay, hold on. In just a half a decade, anime traps and
well, it's like,
fudas have
yes,
done more.
fetishization.
Have
Okay,
done more
yes,
for the
read my
normalization.
tweet.
Yeah, in just half a decade, anime traps and fudas have done more for the normalization and popularization of feminine boys and trans women in the West than social justice has accomplished since its inception.
Yes, that was quite spicy.
It's pretty. I think it's accurate though. Honestly, I think
But yes,
it's going to sound kind of strange, and maybe even a bit bigoted, but I think it's true. If you want to get like your average guy on board, make yourself attractive to him, and I think it's just gonna work. They'll be like, okay, I get it now.
or at the very least, make yourself like consumable, like to the average viewer. Yes, make yourself good enough to
Tap
eat.
Tap just like sitting in the corner, just like silently listening to this.
But you know what
I get
what
what
I
you mean,
mean,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Like
I think you should try to be pleasant, right?
Yes.
So like I would say it's good to not be like the screaming Tumblrite stereotype. If you want people to accept you, like brush your hair, clean your face, make sure you don't smell horrible, etc. And like the reality is that like, if you are attractive, there's going to be a halo effect, and people are going to like be more okay with seeing you as well. So it does like sort of work. I wouldn't like overplay it though, because like people are totally happy to like fetishize and consume pornography of specific ethnic groups, and then also like fucking hate them, like Nick
That's
Fuentes
true.
like being caught with trans porn or whatever.
It's of course that's a valid point,
The
and it's
cat
why
boy Nick Fuentes.
it's
Yeah.
why today I probably wouldn't frame the tweet the same way. But the ultimate message was that you attract more bees with
It's flies with honey. Yeah.
honey than shit.
Yes.
Like Riley Grace Rochon is probably like really good for like the trans movement because she's like a presentable, conventionally like cis looking woman. And so
she's professional. She has like a career. Her entire
Yeah.
identity isn't based on being trans.
yeah.
Yeah. That's like the step beyond passing. That's stealthing, right? When you just like live a normal
Mhm.
life among other people.
Now, stealthing is if nobody knows you're trans.
Yeah,
okay.
if you're like
All
or
right.
like there's like deep stealth as well where it's like you're really hidden. Yeah.
Yeah, whereas like deep stealth would probably be like the levels of only your intimate partner know,
Hmm.
and
And your doctor.
your
Yeah.
doctor,
Okay.
and to everybody else, you're just a cis woman or a cis man.
Right. Right. Shit. There was somewhere I was going with this now, and I can't remember. That's a shame.
Oh, today we're going to go about Jordan Peterson's ban, right?
Yes. I guess we might as well get back to that. So this I brought this up because
Or
this is
or
one of the,
not exactly ban. It's a delete the tweet or you will not be able to tweet.
and he's not going to delete it. I don't think so.
And yes,
So
Well, his Twitter's back, right?
it's back, but he can't use it.
his Twitter is back. Yes.
Oh, he can't log into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I brought this up just as one of those other data points of like everyone thought this was Jordan Peterson going down the deep end, and I can see why you'd think that, but there's at least kind of a basis. There's something more there behind authoritarian tolerance than just Jordan Peterson losing his marbles. He's talking about something here, but most people don't get what he's talking about. So
Well, he seems to think that there's some sort of authoritarian push to make him like dig fact checks.
I think you could
But
I think you could make
and
an
he's
argument.
saying, nope, this does not make my penis hard.
I think
No amount of
Penises.
authoritarian tolerance is going to make my penis hard at this
here's
woman.
here's the thing. I think you could actually make an argument that among like a specific subculture there probably is that authoritarian push, but it's not like it's widespread. It's like a small thing. I mean,
There's like
oh, I remember now.
like
I remember now. I remember now. Tad, you mentioned
some
like cleaning up and looking presentable.
Yeah,
I did.
clean your room, guys.
Yeah, I did a video on this a couple months ago where just the idea that like standards, the idea of having a standard is oppressive, and it's like, well, yeah, because if you don't meet the standard, you're kind of excluded, but you still need
It's
standards. Right?
exclusionary by
Yeah.
nature, yeah.
Yeah. So like,
Discriminatory.
I did a video. There's that one viral tweet where the person is like, telling people to shower is oppressive because maybe they can't shower, maybe they have trauma, maybe
no,
it's like
they didn't just say that. That's that the concept of showering was like fascist in nature
yes,
or something.
yeah. Oh, it was so stupid. Do you remember seeing this, Taftash?
You guys saw a specific tweet. I've also heard that like
Yeah.
bedtimes are oppressive and stuff. Like
Yep. I did a video
everything's
on that too.
oppressive.
Yeah.
High
Just
bedtime action.
the idea that there's I guess I think what's at the core of all of this, where it's bedtimes and cleaning up after yourself and showering and say not being fat, it's these people seem to think that prescriptions are oppressive. This idea that you must do something for reasons that aren't legal but moral. That's an oppressive idea. And I guess like on some level it probably is, but it's also necessary. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that liberty needs to be constrained to a degree because, like,
Mhm.
human liberty unbounded is just like, hedonism and destruction and short term living. And so, like, it's fine to like eat cake and drink alcohol, but you shouldn't like do these things unlimited. So, yeah, you
should
do need
eat
like
broccoli
some
from time to
bounding.
time.
Yeah, exactly. It's the moderate centrist broccoli position.
Yes. Oh, so that what you just mentioned there, Taftash, that'll be my video in 2 days' time. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday. I have a video specifically on that. And did you watch last night's Adam and Sitch?
I did not.
So
I just see their clips occasionally.
Sargon went on there trying to
Oh.
explain his 5 false premises of liberalism to Adam.
Ooh, interesting.
And
Because I did read that article like a while
what'd you think of it?
on Lotus Eaters. I thought it was all right. I didn't think that like every position was reasoned very well, but I don't remember it well enough to like critique it in real time.
Okay, yeah. He was trying to explain it to Adam, and Adam's position was, I think Adam might be in the chat, so maybe he'll correct me if I'm wrong. But Adam's position was something like, it doesn't matter if these starting points of liberalism are false, like the man in nature who only comes together just to procreate, but otherwise lives as an independent being, things like this, or like all men are created equal. It doesn't matter if these things are ultimately false because we've now built a society that more or less functions, and And Sargon said, no, you can't, even though things might be working now, they're inevitably going to fall apart because the foundation is rotten. And I think Sargon might be correct. Like the reason that Roe v. Wade fell apart was because the foundation of it was rotten. It matters the point from where you argue things. Even if you get to the truth, you have to start at a good spot as well. You know what I mean?
Yes. I'm pulling up the article because I need to remember.
So they were kind of talking past each other.
Oh,
Sargon
like the
and Adam.
liberal, like the equal thing. I think is like, I think it's a little bit of a straw man, for example, of liberalism, because I think that like liberalism like fundamentally asserts that like not that everyone is like equally capable, but that everyone should have equal like access to, you know, demonstrating their abilities. I think that's like the actual liberal principle.
Do you think they should though?
And like, yeah, to demonstrating their abilities, like it's an equal opportunity thing, not an equal outcome thing. And I think that like when you say that like everyone is equal, there's this like classic sort of like conservative critique that like sounds interesting, but like I can't help roll my eyes a little bit at, which is, I think it's from Thomas Sowell, where he says that like, you know, no man is equal to another man. I am not even equal to myself on my worst day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like true in that like no person is equal in like every way, or even like in their ability to contribute to society. But like that's not what the liberal principle is. The liberal principle is saying that like everyone should be like equal before the law, and like no man should be like above the law, and everyone should have like the same access to prove themselves and to contribute like as much as they can without being bound into like servitude or slavery. And I think
Yeah,
those are like quite
it
good
was in huge
principles.
response to monarchy and slavery,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The issue is
largely.
though the issue
Like
with
nobody
this
is a
view.
king.
The issue with this view is, I mean, one is that it's objectively not true because we know, for example, that um, all the people that had sex with kids on Epstein's Island, they're going to be getting off scot free. So we aren't actually all equal before the law.
But they should be, is the
Yes, they should
liberal
be. Yeah,
principle.
but so now that's kind of like in the not real liberalism camp. But I think the more important criticism though is that if we were to actually pursue equality of opportunity, it would be almost as destructive as pursuing equality of outcome. Because let's say, you know, family one is rich and family two is poor, and so family
Mhm.
one can send their child to a better school. Now family two, it's not like they're being restricted from going to that school based on their race or something. They can still go. They just don't have the money, right? So now you have to now you can make an equal opportunity argument to give the second family a bunch of money so that they can go to so that their child can go to the better school. So you end up with this situation where if you really try to set up true equality of opportunity, you will inevitably do the same things as if you tried to set up equality of outcome.
Okay. I mean, that's like true, but like again, I think that liberals have like two moral values, right? And like moral value one is that people should have liberty, and like moral value two is that like people should have equal access to opportunity. And like really these are like conflicting in that
Mm-hmm.
like if you expand equal access to opportunity infinitely, then like ultimately you are like in this communist scenario where you're like redistributing wealth and you're like trying to create like perfect equal outcomes. And in order to do that, you need to like prevent people from doing certain things and like manage people's money and et cetera and et cetera. But they've also got this liberty principle. And so these principles are like sort of in tension. And so I think that like the traditional liberal response to this is to say that like if you expand like liberty infinitely, eventually you'll like end up with these institutions that are like incredibly repressive or like incredibly unequal, and therefore some people are not going to be able to contribute to society where they otherwise could be, and that's like kind of a shame. And so what you do is you acknowledge that there should be like some allocation by the state to like account for this. And so I think that like if we're like really steel manning liberalism, that would be like the appropriate interpretation um, of the principle.
Right. Yeah. So I generally agree with you. Yeah. So the video that I'm making in the next few days, Dave's currently editing it right now. That video will basically be me, because you're right that, you know, if you expand liberalism outward, you eventually get to that communist point. I think that's why there's a
Yeah.
lot of there's like a lot of socialist papers that say that socialism is going to fulfill the promises of liberalism. They use that kind of
Yeah.
language, right?
Mhm.
So you guys will see the video in a couple days, but I'll just give you I'll spoil it a little bit for you. I lay out the three like fundamental like the slogan of liberalism, which is liberty, equality, fraternity, and then I put that together. I describe what that is. I show how if you have too much of each of those, your society necessarily degenerates. And
Okay, yeah, you were telling me about this.
yeah, and then there's going to be three opposing values that comes out of conservatism, which is it was order, hierarchy, and family. And
Mhm.
how if you have only those three, your society also degenerates. But if you have all six, then you have a stable society. And so you kind of need order to constrain liberty, and you need hierarchy to constrain equality. You can't have too much of either. So it seems like a proper functioning society exists like balancing on a knife's edge between these opposing values.
You have to find a perfect means
That's
Yeah.
so
between them all.
interesting you say that. Because like I think that I agree to like, a decent extent, but also like I think that the thing that I was talking to you about when you were DMing me about this this video that you're going to release
Hmm.
is that like the research into the psychology of like different people on the political spectrum indicates that like conservatives really care about all of these values, whereas liberals really only care about like we're saying like equality of opportunity, but what we really mean is like redistribution and like um the harm care principle. And
Hmm.
so I think that conservatism or like classical liberalism are probably much better candidates for like an equal balance of these viewpoints than liberalism is.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Lilith, I showed Frida the Wikipedia page on the political philosophy called liberal conservatism. And I remember it basically blowing her mind because she said that there was nothing like this in German. And she had to like read it deeply to really understand it. But that's
Uh-huh.
basically the balance between the two ideas is liberal conservatism. And I know like Sargon's really big on the liberal conservatism train right now, and I think for good reason. There's some good things in there. Um,
But I don't think they have like a monopoly on like the balancing act though. I think pretty much all ideologies trying to have find a balancing act between like what they prioritize as
I'm
well as
I don't know.
opposed to others.
I'm not sure. Like I think
I, I,
like
I really don't think they're gonna be
Yeah, I don't think
like
so necessarily either, because
objective.
I think that like libertarians are like very extreme and that they
yes,
take the principle of liberty to like its maximum.
and
And I think that like communists take the principle of like equality to its maximum.
yeah, I think there's
And
definitely ideologies out there that just don't give a shit about balancing. They just want everything they want, and whatever happens happens. Well,
and you definitely feel this like reading through some of the literature. Like if I read Mencius Moldbug stuff, like I get the sense that like the way his brain works is that like he cares enormously about like a certain principle that like most people care about, but it's not like their main motivating thing in life. And I think that like when you look at political extremists, like I think they really do just like value like one principle or one or two principles to the extreme in a way that like other people just don't.
yeah, I think so too. I think like I think outside of the center you don't find that much of a balancing act, personally. Sorry for disagreeing, Lilith.
That's fine.
um,
I just don't think they have like the monopoly on it though, which and I don't think they're not anywhere near as objective as they claim they are.
hmm.
Yeah, because everyone like sort of like if you were to ask a communist or like
It's
a
like
libertarian, they would say that like, well, I am being reasonable, and like everyone else is kind of like on the extreme from what I see. Because
Yeah,
everyone like sort of defines their moral universe with them at the center of it.
yeah, yeah. That's why you talk to someone who's I've talked to like a number of leftists at this point. I always ask them the same question, like radical leftists, and I always ask them, okay, so what is the leftmost edge of the right wing? So like how far left can you go while still being considered right? and they always say like, "Oh, that's just when you overthrow capitalism." I'm like, wait, what?
Mm.
So I'm like, hold on. So overthrowing capitalism is the center. And they're like, yeah, and everything else that's not you and not overthrowing capitalism is right wing. And they're just like, yeah. And I go, that's kind of fucking insane, isn't it? That means that everything is not left. It seems like, but I mean, if you define yourself as being the reasonable, the reasonable island, then I guess that's how it would look to somebody who's radically on the left, right?
Mhm.
Um,
And everyone sort of sees themselves as like the reasonable center. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Of course, I actually am the reasonable center, though. So.
Huh.
Yeah, based. So true.
Okay. Yeah, we keep spinning off. We should probably do the Jordan Peterson thing, eh? Like,
Yes, we
Yes.
should watch the video.
sorry, these are very interesting conversations. I'm enjoying doing it.
They keep
Yeah,
calling
me
you out,
too.
Jeff.
I'm sorry, Lilith. Listen, we got to acclimate you to do like 12-hour style EFAP streams. I'm telling you.
I suppose. I don't mind that. Like, I don't mind that personally. Whereas, like, we just discussed. But the fact that is, I have, like, a quieter personality.
You have a
So,
what? Sorry.
with, like, I usually have, like, a quieter personality. So, it's like, when two people are having these discussions that I myself find interesting. Whereas, like, where I'm just like, okay, well, I'd rather listen than to jump in most of the time sometimes.
Oh no, I understand completely. You can jump in whenever you want, though. I mean, it is half your show.
Yes.
Let's see.
But I'd rather, I feel rude if I don't let the guest speak.
I appreciate it. Yeah, but like feel free to cut me off if you want to.
Oh god,
No,
people are
you're a good sport.
in the chat. They were saying, "Invite Ethan and Ralph." No,
Um,
no, thank you.
oof.
Actually, I don't know the latest Ralph lore. I gotta hook up with Flamenco and have him fill me in because he's been like covering it religiously.
I think
Oh,
he's like
Ralph.
constantly being attacked.
Yeah,
Yeah, did he get beaten up in Portugal again?
I
Yeah.
think so.
I think the latest news that he caught AIDS.
What?
What?
Yeah. So there's a girl that he and Baked Alaska and one other YouTuber all had sex with recently. And the third
Wild.
person had AIDS.
Oh god.
And then it got transmitted to all of them. And that's the reason that Ralph can't do blood work to go fight Boogie or whoever he was going to box recently.
Oh my god. That's insane.
Yes.
I have like so much
Holy
medical
fuck.
anxiety. I'll have sex with like one person and I'm like, I'm gonna die. And I have like no reason to believe this.
Even though it's the person you've been dating for years.
Yeah, exactly. I'll like, I'll have sex with like one person in the course of like 8 months. And I'm like, what's the chance that this person who was like only had sex with also one other person? Yeah.
Brother Doom, $4.15. $4.99 said, I'm a libertarian. I'm extremely reasonable. Just let me drive my nuclear powered tank in peace. Very based. Very sane.
Actually, you know what? Before we move on to the main course, we should probably do the
I
super
very
chats,
much
eh?
agree. I really don't like so he's stated like the balance of stuff, but who defines what gets prioritized and
Yeah. And like that's
what
what we're
doesn't?
saying. We're like, everyone defines the center for themselves.
And like my center is that I want to be left alone, and I want to live a life where it's just like where I don't get scammed out of my don't get scammed out of my money through medical debt like America seems to want people to do, and where I get to make my own money and actually keep it, which America also doesn't seem to want me to do. So
Okay. Before we actually watch the Jordan Peterson,
but yes, let's watch Jordan Peterson thing.
before we do that, let's do the super chats real quick. Because you're right, we should probably a bunch of them have stacked up. Let's do them real quick. So let's see. This for Schmidt for $5. This podcast is brought to you by Late, an SFO production. Thank you very much.
Exactly, late every single time.
Every single time.
Every time.
Brother Doom for $5. No
It's
message.
okay.
Thank you. Adherent of Lady Columbia, $10. Dev, I saw your valiant attempt to manage the autism that was Adam and Sitch and Sargon, once again both talking past each other. Although I do think Sargon is becoming a bit desperate for some salvation. I think if you really want to see how I work out that problem, you should watch that video that comes out in a couple days. I think I do a pretty good job of it.
Are they really talking over each other a lot throughout?
It's not so much that they talk over each other, it's that they don't understand each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Layman for $10. Thank you very much. This stream is based, and everyone has been correct so far. Shut up and take my money. Layman's a good guy. I think he's trying to break into YouTube and Layman, so hope it works out for him. He's a fellow Canadian.
Nice.
Good. Actually, he's dating a friend of mine too, so maybe
Whoa.
I should have Layman on the show. That'd be a good idea. Good Mitchie for $5. Where am I on the political spectrum? If I smoke DMT and make friends with the subatomic gnomes that build reality.
You're Joe Rogan pilled at that
Joe
point.
Rogan pilled. Have you seen that political spectrum where, like, outside of the main four quadrants, there's like the galaxy, like stars and space, and there's like a bunch of weird shit out there?
Yeah, I haven't seen that like specific meme, but I can imagine it.
Oh, okay, yeah, it looks like there's something like post-nut authoritarianism in the top right and shit like that. And I
That's
think
pretty
like
funny.
Libertarian Center, it's like Joe Rogan's drug trip. There's a bunch of shit like that where it's just like the weirdest fucking philosophies. Okay, so from Janos66, there's 10 PLNs. I don't know what a PLN is. What symbol is this? I want to figure out what money this is. The super chat reads, "Your political leaning is mentally stable." Oh, it might be like a Serbian or something. A Serbian currency. This is from Eastern Europe.
Interesting.
Anyway, political leaning is mentally stable. Thank you.
Good for you.
Juso
And thanks for
Hakamaki for for €5. Is Lilith single?
Nah. But thank you for the money and asking.
Sorry, buddy. Nighttime Line for $5. What if Lilith? What if the hospital is the size of the whole country?
That has to be some big hospital.
Well, this is for that thought experiment from earlier. I know what you mean.
The thing is that my position on taxes is a rather nuanced one. It's actually like I'd rather have abolished the current model of taxes we have now, and rather have like projects that people fund or be more willing to like to put into. But then the problem arises, like, what if like the popular thing, how do we fund those? But then my whole thing about like my whole take about medical thing isn't to expand the medical safety net system, is to change it. It's to make reforms on like the insurance policies and the prices of drugs. And
I think the reason that there's so much pushback when that happens is just because there's lots of people who make a lot of money being insurance middlemen, and those would all be jobs that are gone if there's any kind of reform. So there's people who are like, what the fuck?
If it means pills aren't like thousands of dollars, then good.
I mean, yeah, fair enough, right? I think this happens a lot of the times, though. Like, you know, there's people who are pushing not to go for greener energy or nuclear energy or something because they're coal miners. And it's like, what the fuck's going to happen to us? And it's like, fair enough. Like, there has to be something for people who lose their jobs if you want to make a big change like that.
Yeah, I'm talking about less so expanding the government and more of ending a systemic, basically scam model.
That might require expanding the government, though. Unfortunately, yeah, America. I don't know how to fix America's healthcare. You guys are fucked down there. I don't know what I would do. Canada has its problems, but it's not nearly as bad.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Stug for $5. What if we get rid of all current welfare programs in the USA and replace it with a blanket Medicare for all? Good or bad? What do you guys think?
Probably bad, not good.
Why is that?
Sorry, so other people in the commenter mentioned decentralizing taxation. That's pretty much the idea I was proposing. Like, rather than have it all be centralized into one thing, like if communities wanted to like vote on roads and wanted to vote on giving their community or healthcare, I think that should be a thing people put money in for
So
on their own.
you'd prefer if the community that's voting is smaller then?
Personally, I would like balkanize all the nations in the world if I had a big button to do that. I would balkanize all the empires and just like,
Every town's a country.
yeah.
Wait, okay, but like back to the hospital scenario. You would say then that like within like a small hospital community, it would be legitimate for like people to like vote that they should be able to take your money for
Take
it,
your
right?
$5, yeah, to buy the thing.
Well, if it's like agreed upon, like it's like it's all it's for the good of everybody, and everybody gets to use it.
Well, what if they just vote to take it and like they believe that it's good, but they don't have like much evidence that it'd be good?
Well, then they're just taking your money.
But do
They're
you
not
think that'd
doing
be
anything with it.
legitimate because they're voting on it?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
I don't think not. I don't think just simply voting on things makes things okay. I'm not a pure democratist, I guess. Like a pure direct democracy is what they call
Yeah.
But you think that communities should be able to decide and to like vote and tax, which is essentially like some people are going to have their money taken, whether they like it or not. And you think that is legitimate. It's like even if they believe that the policy is totally wrong.
like in our current society, certain sort of taxation is a necessary evil.
Okay.
Yeah, I generally view it the same way. Like, there's no non-coercive option. You know, you. I think some.
Because the alternative is to simply let people die when it's just like,
I guess I'm just
and
trying
that's
to like
not good
explore
either.
the bounds of your belief because it seems like on one hand you're like against taxation and you're against like your
I'm against
physical
taxation in its current form.
but do you think it'd be more legitimate if it was smaller communities deciding how the tax system works?
If it was a smaller community and people had more direct say for where that taxation money goes, I think there would be a lot more legitimacy in taxation.
Okay, interesting. Well, yeah, we can
It,
move on. I don't want to push it like
it's a unique perspective as a libertarian, of course. Like it would be, of course, a lot easier for me to just simply say all taxation is theft, and I believe there's that's not an incorrect viewpoint. Like taxation does require a form of coercion.
right. It is coercion. I mean, I think that like you can argue that like it is coercion, but you know,
It is
the end result
coercion,
is
but
like beneficial,
it's
right?
also like a necessary evil, and it's in our current day-to-day society.
Yeah.
Especially if you want things like a military force, a border, and like basically if you want a society where like for example, you don't want communists from a different country to just be able to just come in and say, oh, well, it's ours now. You're gonna need something to prevent that.
I think I agree. And I think that like most minarchists even believe this, right? Or like, you know, the extreme libertarians believe that like some state needs to exist in order to handle like the military and to handle like court systems. So they're preventing people from they're like enabling contracts to exist in the first place. And I think that like a very legitimate critique of voluntarism, which is what like a lot of libertarians propose as a replacement for taxation, is that like people enjoy having or like people it's good to have taxation because there are some policies that people want but they'd be unwilling to commit to unless they can get like a sign off from everyone else in society that everyone's going to participate equally. And so, like, an example of this would be like green energy. Like, you own a company and you're thinking about, switching your company over for like green energy, and like you're making it carbon neutral. If you do that and no one else does it with you, well, you just put yourself out of business because you're not going to be able to compete.
Yeah.
But you might think that, like, or everyone in the community, every business owner might agree that if you all agreed at once to switch over to carbon neutral, it'd be better for everyone. And so when you vote for government policy, what it really is kind of like a contract between all parties where all the business owners decide to be bound by the same rule. And the end result is like solving the prisoner's dilemma, where now everyone can like exist in the world that's best for everyone. So I think that's like the sort of traditional anti-voluntarism argument,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is like pretty effective. I mean, like, I'm also not like this. I'm not an extreme libertarian or anything. Like, I don't think that everything should be like. I don't think that taxation is like a total evil or anything.
Yeah, I'm not an ANCAP. I'm like a. I guess I would prefer smaller government.
Yeah, me
That
too.
ensures everybody has basic rights and security and property rights.
I mean, you said something earlier which was really interesting. You talked about like balkanization, and
Mm-hmm.
that's something that like is controversial, but I also am like somewhat favorable towards. Where like, I think a really interesting system is one where you have lots of local communities and people have free movement between them. And so, it's like the hospital scenario where you like know a community has rules where they're going to steal your $5 to save people or to put it in their healthcare system. And you can choose to go into that community or leave that community at will for any reason. And so the end result is that like you have this community and this culture that is very like choice based in the same way that like private markets are. And so all of these communities have to like sort of compete to attract people to them. And the way they do that is with like good policies, however they decide on them.
Yeah, but that's sadly not how the real world works. Whereas, like, eventually, one community is gonna grab a bunch of guns,
Yeah, and
or a
that's like,
bunch of spears and bows in a in a past time.
well, that's why you need like a broader
And
overarching
yeah,
government, right? Like something with a military to like enforce
yes,
contracts and
that's why I say
laws.
it's like in an ideal world, everybody would be balkanized, where it's just small communities where everybody could just trade, and if you don't like living in one community, you can move to a different one. Whereas, like, if you don't like this community where it's full of gays, you could go to one with just was just straight people. Whereas, like, if you don't want like this one where it's like, oh, it's too many religious people, you can move to an atheist community.
And
I
I
mean,
think the key there too is that like the movement needs to be very easy to engage in. Like
yes,
there needs to
and the
be some
movement has to be,
provision.
yes, there can't be walls preventing people from leaving.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And again, that's why you need like a broader overarching government to like enforce that you're not going to have a community that like enslaves people, because then, the system of choice falls apart because people can no longer choose.
Hmm. Like, I realize, like, I recognize, like, the benefits of today's system, like, because it's a real world. It's like in a world with superpowers, I'd rather America be like the dominant superpower than, say, China, if for example.
Yeah. And like
And
people in
like,
chat, I just
I'd
loved.
rather like not have like a big superpower from across the street come across. Hey, the people in the chat are disagreeing, even though I don't disagree with them. That's why I said in an ideal world.
Well, people are saying
I
that like we just described the USA, and I think that's like
Yeah,
true to an extent because like I'm a big fan of like federalism,
and yeah,
and
I do
it,
like the USA. I like the system. I like USA more than most superpowers.
mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess couldn't
Or
if
any
you
of
didn't
them,
like all the
really.
gays in California, you could move to Nebraska or something, right? Like it's kind of the
Yeah,
same.
beautiful system.
And
You
I'm
choose
not
where to live.
bashing on the United States either. I really want to make sure.
And to be fair, like Canada is also a federal country, and it's kind of the same here. If you don't like all the gays in Toronto, you can move to Alberta.
Go
Like
to
it's
Alberta, yeah.
yeah, same kind of thing.
Go to Saskatchewan.
Hmm.
Hmm. But yes, Jordan Peterson,
Nope, super
probably.
chats first. You got to finish them.
Super chat.
That was
All
one
right.
super chat that turned into a thing. The chat was blaming the estrogen.
Yeah, it's fair. Women be talking.
Woman be shopping, woman be talking.
It's from AJ Buwalda for €5. Thank you. If their worst complaint about Jordan Peterson is that he got addicted and he had a hard time beating it, then I can hardly take that seriously. Fair enough. I think there'll be a new complaint in a minute here.
And it's not our complaint either, so
Mm.
we're not.
Yeah. Investigator Wimquin for $50. Thank you very much. It seems like Sargon was arguing for post-liberal conservatism, which replaces individual rights with enforced virtue and freedom from sin. The prosecutor has a video explaining post-liberalism thought and post-liberal conservatism. Well, I know he used the phrase post-liberal. Sargon at this point, he believes that liberalism is like a spent philosophy. Like it's basically reached its natural endpoint, and some of the things that we needed in the past we no longer need now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, after thinking about that a little bit more, maybe, like a big part of liberal thought was like freedom from tyrannical kings, and it's like, okay, fair enough, but the West's problem is no longer tyrannical kings. You have other problems now, and the other problems liberalism is having a hard time tackling. So maybe we need something different. That seems to be Sargon's point of view. I have to look into it though. And Brother Doom for $5. This is the nuclear powered tank that you mentioned before. So that's all of them, I think. I think that's all the super chats. Yes, it is. Thanks for all the supers, guys. I appreciate it. So let's.
Thank you. You read the $50 one, right?
Yes, I did. That was one that we just read.
Okay,
So you two are in the watch together.
Yes.
Let me just full screen it here. I like things on full screen. Okay. Actually, wait. Before we do this, don't worry, it won't be too long. I should pull something else up first. Here it is. Okay. So this is the tweet that got Jordan Peterson in trouble. Remember when pride was a sin, and Ellen Page just had her breasts removed by a criminal physician? I didn't see this tweet when it was first put out. What did that link lead to? Do either of you know?
I think it was just an article that was like pretty generic. It was like an Ellen Page or like an Elliot Page interview.
Okay.
It was one where he talked about like how proud he was that he's introducing a trans character in the Umbrella Academy, which is a show
Yeah.
he was in.
It was like not a controversial interview or anything.
Yeah. It wasn't even really that about like pride as in like the sin of pride. It was just like, oh, look, I'm so proud of my team members and look and how they've accomplished this, and it's like,
Yeah, it was like pure schizo posting by Jordan Peterson.
yep.
It's like,
seems
what are you talking about?
It seems like pride as a sin specifically refers to pride in the self, not pride in other people.
Yeah. Yeah, which is why it like felt so weird with this specific article, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. So this is the tweet.
It's like being mad at like a mom for saying, I'm proud of my son.
Right, it just
Like-
seemed like very strange.
Or it's like being mad at teachers for saying, I'm so proud my teacher, I'm so proud my students won a spelling bee. It's like, you remember pride was a sin.
No, I get it. Yeah. It does seem like a strange tweet. There's like, I know that Jordan Peterson, he's been reading, like, a year ago he announced he was reading like some Austrian economic stuff.
Yes, I follow that a little bit.
Yeah. And then he's been also going through like a period of like reading, say, people like economics and politics outside the norm. So
Mhm.
maybe this is just like a part of a radicalization process. Maybe this is just him kind of going a bit crazy because of the fame or the stress or getting older or whatever it is. But this is, I don't think this would be something that the Jordan Peterson of 2015 would tweet. It seems not like him, or at least the him from that era.
Yeah, he's definitely shifted. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's accurate.
I don't think 2015 Jordan Peterson would have tweeted this either.
Yeah.
It feels like very, very culture war-y,
Mm-hmm.
like a lot more than what he would be engaged in.
So he made a 15-minute video, where he basically doubles down on the schizo posting.
But yeah, it's a dumb tweet. Like, how's like Elliot Page's physician a criminal? Like, he did it as an adult and
Yeah.
it was all consenting. Like, last time I heard, like, breast reduction or even breast removal was just a thing people could do.
Mm-hmm. You know,
And I was like,
it's a bit mean. It's a little bit cruel, maybe, but I kind of like the accepting Elliot Page as a man only to make fun of him for being a manlet meme. Like, I think
Yeah,
there's
welcome to
some...
the brotherhood, buddy.
No more female privilege for you. This is how you're gonna be treated like the rest of us. Like, okay, there's I can appreciate some dark humor sometimes.
he is a man and he is a manlet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we can all control this, and we can pause it whenever we want. I'll. Last time we in the last TubCast, Lilith, we reacted to like a 20-minute video that took us what 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Putting Adam and Sitch to shame on that one, but
Yes.
let's watch this a bit. Here we go.
Although to be fair, that video had a lot going on to it.
Yeah, this one does too, I think. So let's.
Yes, one does too. For what clips I've seen, I haven't seen the whole thing, but
I'll try not to pause too much.
I've seen some pretty interesting parts.
Yeah, I'll try not to pause too much, but I'm going to. I think I have a lot to say about this as well. So let's see.
A few days ago, I penned an irritated tweet in response to one of the latest happenings on the increasingly heated culture war front. In response to the decision of an actor named Elliot Page, I am employing this awkward and impossible naming style because it is now apparently mandatory and am probably doing it wrong nonetheless, as you're doing it wrong is the whole point of what is being made mandatory.
Okay, firstly, that it seemed like he acted that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like not that hard. He does this a lot more in the video, and it definitely seems like very forced and put on.
Seems kind of canned, yeah. Like I'm slightly reminded of Ben Shapiro on Joe Rogan, where he's purposely trying to misgender Blair White. And he's like, yeah, she's I mean he, and it's like, come on, dude, you already.
Yeah.
Like, that was just cringy as fuck.
I'm pretty sure this is scripted too, because like
Yeah.
So he had to have written down on a script, Elliot Page, and actor. Is this? It's all so very forced.
He's also got a little French pen.
Is that France?
Well, it's blue, blanc, rouge.
Oh,
It's the colors in the right order.
I guess it is.
I know that he like loves Montreal, so maybe it's connected.
Montreal kind of sucks as a city, not gonna lie.
Really?
It is not a city I would
tragic.
live in. It was not a city I would live in. Toronto's worse though. I spent some time in Toronto, and fuck, is it awful. I'll never live there again. Fuck. Toronto is like our New York, but worse.
Oh, pretty bad then.
Okay, let's keep going.
But also, I'm trying to make a point. I've essentially been banned from Twitter.
Actually, wait. Okay, I wanted to point out something really quickly. Do you think that it is, like, at least for some people who are, say, a little bit, more bad faith than average, that getting it wrong actually is the point? The point is to box people in such that they will always do something wrong that they can then be chastised for.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like that malevolent. Like maybe there are some people who think that, but they've got to be like a tiny minority. I think
Yeah.
most people like are acting in good faith. Although maybe like with certain neo pronouns, that might be like a good example of it. Like people will adopt like ridiculous neo pronouns and then like get angry when people mess them up, and it's very inevitable that people are going to mess them up because they're ridiculous.
I haven't seen that outside of the internet, though, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's got to be like a tiny minority.
Yeah, and there's still, even in 2022, there's still some level of truth to the idea that things that happen online aren't necessarily real. So this might just be like an internet phenomenon,
Mm-hmm.
People are pointing out my Toronto. I told you about the Toronto disaster, eh, Lilith? I think I said that on a different show.
Go ahead. Just say it
Okay,
again.
I'll TLDR it. It's a meme on the channel. So when I was 22, I was driving a dump truck in Toronto, and I was driving it around with the bed up, so like in the dumping position, so it was up in the air. And I didn't notice, and I was working for the city. With this dump truck, I went through an intersection and tore down a bunch of power lines,
Mm-hmm.
and Toronto was out of power for like a day. And I lost my license, and I never got to drive a dump truck again. Oops.
But you owned Toronto.
So that it was a fun time. I mean, I was an idiot kid. I was 22. I was stupid. But from then on, I was picking up garbage for the city. No, I was no longer driving the machinery. And it took me a while to get my license back. But yes, there's my hidden sin from like a decade ago. All right, let's keep going here.
As a consequence, I say banned, although technically I have been suspended. But the suspension will not be lifted unless I delete the hateful tweet in question, and I would rather die than do that.
That's a bit dramatic, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. It's like not a good tweet as well. It's like not a banger.
He got ratioed by pretty much everybody with that tweet. It was like, I don't know if you saw it, Dev, but like there was like first of all, he limited the replies on his tweet, which when I responded to it, I pointed it out. And then there was like 2 or 3 people replying, and they were all like just people making fun of him.
Yeah, I mean, you got to learn how to roll with the punches, man, especially on Twitter. Sometimes you just take the L. Sometimes you get
Yeah.
ratioed. It's okay. It's not a big deal, right? I mean, there was that recent thing with Keffels. I made a joke that Keffels was doing whatever Keffels does because she's kind of ridiculous. But I made the joke, like, this is what it looks like when you criticize Keffels, and I just posted Keffels blocking someone.
And everyone was like, "Oh, but you're not actually blocked, technically." Yeah.
And the thing is, I actually was blocked.
Wait, really?
Yeah, she unblocked me.
Oh, she unblocked you for her response.
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
And then she's like,
"Holy shit!"
She's like,
dude.
"Come on my stream right now. I'm doing
Oh
viewer
my
call-ins."
God.
And I was like, "Yeah, well, I've seen how you treat literally everyone. So how about we get like a neutral party to moderate any sort of debate that I have with you?" And as soon as I said that, she fucking vanished. She was just
Yeah,
gone.
of course.
So it's like, oh, all right, dude. The thing is, though, like,
ridiculous.
I'm not sure if she knows that like the Devtrospective account is like a YouTuber's account or like a
Right,
fellow
probably
streamer or
not.
something.
Like she
Yeah.
doesn't know that you're big.
Well, hold on.
Otherwise, she'd be
wasn't-
like,
I wasn't saying that. It's just that, like,
she doesn't know how much clout you have.
and I didn't mean it that way. It's more like a when you have viewer call-ins, it's like you come into my Discord and then I kind of control the conversation, right? But
Yeah.
I'm not. It sounds bad, but like my time's kind of limited. I'm usually working on stuff whenever I'm around. So like if I'm gonna set aside time for something like that, we're gonna do it properly, right?
Yeah, and if you think, I feel like that heuristic does make sense. Where like if someone's like a serious political, YouTuber, or like they engage with politics as their job, and a lot of people respect their opinion, I do think it makes sense to like put in extra effort to like accommodate them and make that conversation happen. Because like anyone on the internet can like say some stupid shit,
I've
and you
seen
gotta
some
ignore
bullshit
them.
in the comments. Of course,
Yeah,
they support.
exactly.
Lilith
You mean in our
supports
chat? What's going on?
censorships if it hurts her fifis, and Otaku never confronts her over anything. I do not support censorship. First of all, I've said in this video I am against compelled speech,
Are
and
you going off?
yeah,
Yeah, we're just calling the tweet stupid.
he's been saying some shit.
Wait, who is it? Who
It's
is it?
like
I'm kind of curious.
I support him getting ratio because he was talking nonsense and
That's
was
the free market at work.
and
Yeah,
people are
exactly.
free to speak their opinions.
Yeah.
That's free speech at work, baby. And
Wait,
I
Lilith, who's the
I
person
wouldn't
in the chat?
support like what?
Who's the person in the chat? I kind of want to see what they
Okay.
said too.
They said like Born Stellar, of course they support it. Low supports censorship, and he said earlier about like me saying there was never anything wrong with, there was never anything inappropriate in Pride either. No, I didn't say that either. Smart ass, you fuck.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, Born Stellar. Of course they support it. Lilith supports censorship if it hurts her fifis. A talking to conservative over everything. That's not true. We had a very spirited argument over the trans sports thing. Like we disagree all the time, dude. And here, it's not censorship if you get fucking ratioed. All right? Like, if you put out a tweet and it sucks and everyone laughs at you, it's like, I'm being censored. No, you're not. You're just being laughed at.
I do think that like Twitter taking it down, like locking his account. I mean, I don't even think it's like necessary because
that's
I don't
censorship,
think
yeah.
they should.
everyone is
I
making
don't.
fun of him, and that's like the counterbalance that
Yeah.
a good
Yeah.
society has.
In a perfect world, I don't think they would do that either. But
Yeah.
Well, I think it's like you only need like institutions to step in if it's like coming to the point where it's like totally corrosive. But I think that what we have in modern America is this continual division where people like isolate into their own political tribes and like don't need to interact or don't want to interact at all with like challenges. And I think that when you engage in censorship, you actually encourage that. And so when we see like Jordan Peterson getting, quote unquote, like ratioed and like everyone's dunking on him, I think that's good because that's like a healthy discussion if you're having a back and forth. And like that's an example of a scenario where you don't need the institution to step in and make these calls.
yeah,
Let's
I
keep
think
going.
as society changes and people become less shitty, like I think like we should encourage more free speech rather than less.
Here, let's
So
keep
true.
let's keep going.
And hopefully it will not come to that, although who the hell knows in these increasingly strange days.
Yeah, see, it's a bit overdramatic. I did want to point out before we moved on though. I don't know why he didn't just do what most people do, which is screenshot the tweet, delete it, and then repost it. Like that's what I do.
I
That's
think
what
we remember Liz
Sophia
asking
Norwitz does that.
Dev why isn't he censoring people in his own chat during that video? Because they were spamming, because they were being disruptive. I think having
Don't fight with the chat too
always-
much. You got to get through the video.
yes,
I got so stunlocked by my
it's like
chat
free
the other
speech is
night.
free speech is when you get to spam the chat endlessly and ruin your video. It's like okay.
I was talking about how I don't like affirmative action, and people in my chat were like, "You're so racist," and I'm like, "Ah."
But yeah, so I, in terms of the video though, I don't understand why he wouldn't just repost the tweet after he did the little check mark and come back and then just say, actually, I take it back, fuck you, Twitter, LOL, and post it again. Like, that's what most people do.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he might be blowing this up into something bigger than it actually was. I'm not saying it's good that he got suspended, but like, there's different ways to do it than to like torch yourself, which is what he's basically doing.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. He's very serious about it for
Mm-hmm.
sure.
Let's see.
You sound sorry. If you
Okay.
don't support censorship, then I'm sorry for saying that you do. You sound like you don't care about JP getting banned. I don't support him getting banned. Like, I don't support just people. I don't support just people getting banned in general on Twitter. Like, even. But it is also, like, their website. Playing devil's advocate here, of course.
Yeah.
It is also, like,
soon it
their
will be
website.
it will
and,
be
like,
Elon Musk's.
Soon it will be Elon Musk's website.
Well, Elon already said that he found this ban to be especially egregious, so maybe he'll undo it in the future. Who knows, right? Who knows?
Maybe.
So let's
Well, I'd like yeah, go on.
Okay, sure.
What was it that I said that caused such a fuss? And that fuss is just beginning. And even more importantly and complexly, what exactly was it that I said that resulted in the ban? Here's the tweet in question. Remember when pride was a sin? And Ellen Page just had her breasts removed by a criminal physician. And then a link to a story that detailed out the happenings. The response from Twitter, quote, violating our rules against hateful conduct. You may not promote violence against, threaten, or harass other people on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, religious affiliation, age, disability, or serious disease. By clicking delete, you acknowledge that your tweet violated the Twitter rules. Delete. If you think we've made a mistake, submit an appeal to us. Please note that should you do so,
The best
your
customer
account will
service
remain
voice.
locked while
Yeah.
we review your appeal. Let's take this apart.
I wonder if he appealed
Let's take this apart.
First,
it. Let's unpack this.
Let's
it is
unpack.
clearly the case that I
Let's unpack this message you sent to everybody.
Yikes. Oof.
I had a very similar experience in Vosh's Discord where I was trying to argue with people, trying to debate, as you do in a political Discord. And I got sent to a special channel where I had to either recount my arguments, renounce them, explain why I don't actually believe them and I was just trolling, or I would be like locked in there forever. And I was like, what the fuck is this, like a re-education chamber that I've been removed to?
I mean, I'm not surprised. It's Vosh's Discord. That seems like
Yeah.
the kind of thing he would do, yeah. The Vosh back rooms.
Re-education chamber.
Exactly. The Vosh back rooms.
Okay.
did not promote violence against or threaten anyone with my missive. So that leaves...
Okay, that's true. There's no actual violence in this tweet. I mean, there are some radicals who are like, speech is violence, but we can discard them immediately. There's no violence in the tweet. He's correct here.
He called he did call the physician criminal, and that could be seen as an accusation of, like...
That's a pretty big stretch, I think, though. Like,
But I
that's...
don't know. Like, if we call anyone criminal, are we like calling for violence against them?
No,
I don't think it's
so.
quite... I don't think it's quite, like, calling for violence, though.
No,
I actually got the same message from Twitter one time when I said, my only dream is a world without the Chinese Communist government.
Calling for violence against the Chinese Communist Party.
I know, they're so threatened by me. Calling for violence against their giant army organization thing.
Okay.
It's the arguably lesser sin of harass. Let's assume, since I wasn't informed, that that was the crime. And further, harassment on the basis of so-called gender identity, since Twitter did not do me the favor of actually specifying my crime, and there are many possibilities on that front. We unfortunately have to guess at why this has occurred, and that's actually a big problem in and of itself, and also indicative of the utter carelessness of the Twitter organization with regard to the propriety of its own censorial actions. I should at least know exactly what I did wrong if I am required to acknowledged that my tweet violated the Twitter rules.
This is completely true, I think. I'm like 100% on his side because YouTube does this too. You'll have your video
And
get taken
Twitch.
down. Yeah, Twitch, everyone. They take down your video, they give you this boilerplate response of like 10 different fucking things it could be, and you're like, which one is it? I don't know.
Yeah, and the
Never say.
problem is that like if you actually knew the rules, you could avoid them. But like by keeping them vague, everyone is like in this constant dance of like self-censorship, and everyone who gets banned like feels it's totally unjustified because frankly they couldn't have predicted it.
That's
Exactly.
absolutely how it works on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with you, Def. Like, they don't make it clear at all. Like, how was the China tweet, for example, how was I threatening the Chinese government?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like
It's like,
there's what happened recently? I mean, the big one is Destiny's ban off Twitch, right? Like that happened a few months ago, and that's the one that everyone was talking about for a while. Where they didn't tell him what it was, and it could have been like 3 different things. It could have been talking
they
to
could
Nick
have just
Fuentes.
told they should have just told him what it was. I'm like 90% sure it was him hosting Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, but it also could have been like the trans sports debate where he was saying some spicy thing. Could have been about Keffels because he got into a feud with Keffels around that same time, like. And I mean, she took the credit for it because it was good for her own growth to say that she was the one who took down Destiny. But like, we don't actually know which one it was, and that's a problem. When your YouTube video gets taken down. Now YouTube, to their credit, they did. I think it was around last year. They acknowledged that everything was kind of fucked up, and they implemented a very clear 3 strikes policy, where you get 3 strikes. One strike will expire after 3 months. If you hit 3 strikes, you're out, and you're banned off the platform permanently. And it's like, well, okay, fair enough. At least that seems to be a bit more structured, and they are very specific now. If you're in like, I don't know if either of you know, but you go into YouTube's back end, you upload a video, and it has like a big long list of things that you can and can't do. So I mean, it's still
That's
pretty
good.
it's still pretty repressive because some of the things that are banned shouldn't be banned, but at least they tell you what they are, right?
At least it's formalized.
Yeah. And of course, they still have instances where they're not completely following it, and some people just get banned out of fucking nowhere. But like,
Yeah, they don't even give that message sometimes. They just like, so I've known people where it's like they just lose their accounts.
yeah, but YouTube seems to be slowly improving, but Twitter has stagnated. Twitch has fallen apart. Like, I know somebody who used to work at Twitch. He left 5 or 6 years ago, so this is old news at this point, but it's still private news, which is why I'm not going to say who he is. But basically, he said that like Twitch's peak was like 2012, and they've just been coasting on their old success and their old code ever since. They haven't really updated anything. They haven't really done anything. Now maybe they have since then, but he described a work culture where no one was doing any real work. No one was really like there were people who were in charge, and no one was taking responsibility. It sounded like they were just like living in the husk of a decaying company.
That's wild.
And this would have been like 2017, 2018, maybe 2016. But like around that era, it was just kind of a company that existed running off of its own prior success, but wasn't doing anything new. And I think that explains why there's just so much, like, nothing is standardized, nothing is formalized with Twitch. Nothing seems to make sense. Everything is arbitrary. Because the people who are actually there running it, they're like, it's, I don't know how else to describe it. They're living inside of a corpse. And actually, it's his experiences with Twitch that made me believe. Do you recall maybe about half a year ago, there was that one viral Twitter, maybe a year ago, there was a viral Twitter thread about a guy who worked at a big name tech company, and how he described in detail what was going on. One of the things he said was like every morning, every worker would get together, and they would talk about their personal feelings. This is like an official. You had to do this as part of your job. So they would show up and be like, "Well, how are you doing?" I was like, "Well, oh well, I recently broke up with my boyfriend and I'm going to therapy." And when it came to him,
No.
he was like, "Oh, I'm fine, I'm good, nothing's wrong with me." And then like the fucking Tumblrite across from him at the table stared at him and was like, "You shouldn't be allowed to say that that you have a good life."
What the fuck? That's
Yeah.
like pathological.
Yes.
It's like if you were to design like the worst possible exercise for morale, that would
Yeah.
be it.
Yeah. And so in this thread had gone viral, and in this thread he outlines all of the ways in which the unnamed company that he's working at, is just falling apart, and it sounds like Twitch from what I know from the guy that I used to know who worked there. So it just it sounds like Twitch only exists because it was once good, and it just hasn't hit an iceberg yet. It seems like Twitch might be falling apart at some point. So I guess we'll
That's
see.
pretty crazy.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry about the sidetrack, but let's roll.
That is Twitch. That's pretty alarming.
Mm.
But then again, from the description, it sounds like it could.
Oh, it could be any company. Yeah. Facebook.
It could be anything.
Yeah, whatever. It could be any of them.
But
Probably a smaller.
a
Otherwise,
small
if you're, like-
detraction, but and a comment interested me. I just want one pro-trans person. This person seems to be anti-trans to tell me. Would we allow a surgeon to cut off the limbs of someone who is trans-abled? It's called body integrity dysmorphia. What would you say, Taftaj?
Oh
I think
God,
that
this
if
combo.
there's like good literature that indicates that it has a positive mental health effect, or at least like a neutral one, then I think you can do it. But like, I think the whole problem with the discussion is that like these questions are not the kinds of things that I want put up to like a vote. Because I think that like either there's medical research that suggests that it's okay and positive, or there isn't. And like that's the end of the story. And I think that like a lot of trans people and trans activists have way overstated the case as far as like the benefit, to the point where people will say things that like not having access to HRT is like suicide and like it's going to cause all of these deaths. We actually don't have evidence that suggests that's true. It's speculation. So I think like you shouldn't overstate it, but like
It's pretty good speculation. I mean, if you
I don't know if
was
it's
to
good
remove
speculation.
HRT from me, I
Oh
don't know.
no, the fight begins.
But I do think that like we don't have evidence to suggest that HRT has like negative health effects. And like if negative health effects were part of having access to HRT, we would probably know that. And so I think that like if you have like the same level of evidence that indicates that it's okay or positive, then I think it's okay.
I think when you were talking to Hans, you had described this, Taftaj, as something like you enjoy the fact that you have transitioned, but the process of transitioning was so rough that maybe it wasn't worth it. Is that kind of what you were saying?
Yeah, I would say so. Because like, I mean, part of the problem is that like everyone makes certain assumptions about like how you feel. And people will often say things that like, yeah, well, you don't want to like lose HRT. And that's true. I don't want to lose access to HRT myself. And like one is I don't think that like healthcare policy should be based on like what is good for me. But like the other thing is that I think people like assume that I feel a certain way about my transition. So I was just sort of like clearing that up and saying that like, yeah, I think that HRT has been good for me on balance, but like it's not like super clear. Like I think it's good, but like even for me, I think it's like it's not like overwhelmingly like obviously positive. And so I think that there are probably some trans people who would benefit just from like socially transition and don't necessarily need to medically transition.
I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it too much.
Well, my take on that is more of a bodily autonomy one. If their research is showing that it is beneficial to them, then all the more power. But ultimately, I don't think.
But like, I don't think that people should
stopped.
have bodily
I don't think-
autonomy to like be, kill themselves with anorexia. Like, I think it's legitimate to like admit people and help them like work through their mental issues. they don't kill themselves by not eating. So I think there's like a limit to the bodily autonomy argument.
Yeah, I got the question that I think Sargon and I had this debate like 2 or 3 years ago. The question was, do you have the right to destroy yourself? And it's like, well,
Right.
maybe you do, but then the question is, should you destroy yourself? And the answer is obviously no, you shouldn't.
And I
So-
don't think that taking HRT is destroying yourself. Like,
It might, like, if you're somebody who actually doesn't need it, like now we're
But
talking
if
about
it
like
really, if somebody with serious body dysmorphia, if cutting
That's
off a
true.
limb, like this is like the most extreme example. If it seriously benefits them psychologically,
I think for
why
trans
should they
people,
be stopped?
you know, taking HRT is not destroying yourself.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
it's a fair comparison. But I'm just like even taking it to the most extreme thing. I
Mhm.
think like people should have the right to modify their body if it makes them happy.
Yeah, I can pretty much agree with that too. Like, here's the thing: like, if you're an adult, you should be allowed to do what you want. But that's not the same thing. That's not the same argument as should you do it. You know, that's a different conversation, right? Because being allowed
Yes,
to,
Yeah.
and doing it
I
is
obviously
different.
don't think they should, but like.
Yeah. So like, the
But
whole
the question was if they should be allowed, which I believe yes they should.
yeah. But they shouldn't do it. But it's not like they should be stopped. Or at least not by the government. Not by some kind of legal apparatus. I mean the reason that the whole groomer conversation has taken off seems to be because it's not, they're for some people it's just that they don't like trans people. Okay, for some people it's that they think that they're perverting children and turning them trans, and so we can put those opinions aside for now. For some people, they think that like you have people who have I guess we could say like immutable gender dysphoria, and so they pretty much need hormones as treatment. Then for some people you have some people who actually are groomed into it. If I don't know if that's actually like a true group of people, but assuming that they are, for those people, clearly they don't and shouldn't take HRT because they've been kind of pushed into the position. And
I agree with everything you said here.
right. So like, should people be able to take HRT? Yes. But should people who don't need HRT take it? The answer is probably no.
Yeah, of course. And that's like true of any medical intervention.
Yeah.
Like, are heart bypass surgeries good? Yes, if you need a heart bypass surgery.
Exactly. Right. You wouldn't go and get chemo for fun.
Yeah.
People who are not trans obviously shouldn't transition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if it's for people who are and they have gender dysphoria, it's like if it's the right thing for them, then they should.
If it's
be able to do it.
diagnosed, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm definitely not okay with, the illicit HRT, even though I understand that like in some practical level it's probably needed in certain places, but like as a principle, it sounds like a bad idea because giving people access to drugs they don't need before they've been diagnosed just seems like a bad idea.
Mhm. Absolutely.
It might need to be a black market, but also it's something that we shouldn't just be okay with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Someone made the example of what if a kid wants to be like Anakin Skywalker and chops off one of his limbs. Did you guys hear?
Well, children should not be making these decisions.
No, they
That's
should
the other
not.
thing.
Well, oh man, it was I think 2000.
Just like how I don't think children should be getting like even gender
Double
affirming surgery.
mastectomy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
Like there are people as young as 14.
Despite
With
what
breast
some morons on the chat would suggest, would have you suggest.
Yeah, so the chat, like, here's the thing with my chat. There's usually like a nugget of truth in there, but they're also so vitriolic towards you sometimes that you have to really dig for it.
Yeah.
You have to dig for that nugget.
strong women.
Yeah,
That's the problem here.
there was like I think this was in 2008 or 2009. There was a kid who with his family was visiting Hawaii, and they were going to like a lava flow, and the kid is like, "I'm gonna be like Anakin Skywalker," and he like jumps into the lava,
What?
and he just like dissolves instantly, and
No.
he's gone, and it's like, holy fuck!
That can happen.
I
Did
saw
that
an
really
article.
happen?
I saw an art. This is back.
It sounds like you're fucking with
no.
us.
That
You
sounds
can't.
like a joke.
Okay, you can't find the article anymore. It's been so long. But this was like 2008. I remember reading the article and
It
like
was a
shitting
dream.
myself. It was like
Jeff
holy
had a
fuck.
dream.
Okay, I got to be able to find this thing. It's got to be like it was a big thing back in the day. Okay. Kid jumps into lava. Anakin Skywalker. Does anyone in the chat remember this? Does anyone in the chat remember this?
I feel like based kid. Keep up that energy for trans people.
Oh god,
okay?
all I'm getting is like Kenobi bullshit. Fuck that show, dude. It was so terrible. I'm still working on the
You
on
were
the
the
Kenobi
chosen
video.
one. I loved you.
It wasn't satirical, no. It was like it was a real like news article. It went viral like 12 or 13 years ago.
Dev being caught on his lies.
Yeah, are you
Proven to be
gaslighting us, Jeff?
untrue.
Let me look up Hawaii. I'll add Hawaii to it. Here it is. Okay. Someone at least reposted it on a forum because it's since been taken down.
But that could be fake news,
It
though.
could. I remember it though. I remember it. Okay.
Just
hold
like
on.
the child that the article dissolved.
Okay, hold on. His name is here. I'll at least Google the name and search for like Hawaii. I can't find the article. God damn it! I'm pissed that this has been lost to the internet.
I'll be right back.
Fuck.
1 second. Proven to be a liar. Spreading fake news. Unbelievable.
Spreading fake news.
You're gonna get taken down for disinformation.
Oh, I'm angry now. I'm angry that like one of the internet greats was lost to time. Okay. Anyway, shall we continue the video?
Yes,
Let's go.
sure.
What rules, you sons of bitches? Exactly. Precisely.
It's true. Like
Because
he's right
such
here.
things
Yeah.
matter when the accusations start flying. So what did I say that might constitute harassment? Well, many things, hypothetically. Let's begin with, remember when pride was a sin? Although that is merely a factual statement, because under the old rules, applicable even a decade ago, pride was a sin
This is
and
such
had
a
been
stupid
recognized as
point.
perhaps the cardinal sin
Yeah.
for thousands of years previously.
I can, if I had to steel man him, it would be something along the lines of like, you shouldn't make your orientation or your gender identity like the core part of who you are. And
Yeah, I think that just
like-
like the word policing is weird because it's like people use pride in like a very colloquial way to like not refer to like the sin of pride, but
Mhm.
like what Lilith was saying earlier with like a mother being like, "Oh, I'm so proud that like I was able," or like, "I'm so proud that I went through this process and like I did really good," right? It's like a normal thing that someone would say, and it's like fine to say that, and it's like weird to like hyper fixate on it.
Right. Yes. I agree. Yeah.
Now, if like Elliot was like, "Oh, I'm so proud of who I am," and like but he's like he's just proud. From what I've seen with the article, he's proud of like which there would be nothing wrong with that, but like from the article, he was just saying he's proud that he worked on his show and he brought a trans character to it from his transition, which I didn't see anything wrong with that.
I think you should be proud of yourself and like you should have like the self-confidence to like
You
take
should be
pride
proud
in
for,
your
like,
work. You should like
yeah,
try to do
things
well.
accomplished.
Yeah.
And when you
Yeah.
do well, that should be like a source of meaning and joy for you. And obviously like there's a version of pride that it can be like incredibly destructive. And like that's like something that people can acknowledge. But like we don't use pride like in that way when we talk about it colloquially.
Hmm.
Well, I guess the question there is, did Elliot Page do a good job on this show? mean, because
Sure.
yeah, I wonder. Like, I guess the practical question is like, is it actually applicable?
Or
That
if it was terrible, then you'd be
Yeah.
like, this is not something you should be proud of.
exactly.
Yeah, imagine if Jordan Peterson was like, actually, I thought your performance wasn't good, and it's not good to be proud of bad performances. If he said that, I bet he wouldn't be suspended because it would just be like a generic opinion on a
maybe,
TV show.
yeah, maybe. I mean, I've been watching Star Trek Discovery, and they brought in a trans man character for 2 seasons, whose only personality point is that they're a trans man, and they're like, there's no personality to them otherwise, and it's like, fuck, this is terrible TV. It's legitimately terrible, and for something like that, I'd be like, you shouldn't be proud of this. Like, what did you do?
Yeah,
Oh,
you did a bad job.
yeah, like you brought representation, but like it's not good. It's not like the character's interesting. It's not like there's a story here. So, yeah. Here, let's go.
It still might be regarded as unacceptable to the woke authoritarian moralists who now insist, for example, that we celebrate Pride Month, not hour or day or week, but month, and who have literally called it Pride Month instead of LGBT plus month or whatever else alphabet acronym which is currently insisted upon as the only acceptable enlightened terminology.
So to be fair there, I find Pride Month annoying because it's a whole fucking month. That's a bit ridiculous to me. Holiday should be, I think, days, not months. Maybe that's just the boomer in me. That's just old man Dev.
How then, Dev, would companies be able to virtue signal how woke they are if they don't
For
have a whole month to do it? It's not enough time for a whole product line.
Fair enough. But like, I find that kind of, and also Lilith. I remember you posted maybe a year or two ago that really long acronym that sounded like at the end someone burping because it had BRAAPP.
Oh yes, and those taken as a complete face value.
Yeah, like I do find the acronym play to be a bit taxing as well. Like
Personally, I don't have a problem with Pride Month. I do find the corporatized aspect of it to be really annoying, especially like the same corporations that will then go to China or Middle Eastern countries and like censor out all gay scenes right with a different breath. Like they'll say one breath, "Oh, we support the LGBTQ, we love you," as like,
give us your money.
Give us your money, buy product.
Wait,
And...
Lilith, are you coming out? Are you coming out now in favor of that one picture where the naked man was enticing children to paint his asshole?
No. I have no idea what you're talking about, but that sounds disgusting.
Oh, ask Frida. There was
that sounds disgusting, and I don't support it if that's what you described.
Okay, so there was like a Pride Month. There was a Pride Month performance art where there was a naked dude with a bucket on his head, and he had paint all over him.
Dev,
And
I said I'm okay with the concept of Pride Month.
I'm joking.
No.
I'm joking. I'm trolling you.
Lilith loves that.
Okay, so what happened though?
I support aspects of Pride Month, but not everything in it, Dev.
I know. We did like kink at Pride 2 years ago. I know how you feel about it. Yeah.
We did kink at Pride, like keep kink separate, all that shit.
Yep. Yeah. So this
like
picture,
if you want kink at Pride, sure, but just make sure kids aren't like available, like aren't next to it, like aren't painting people's assholes. Obviously.
Yes. Yeah. So there was.
And one of the benefits of Pride Month, though, is that it pisses off people like here.
The chat's like
he seems obviously really triggered.
The chat's like she Lilith loves it. That's pretty funny. I can enjoy the joke of Lilith loves it. Okay.
Wait, what is Lilith loves?
Her last name is Lovett.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, this picture was basically, it was a naked dude with a bucket on his head. He had paint all over his body, and it was a piece of performance art where people could like paint his asshole. And there's a picture of a child shoving a brush up this dude's ass.
Horrifying.
I don't think that's okay.
It's just go ask
I mean,
Frida, go
I
ask Frida for it.
because I snorted because there's like a cartoon imagery of, but that's not okay in real life.
If you want to see, I got posted to Frida recently. You can go ask her to show you, and she can fill you in. Okay, let's go.
I don't regard pride as a virtue. It has been classically regarded as a sin. I don't see that sexual orientation or sexual desire of any sort is something to celebrate or to take pride in. And so what I said was merely a fact. Now, it's possible that I hurt someone's feelings because I pointed out that pride goes before, for example, a fall, but I don't
You didn't
care
say
about that. Would do it again.
Yeah, he didn't
And also
elaborate
consider
at
it my
all.
duty to warn those who are about...
And he had a few extra characters to elaborate with. You could always just put "pride comes before a fall" in the tweet. It
Yeah,
would fit.
or like some interesting actual analysis of it, rather
Mm-hmm.
than just like, saying like, oh, this criminal doctor and this pride is a sin with like no elaboration, walks out.
Why am I
Yeah.
getting ratioed?
I mean, like he's technically correct, but there's so many better ways he could have made this point, and he could have
Yeah,
done it
and
in the
like,
tweet. Yeah.
at a point, it seems like you're just like baiting negative responses because like you can't actually make an interesting argument. But like he didn't do that. He didn't make an interesting argument.
Right.
He just like threw out like a bad tweet for like nothing. And like I think that part of communication, like I've been in the position where I've said like stupid shit on the internet, and I've had to be like, no, I was trying to say this, and that's very frustrating because like you know that you have a more interesting point, but like also I think it's my responsibility to say things in a way that are comprehensible and not confusing to people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it sucks having to elaborate sometimes, but he had plenty of space in that tweet, and
Yeah,
he could have
yeah.
elaborated in an attached tweet.
I just had a thought. Maybe he's having the same problem that Sargon's been having recently, because Sargon's been getting into fights with like everyone trying to explain his ideas. And when Sargon says his ideas, I get them, but it's because like I don't need to unpack 50 different things because he's been doing this for like 7 years, right? So he'll say something that just sounds like fucking ridiculous. But then it's like, well, if you've read this guy and you know this idea and you understand this theory, and then it actually makes sense. But Sargon doesn't actually do any of the prep work for the argument beforehand because he's been like in the trenches for 7 years. So I think that's like the source of the conflict between him and Adam right now. And I feel
think that's relatable.
Yeah, so I feel like maybe this is what's happening to Jordan Peterson as well. He's like in too deep, you know? He's too low on the iceberg.
Hey, Golden, his name is legally Elliot Page, and he is a man, and he always was one. Fuck you.
I don't know what always was one. I think we disagree on that, but I understand what
I
you're
don't
saying.
know. It's a joke about like trans men will never be women.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
I think we'll get to like the part where you and I might disagree soon. So let's go.
Yes.
About to fall into a pit, that the path they are on leads suddenly downhill. But that was probably not the reason that I was banned from Twitter, although, as I said, I am in the position of having to guess. Next phrase to interrogate. And Ellen Page. Now, why did I stop there?
Dramatic pause.
Because in all likelihood, it was this seemingly innocuous phrase, including the name of a well-known actress, there I'm in trouble again, that likely resulted in my ban. I committed the fatal crime of what has come to be known in the appalling sensorial terminology of the insane activists as dead naming, which is the act of referring to someone who has transitioned, another hated piece of jargon and slogan, by the name and by the inference, the gender, really the sex, that everyone knew them by previously, and in the case of Ellen/Elliot, that millions of people recognized and knew. So I should have either called him, her, they, Elliot, instead of Ellen, although as we will discover, that would have made it impossible for me to say what I wanted to and need to say in the remaining phrases, Not that such a problem would bother those who are objecting to my speech in the first place.
Okay, so this is the dead naming conversation. So how do you two feel about dead naming?
I just feel like just use his real name. What's so difficult?
I mean, I think it's like a
for
dick
example,
thing to do, but
like nobody throws a big deal about Elton John. Like, did you know that he changed his name?
No, what was it before?
Yeah, it was. Let me Google it just now. It was like it was
Was it a stage name or
actually
like a
it was
real name change?
his his full name is Sir Elton Hercules John. His original name was Reginald Kenneth Dwight. So nobody gives a shit about like, oh, it's not Elton John. It's actually Reginald Kenneth Dwight, guys.
but if someone did say that, would they get banned from Twitter? And I would think probably not, because everyone
Probably
sees that
not.
as like a weird thing to do, but like not evil. And I think that
But
like
there's no maliciousness behind it. They're not saying like they're not denying Elton John's
well,
identity. And
even if it were
I
like
don't think they should be banned either case, but I do think it's weird either case.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's like a dick move where it's like
What's it to you?
I don't think you should do that, but like I think we need to have like some societal like we can't just like silence everyone we think are dicks or
Exactly, yeah.
who like disagree with us. So like that's kind of where I fall with it, where it's like I think it's lame. I think it's like a dick move. It's like cringy, boring,
think-
boo. But should
Like
it
I
be
said
like censored?
earlier, I think he was right to be ratioed. I don't think he was right to be censored.
Yes, I think so too. I think I agree with you on that. So here's where we might disagree, Lilith. Okay, so I think if you're a trans person who is a public figure and you have a body of well-known work that is publicly available under your old name, it is reasonable to use your old name in reference to that work. So, for example, it would be reasonable to for the movie Juno say that Ellen Page starred in Juno, and in the context of that movie and that time period, refer to Ellen Page as a woman, but anything that Elliot Page makes nowadays, you refer to as Elliot Page and as a man.
No problem with that. I feel like there are like there are people who still sorry I get distracted very easily, but I I don't like I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like saying like, oh, Elliot Page starred in Juno. You could say Elliot Page was an actor in Juno.
Well, yes, but
And
is it bad to say that Ellen Page starred in Juno as an actress? Because that's what she was back then. Is it bad to say that now?
if you're talking strictly in the past tense, I feel like there's a place for that, and I don't think like even under the TOS it should be a violation.
Yeah, it's like a historical thing, right? Like
It would be a historical.
yeah, because
Like,
because they are a public figure, and in fact, this person's career was built as Ellen Page. For a while, she was known as the kind of petite, waif-like actress that was getting certain roles in Hollywood. And so the career was built based off of that specific type of person that is necessarily a woman. However, if you're talking about like a new show, then I think it's appropriate to say Elliot Page. So, I think there's the idea of
I just think the insistence of calling him by his old name and pronouns is a bit weird.
yeah, it makes him acting. He's being mean. Yes, he's being a mean person in doing it.
Yeah, if he had said like Elliot Page, back then known as Ellen Page, and something like that, it would be just him talking about the facts. But he's in the context of the tweet, he's just calling an actor by a name that's not even his legal name anymore.
Mhm.
And in reference to today, like
Yes.
as in the Umbrella Academy.
So,
And
well, there's a second
I think
conversation here,
there's
though.
it's a bit different than referencing like let's say, oh, Ellen Page started in Juno. It wasn't, he wasn't going like that.
Right. So there is a second conversation here, though, and you kind of jokingly talked about it, but we should probably seriously consider it. Is if you transition, were you always that gender? And I think the answer to that's no. There was a period in your life where you weren't that gender, because that's what transitioning is you become the other one, right? So I think the whole I was always a woman or I was always a man, I think that logic doesn't follow.
I think it's just like it's Sitch's rule, right? Where it's like every conversation eventually becomes a conversation about definitions. Where like
Mhm.
when it comes to transition, everyone understands what happened, right? Like you have someone of a specific sex, and they would prefer to not be that sex, so they make physical alterations to their body. And people will say that that like preference that exists before they make the alterations is what makes them one gender or not. But like we all understand the underlying facts of the matter here. And it's just a question of like where do we label like gender? Is it like in the preference, or is it in the, you know, how the actual physical reality of someone's body? But I don't know. I sort of just think it's like a definitions argument at a certain point.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I mean, I think you might have once said on one of your streams or in talking about something like this that at the end of the day you don't care if people call you a man because you know what you are, and most people don't just by looking at you, so it doesn't really bother you if they're just being assholes.
Yeah, like what actually matters to me is like how people treat me. And like if someone draws a certain line in the sand of like definitions of what they consider me, but they like don't, you know, they don't like out me publicly, like they're just nice to me, like they just treat me like how anyone else would, then I don't really have like a problem with the actual specific definitions.
Right. So like if we're talking hypothetically, right? There's a guy who is like, "Well, you're obviously a man, right?" But then also like is attracted to you and holds the door open for you and speaks to you like you're a woman. But when directly asked, he's like, "Oh yeah, that's a guy." Like you're treating the same way. You're treated the same way, but he calls you something different. Is that what you're kind of is that
Yeah,
what you
like I
mean?
don't care what's in people's heads ultimately.
Right. Okay.
Like I saw this TikTok once of a trans woman, and she was saying that like people gendered her correctly, but she didn't believe that they actually believed that she was a woman.
Oh,
And
I
I feel
saw
like
that.
once
Yeah.
we,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that once we get into the point where we're trying to like regulate what people believe, not just their speech, which is already maybe like a step too far, but like what's actually going on in their heads, I think you're just like setting yourself up for failure. Where at that point, like you cannot allow yourself, your self worth, to be dictated by what people internal thoughts are, that they're not even expressing to you.
You have to
And
be able to define yourself first and foremost and
yeah,
be comfortable
exactly.
with that. Your identity cannot come from other people.
Yeah,
And
and your
that's
self-worth can't come from other people.
Yeah.
and
Um,
that's the way I feel about it too, similar. Like I am a woman and I don't really care if like some asshole was just like, "Oh, you're not." It's just like I don't really care. I present as a woman, and I get
If not
treated like a
preventing you,
woman
yeah.
when I go outside.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's like
Like if you're
I'm
not
just
bothering
like
anybody else and they're not actually interfering with you, they're just being dicks. It doesn't really matter, does it?
they're just
and
being
like, what if
dicks,
someone
and I
says that
simply
like I'm a
refuse to
tree?
associate with them. And it's like,
Yeah.
Someone's like, "Oh, you're a tree," and it's like, okay, like you have a weird definition of tree or like person, but like I don't
yeah,
actually give a shit.
it's
And
like
I think it's kind of the same thing. Like people can define
pe-
things, but like
people
if it
can say
doesn't
I'm
get
a man, and I was just like, okay, then I'm a very sexy man. I don't care. I'm a
So,
very sexy, cute man with nice tits.
mm,
But I mean, if that's how you want to define men, that's weird on your part. But hey, more power to you.
Yeah, I was make everyone talks about like we don't want trans women in women's bathrooms. We don't want trans women in um women's prisons, right? And I was like, listen, fair enough. I understand your point of view, but if it were the other way around, I think it would be far worse. You know,
Mhm.
like imagine Blair White gets locked up in a maximum security prison with a bunch of like
Yeah,
heart
it's
like
horrifying.
it would be yeah she would be like raped every day, you know, like because that like it would be a significantly worse scenario, I think. So
Well, that's the thing. They don't care. They
yeah,
wouldn't care.
yeah, that is a problem, is that
They'd
they
think, oh, you deserve it for being a pervert.
yeah, which is where I have to disagree with them, right? Yeah, see, even in the chat, one guy's like, "So?" It's like, "Yeah, you're wrong. That's the wrong way to look at it." Um,
You have some genuinely vindictive, hateful people in your chat, Dev.
yeah, it's fine. I have no problem if
I'm
people who are
not
wrong also watch me.
obviously not
Prison
all of
rape,
them.
not good.
Like,
Prison.
geez.
Hot take, guys.
um, shit, there was something else that I wanted to go into, but we like skipped over like three topics back. Right. Okay. I think it was in relation to something that was said earlier, but basically, there is a conception of
That's
like a
not the correct
more
definition, though.
Hmm?
Mean Genie, he's been talking shit. I like to just talk shit back.
so there's
Like
this
you look at him, you look at Blair White, and then you say, oh, but that's a man. That's a big manly man. With it's just like you're gonna be seen as a freak. It's
yeah.
like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, this is something that I know like a lot of people who are deep in the gender culture war don't like to hear this. But gender is intuitive, you know? If you look like a woman, you're a woman. If you look like you're a man, you're a man. And if that means that if you don't pass, maybe you're not treated as a man, that sucks. But I also don't see how it could be any other way, you know? Like when I look at the two of you, I see women. When I look at Jessica Yaniv, I don't. And that's just something that seems to be something that I can't easily change about myself. It's just my knee-jerk reaction to the world.
And that's how like the vast majority of people treat gender.
Mm-hmm. I think it's actually a very normal way to view things. And it might be damaging, possibly even impossible to force yourself to look at it a different way, I think, as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But yeah, this kind of dovetails into what I was thinking. So there's this. I saw a conservative critique of of basically transgender stuff as basically being something like, because gender requires the intuition of another person to go along with your self-identification, you must always force people to believe what you believe, and it's like a necessary component of being trans is force, which is why it's always destined to fail. And so, I mean, there's probably some truth to that, but the solution to that seems to be easy, is to not force people, you know, let people
Yeah.
misgender you and be like, well, I don't want to hang out with that guy, and then move on, you know?
Which is like that's my strategy.
Yeah. Okay. Video?
Yeah, basically.
Video.
Sorry.
Like,
Oh, go
it's
on.
better, a lot better to just move on.
Mhm.
But yes, video.
The next phrase is, just had her breasts removed. This bit suffers from a very similar problem. I employed the forbidden pronoun her when Ellen, is now to be regarded as a he or else. But there's a conundrum here, to say the least, and not just for me, although I have been banned because of it. Was Elliot/Ellen a she or a he, or Ellen or Elliot, when she or he or they,
This is a
that's
bit
Elliot
ridiculous.
or Elian, by the way,
He's
had
making
his
it
or her or their breasts removed?
intentionally more.
If he or she was a he, then why was it necessary to have the mastectomy? And how could those I am writing to make sense of what I was saying if it was his breasts that were removed? Were those male breasts or female breasts that were removed? If they were male breasts, then why were they removed? If they
I just get, like, mastectomy removals all the freaking time.
Well, there's like
Like,
he's deliberately
it's like
overacting this. He's like he, she, they, Ellen, Elliot. Like it's like okay, Jesus Christ, like calm down. But there is like a nugget of truth in here underneath all of the overacting, and the nugget of truth is the sentence Elliot Page removed his breasts is kind of clunky. And then you have to ask, well, why did he remove his breasts? It's like, well, because they were female breasts. And it's like, well, and he's transitioning. Well, is it somehow bigoted to say that they were female breasts, even though you're specifically removing them because they're female and you want to be a male? Like there's clunkiness in here that he's getting at. He's just not doing a very good job of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are guys with like gyno who do have breasts, and
Hold
like
on.
they do get their breasts.
Destiny has gyno.
That's what I said. I'm not throwing any shots at my parasocial internet father figure. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't think it's like that crazy to say that a guy gets his breast removed, because like some guys, for just like unfortunate rolls of the dice, end up with breasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, that's not what's happening here, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're transitioning, you are transitioning away from the sex that you don't want to be, so it would make sense to consider them to be female breasts. Because you're getting rid of them. You don't want them.
But he
Yeah.
referred to them as her breast, which he transitioned well, being he.
Yes. Yeah. There's some
He would have been a he when he got those breasts removed.
Yeah, I think there's some legitimate trickiness that he is accurately pinpointing here. He's just doing a very bad job of pointing it out. Like it almost seems like a purposefully bad job with the way that he's written this.
Well, he's purposely trying to make it seem as confusing as possible. It's why he switched back to he, they, he, her, they, which, I don't believe, like, Ellie Page has gone by they.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
so it's just Elliot Page and he, him. It's not that complicated.
Mhm.
If you want to talk about the past tense, which you can make the argument, but he wasn't talking about the past tense. He's talking about present tense.
Yes. Yeah, that's true too. I think like if for example Jordan Peterson was talking about genitals, it would automatically be much more clear. Because when you say his vagina, that immediately says trans. Like immediately.
Yeah.
But if you say his breasts, now it could be a number of different things. So
Maybe, but he could have said something along like formerly Ellen or something, but even then it doesn't really make sense because he had his breast removed, which is true. Like, some men do get their breasts removed.
Yeah, so
Like-
there's something here, but he's doing the point and like an extreme disservice, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
they were female breasts and had therefore become objectionable to the degree that surgery generally reserved for cancer treatment was required, was morally obligatory, then wasn't Elliot still Ellen and he still she? How could I possibly have written that sentence in any sensible manner whatsoever, while simultaneously making my point understandably and not breaking Twitter rules against so-called hateful conduct?
Here, give it a try. How could he have done it?
He got his breast removed. Like, everyone understands what's going on here. I don't know why we like play this game of pretend. We're like, we act like we don't. Like, if you just say Elliot Page got his breast removed, everyone already knows that he's a trans man. And so it's like, it's already built into it. I think that like, if he was reporting on it for like the first time, no one knew about this person and was like Ellen Page got her breast removed. I think if he said that in that scenario, like, and no one knew that they were transitioning, then I think maybe it would like make sense. But like the cultural context, like he doesn't need to elaborate this much because like people
Everyone
already
knows.
understand.
Yeah, everyone knows who Elliot Page is for the most part.
Yeah.
So like,
But
yeah, you're right. If it was like if it was, say, somebody who has spent every moment up until now as a woman and then decided to transition, and
Yeah.
and like the first headline is she gets her breast removed, and then in the article it's like they're transitioning. It's like, oh, okay, so maybe
Right.
then, yeah.
Because
I know
like
what you mean.
if no one knew about them and you were like Ellen, like if you said Elliot Page gets his breast removed, people would be like, then people would be genuinely confused because they don't know like the context, they don't know that this person's trans, etc. But I think that like within the cultural context, like people understand this is a trans celebrity.
well, that is the thing. He has like transitioned for years, hasn't he? Like
It's been a couple years, hasn't
at
it?
least like 2 years, I believe,
Let me
a
see.
year or two.
I'll quickly look.
But like, I'm looking at Elliot Page's like Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Even Wikipedia doesn't like have to make it difficult. Like it on top it just says Elliot Page, 1, formerly Ellen Page, born February 21st, 1987. It's just that's it.
Okay, but
That's
here's
all,
the other
that's
thing.
all they had to do.
Jordan Peterson's tweet is still not clear if you use female pronouns. Because if you say Ellen Page got her breasts removed by criminal doctors, it also doesn't make sense because it's not clear the context that they're trans. So like, hold on.
Hmm. And
That
also,
makes sense. Yeah.
cis women get their breasts removed, and outside of cancer, by the way. Unlike he seems to
Yeah.
be suggested. I did a quick glance. It's not illegal. And plenty of cis women can and do get top surgery.
Like the tweet, remember when pride was a sin? And Ellen Page just had her breasts removed by a criminal physician. It's assuming that you know who Ellen Page is already. So like the tweet is already assuming it. So like people are saying that like, well, I don't know this person. But like the way that he phrases the tweet also doesn't give you more information. So I
Right.
think that
Yeah.
like his argument that like, well, this is the only way that I could say it in a way that would be clear, just like doesn't make sense.
Yeah, especially when the way he says it wasn't clear at all.
What's really funny about this whole thing is that like for years people would, in my opinion, baselessly call Jordan Peterson a transphobe.
Mhm.
And then he completely torpedoed all of that with this video. Now they actually have real ammo, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, oops. Okay.
And Elliot Page just had his breasts removed? Was he Elliot then? When exactly? Exactly. He was definitely Ellen at some point in the past, or so indicate all his, her, them, their film credits. Will all those have to be reshot since they employed the hated dead name? That doesn't exist, by the way, that dead name category, except in the sensorial and addled minds of a tiny fraction of insanely narcissistic and increasingly dangerous trans activists. When?
I know he disagrees with this, and I can tell you exactly why. Everyone says that the fact that every dumb move that we make is now immortalized on social media, that's a bad thing for kids growing up right now. Because I did some dumb shit back in the 90s that no one remembers anymore. It wasn't caught on film. It wasn't posted online. It happened. I was the butt of the joke for a week, and then it passed. It doesn't stick to me and then prevent me from getting jobs 15 years later. So there is this implicit idea that parts of our past need to be forgotten in order to function as adults. So, and I know that Jordan Peterson's talked about this. He also thinks that in other contexts than the trans one, he also thinks this is an important thing that the internet is destroying. So he can't hold these two opinions at the same time, I don't think.
So
Interesting.
yes, on one part he seems that the past is now and integral, but he, on the other hand, he also laments that the internet's wherever and everything is categorized and remembered.
The chat's saying I'm still the butt of the joke. Yeah, I know. I get it. But there's something he said that, hold on. Can we just back up a little bit? Just slightly. I want to rewatch this.
except in the sensorial and
Okay, hold on.
will all those have to be reshot since they employed the hated dead name?
Right. Okay. So
But those don't. They're not. They're in the past. They're
yeah.
not.
Well, does anyone know?
They're not
if,
talking
like,
about the present Elliot, with the acting in the Umbrella Academy, for example.
Well, I mean, there are some people who insist that in
It
the
feels like a
past.
Mott and Bailey thing with like he's like, oh, he mentioned this article in which he's on, in which the actor is playing in a modern movie, and then he then goes to Bailey
Well,
to retreat
I'm not.
when it says, oh, I was actually talking about the past.
I'm not sure if it's completely Mott and Bailey though, because there are some of the more radical trans activists who very strictly insist on the "I was always this" thing, and I have seen some people who are like, yeah, all those.
Well, for some people, they always were. Like, for example,
I don't
if
think
you
they
want to
were.
take the,
I
if
don't
you
think
want
they
to
were.
take the, I think they were more assigned a role that was just, they had no say in.
I don't agree with that.
You don't think so?
No, I think the moment
No,
that you.
but for example, if a
well,
trans person is like, you agreed with me with the idea that a trans person, this is backed up by studies with like the different sexed brains,
Yes.
right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd use those words, but I get what you're getting at. That like some people are born this way, and they only discover the language to describe what's going on to them when they're a little bit older, but they've always been this way, right?
Yeah,
Right.
like
But
for example, some people is like, oh, these young people are identifying as this. This is grooming. Whereas like, where for example, it could just be them discovering what it is. Like,
sometimes yes. But here's the thing though. The moment in which you actually discover it, that seems to be the moment at which you become a different person. Because that's when you know. I don't think you can go back and say, well, I was always this person for all those years that I didn't know that I was. I'm
I
not
think you
sure.
are always a person with a desire. And people who are like very far into the trans activism will say that like having the desire to be gender non-conforming is what makes you trans and makes you like the gender that you desire to be. And so like under that definition, you would say that they were always a woman because like they defined womanhood really as like a desire to present that way. And I think like what we're running into is just like a difference of definitions. We're like,
Yeah.
I think Dev, you would say that like in order to be a woman, you actually have to inhabit the social role of womanhood. You can't just like want to. And you would say that like once they begin to inhabit that role and like present that way and are treated that way by society, then you can like reasonably call them a woman. But like again, I think that like you guys, I don't know, you agree on the facts, of course.
For the most part, yeah, I think so. Yeah. I just don't buy the whole I now identify as X, therefore I was always X. I don't think that
Yeah.
works.
I think it's a really bad way of defining things because it
probably
sort of makes the
simplifies things a bit too
category,
much.
yeah, it makes the category kind of meaningless. We're like, well, what is a woman? Someone who says they are, and it's like, that's it. So like a woman could really have literally any trait, and we know nothing about women. Like, do women need to be separated from men in prisons? Well, we don't actually know any traits about women because a woman could be anything. It gets like insane. So I think that like it's important to have boundaries on ideas because if you don't have boundaries on ideas, then language ceases to have meaning.
Yes, and everything like a definition could just be anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I guess like the reason one of the reasons that I went back is I recently played what was that game that the David Cage game, Beyond Two Souls, because this was at basically the height of Ellen Page's popularity. She got a role in a David Cage game, and they had changed the credits in the game to Elliot because you just patch the game, you can easily update it, right? So that's not really a big deal, and I don't really care too much about that. Like if you do it, fine. If you don't do it, fine. Like it happened 10 years ago, it doesn't matter, right? I think like if you watch Juno on Netflix or something right now, they'll also have changed the credits as well. So I don't really care too much about that stuff. It's like it doesn't matter if you change it or if you don't change it. Um, I don't. I'm not. He mentioned. I'm bringing this because he mentioned it. I don't think that there should be like an impetus that you should change it, but I don't think it matters either way. Um, and yeah, I think what I said earlier. Like
I
if
do
there's
think
a
it should
body
be
of work,
seen
you
as
can
like
what?
I do
Oh,
think it should be seen as pretty weird if you like refuse to change it even after new information and facts have been dropped on you.
I don't think so. I don't think so. If we're talking about like an old performance, because there's still a woman in that performance, so
Well, like
that's still important.
no, but I mean like referring to him today.
Yeah, today, yeah. It's polite to do it today, but it's not necessary to do it in the past. And I think insisting that you do it in the past is kind of like a rewriting of history that I don't think is good, basically.
Yeah, I don't think you need to insist that you need to do it in the past. You could like change the credits like they like Netflix or Beyond Two Souls did. Like I think that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
That doesn't exist, by the way, that dead name category, except in the sensorial and addled minds of a tiny fraction of insanely narcissistic and increasingly dangerous trans activists. When precisely was it incumbent on me to switch my terminology in regard to Elliot/Ellen so that I was not engaging in hateful conduct? And how can I describe the fact that someone who was once a woman, and really still is, had her breasts cut off because she, he, they, their, them had fallen prey to a vicious...
No, it says really still is. So he obviously still thinks Elliot Page is a woman.
Yeah, he's
And
doing the
he just
adult
said
human
right there.
female. Yeah, the adult human female definition. I mean,
Is he?
yes. Well, because like if a woman is an adult human female, then Elliot Page is a woman.
I could say that she has, he has an like a adult like female body, yeah. But it's like gender is different from sex,
Mm-hmm.
and
But, like
to call somebody a woman, they like usually means like they inhibit the female gender.
I can like I see flashes of that one philosophy professor in my mind now.
Which one?
Yeah.
There's a philosophy professor who did 2 big debates recently about the definition of woman, and he goes really deep.
Vosh?
Yeah, one with Vosh, one with Destiny. And like the one with Vosh got like fucking dumpstered so hard he didn't know that he got dumpstered, and the one with Destiny was actually like really kind of drilling down into the core of the issue, which I can kind of appreciate. But like, I'm not sure if. I think his ideas still have a door open for trans women to be women, at least some of them.
Yeah. He doesn't say that like all trans women are women. I think that's his big thing, is that like the definitions always exclude people. So yeah, he definitely does leave the door open in his wording for some trans women being women, which I think is like, if you're going to take a more moderate position on this, that's probably the route that like you want to go.
Yeah. I mean, I am fine with some people that progressives insist must be women, but my intuition tells me that they're not. I'm fine with them not being women. I'm okay with it. Maybe because I'm on the outside, but still. Like, I personally have a place for some trans women to be women, but there are some that I just don't think are trans. I just think that they're trenders. Or something else,
Yeah, there's also, I think there's like a funny or like a peculiar sort of happenstance that occurs with trans people where like a lot of people who are trans women, they want to transition and become women. They want to present female. But prior to actually living and being treated as a woman, their idea of womanhood is very biased in a lot of ways. And so like you'll see in trans communities, trans women who like dress like anime girls, like, and they'll go out to stores like this, or they'll dress like porn stars, and they'll like
a
go out.
or something.
Yeah, and it's like those things are like fun. They can be like cosplays, and that's like cool. But I think that like for some people, they take it as like a real, like a marker of womanhood, because their conception of womanhood is based on this like male experience of seeing women in pornography and anime. And I think it's like a good example of how before you actually exist as a woman in the world and are like treated as a woman, your conception of womanhood can be like very weak. And so I think maybe like if you're going to have a more moderate position that is somewhere between like the trans activists and conservatives, you might say something like, you need to actually present as a woman in the real world and be treated as a woman by broader society before you can lay claim, legitimate claim, to womanhood as an identity.
Yeah, and I think the reason that makes sense to me is because action is oftentimes more important than whatever theory you believe in, because that's more grounded in the real world. And in fact, action can reveal what you actually believe. You know. So there was, for example, whenever I'm talking about this, I use the example of the r/anti-work moderator, who wrote a 3-page long thing about how much they hate sexual assault, and yet they're also a sexual assaulter. So there's what you say you are, and then what you do, and those are two different things. And so it's almost like to be a woman, you have to do the being of a woman.
You have to have the street cred, Dev. That's what I'm saying.
Is it
you need
is it street cred?
Yeah.
What do you think, Lilith?
I feel like that's the practical way of viewing things. Like, if somebody doesn't want to present as a woman, or has like a really skewed idea of what like womanhood is, like, for example, like you see some like the older, like, I don't know what to call them, like the older generation of transitioners, where it's like not all of them, of course, but there are some people who are like, they stay the same sex for like till like they're 40 or 50, then they repress all their lives, and then they turn out they can't repress anymore, and then they transition. Those people usually have like a weird way of dressing, like TubCast has pointed out.
Right. And
And
it's because like their understanding of womanhood is like very limited and probably rooted in like ideas of womanhood that are like not relevant for the current day. So like a lot of times too, you'll see like people trying to like recapture their youth in the way that they dress and present, and it's like very strange to look at, because like they're not like a young woman, they're not like a teenage girl, and yet they're dressing like one, and they've spent the first 30 years of their life as a man.
Yeah.
I
It's
feel like there's less of a case to argue that these people are like, they have the different brain sex as well.
You think it's just like a midlife crisis thing?
I mean, it's possible that they could just be repressing all their life, and I do think like, but I do definitely think there's like a small section of people who are not trans. They're just fetishizing it.
See,
and I don't think those people are women necessarily.
The most cynical part of my brain tells me that Elliot Page isn't a man, but that this is just like an extreme Hollywood stunt. Because basically, after Beyond Two Souls, Ellen Page's career tanked. And everything that you see through the 2010s is like political protests, coming out as a lesbian, getting into like a heated debate with like a red state governor at an event, like lots of just stuff that is just like politically provocative in an attempt to keep in the public eye. And it kind of went crazier and crazier
cynical
and crazier
going on though.
Yes, this is
Where
my
it's
most
like the
cynical view. Yeah.
Hollywood
I think that's very
actor, so
cynical.
Hollywood actor bad.
Yeah. This is my most cynical. The most cynical part of my brain is saying like, no, this is all just ridiculous bullshit from a failing celebrity. And maybe
I don't know. I
don't
think
know.
if you look at like the earlier works of Elliot Page, you can see like the way he kept his hair short, and the way he the way he presented himself. You could like, given the context that we know now, you could probably like see, oh well, that makes sense. At least that's the way I see it from when I look at old
I mean,
movies.
maybe, but also like in the 2000s, that was how lesbians acted, and they weren't men; they were just
Yeah,
lesbians, you know. And she was a
and
lesbian
that's
for a
Fair
true.
enough.
But
time.
I do think that probably I would take Elliot Page at his word and
I
face
would too.
value.
Mm.
Because like I'm not a mind reader at the end
Yeah,
of the day, and
yeah.
I think that like you get into a lot of trouble when you start acting like one.
I know, Lilith. We had this conversation in private at one point. I said something along the lines of, the acceptance of trans people has come with like almost a rejection of non-trans alternate sexual presentations. It's kind of a problem. So you could have, for example, pretty boys and metrosexuals, and you could have butch lesbians or tomboys or something like that, and those are all being folded into transness, and so there's almost like there's like a loss of identity there.
That's a turf talking point, though. I don't
I'm
think
not.
that's I don't think there is necessarily like a people like are being discouraged from being gay or lesbians.
I don't mean
I
it in
just
a
think there are more
discouraging way.
people who I just think there are more people who are allowed to be themselves today, and I don't have a
I'm,
problem with that.
I don't think it's in a discouraging way. I don't mean it like that. I mean more like, if you think that something might be a bit different about you, but you can't put your finger on it. 20 years ago, you might go on some kind of like internal quest. You might look up some things online or whatever, and then you might say, "Oh, I'm a lesbian. That's what it is." And then you kind of live happily as a lesbian. But now you might go through the same process, and you might say, "Oh, I'm actually a trans man." And maybe there's some middle ground where you could be either of them, but it's the culture that makes you one or the other.
I
Hmm.
think I'm also sympathetic to this view because I think that like there's an enormous amount of insecurity right now, and especially the younger generation, where to an extent in puberty it's normal to not feel totally comfortable with your body. But there's so much messaging around like being trans and the efficacy of transition that I think there are probably some people who would be okay not transitioning, but do end up transitioning. And also, they'd probably be okay transitioning as well. Like they don't end up detransitioning, but it's just like it's a lot of effort that isn't really improving their mental health. And so those people, because of the culture they exist in, could be totally fine being like a gender non-conforming woman or man, but they end up transitioning. And it's like, it's okay, but they would be fine otherwise, and they don't really need to do it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you don't mean it in a disparaging way. Then it
No, I don't. No, I
like
don't. Not at all.
because it's usually when people bring that up, it means, oh, where did all the lesbians gone? It's like, or the lesbians are being replaced with trans men. And it's just like, I'm sure for some people, you know, they thought they were lesbians and then they discover more about themselves. Just like how for a lot of trans women, they used to think they were femboys. And then
Man,
they,
when people still say, "I'm a femboy, I'm trans," it's like, no. I don't think it works like that. I think you have to be one or the other.
Lost the femboy card. Sorry, buddy.
All right, I have about 45 minutes before
you
Naomi
would be
comes home.
culturally appropriating femboyness from actual femboys, and that's not good.
Let's keep playing it.
Harmful fad without using the appropriate sex-linked pronoun and the real name of the real person to whom this was really done with his, her, their voluntary but unfortunate acquiescence. And so it was impossible to communicate what had happened to my audience without apparently running afoul of the impossible and absurd rules that now hypothetically govern morality itself in the days of the degenerated postmodern and Marxist ethos that we must still, no matter how impossible it is, abide by, or else. And you might object, Ellen/Elliot is an adult, 30-something, and
Okay, so I mean, everyone harps on Jordan Peterson for the postmodern neo-Marxist thing, but like he does have a point, I think, when it comes to just that general line of thought. This whole we can
Yeah,
we can redefine anything to be anything, and like that's definitely postmodern in its origins.
there's definitely been a marriage of like postmodern ideas and Marxist ideas, and it's pretty ridiculous when people are like, well, the original Marxist conception is definitely not postmodern. And it's like, okay, yes, but postmodernists that came around afterwards were Marxists.
Yeah,
So,
it's Antonio Gramsci.
mhm.
That's where this comes from. Is this stuff? Okay.
Fully capable of making up his, her, their own mind about such things. And she, he, they are welcome from the liberal and the libertarian position
This kind
to
of
go
gets
to
a bit
hell in a
old at this point, the
handbasket
pronouns.
as she, he, they see fit. And fair
Yeah,
enough
like,
to
okay.
some degree.
You made your point.
But I don't believe it is either merely picayune or inappropriate to point out that Ellen/Elliot, who is quite a good actor/actress, is also a ritual model for emulation, being a star with all the privileges and, let us point out, the responsibilities that go along with that. So by acquiescing to this surgery and by publicizing it, and by insisting upon the sanctity and the moral virtue of his, her, their new, expensive, dangerous, and medically enhanced identity, and by participating in the whole identity charade, Ellen/Elliot has undoubtedly, with his, her, their so-called courage, and remember the White House itself has tweeted out every indication of believing in the courage of those who transition,
Biden, how
enticed
could
many
you?
a poor, confused adolescent, girl most likely, to blame her emergent pubescent self-consciousness, confusion, and discomfort on being born in the wrong body and believing that the courageous, self-affirming, and morally admirable route is hormonal treatment, sterilization, subjugation to a lifetime of expensive medical complication. How delightfully profitable is that? And misery.
So he's kind of making the argument here that, like, because Elliot Page is an actor with a very big platform and lots of eyeballs on him, this normalizes something that maybe shouldn't be quite as normalized. I think that's his argument. It's something like that. I don't know if I necessarily agree. I've never viewed you have a responsibility to use your platform in a responsible manner. I've never viewed that as a convincing argument. Because I think that you're
It's
still
like, what did you think the responsible thing for Elliot Page should have done would have to have gone through conversion therapy or some shit?
I don't think he said that. No. But
No, but
it's
it's
just
like he's like it's sort of like how like he's sort of disparaging Elliot Page for being famous and transitioning, like
because
almost like he can't do that.
Well, the argument seems to be because this is a famous person who's doing it, it will influence many other people who are not famous but nonetheless fans to also do it. And I don't buy it. It might be the case, but also assuming that Elliot Page actually needed this transition, I think it's more important that they get it than the downstream effects of what their fans do. Like, dumb fans do dumb shit all the time, you know?
Yeah, people will, and I don't think Elliot Page has ever looked at his fans and were like, "Look, guys, follow my example." I've never seen that.
Yeah.
And just like how I don't think most trans people are like that.
I mean, there's
Like,
always,
whereas like
what's
people
funny?
are like, I'm proud of who I am. I'm not ashamed of who I am, and I'm not going to change who I am for your sake. But that's not the same as saying it's like, oh, that's why you should be like me. And I don't think Elliot Page has ever done that.
The funny part about all of our conversations, Lilith, is that, like, usually you say, well, that's ridiculous. No one does that. And I'm usually like, no, there's a few crazies out there who do that.
There's a few people.
And I can
There's
usually
always
find
a
one.
few
I can
crazies.
usually find
There's
one.
always a few crazies, though,
Yeah, I know.
Dev. There's always a few crazies for everything.
Yes, there is, yeah. Like,
But the problem is pretending that those few crazies represent the group, and that's what
yes.
what gets, and that's what happened all the time. Like,
Yeah, I've definitely seen some people who are like, it is more morally transition than to not, more moral to transition than not to transition. And it's like, I don't know if that
Yeah.
follows, dude. I
I
don't know.
mean, it just feels like it's mostly trans people. I know other groups will deal with it. It's just like they get like, oh, look at what the craziest people in your group said. It's just like, okay, well, okay, that sucks. I didn't say that.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing to do is just say,
How is
that's
it
not
my
us.
problem?
Yeah. Just be like, yeah, I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
It's just expel them, basically, from the conversation.
Yeah, I don't believe
yeah.
that. It's not my opinion.
Mhm.
And it's just like, and then you move on. But it's always like, do you condone this? And it's like, no. And why would you assume I do?
But yeah, I've never bought the logic of you have a platform, therefore you have a responsibility to you. I mean, I had that one viral tweet like a year ago with Dr. Manhattan destroying the person who says that you must use your platform for good.
Yeah.
It's just no. I will shit post to my heart's desire. Thank you very much. I remember I actually had someone say that to me. Like there's an Antifa group in my city, okay? And they know about me, and they've been trying to get my address for a few years now. They haven't, thankfully.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So one of the people,
yeah.
one of the people as part of this group, like they're like plugged into like the local activist scene. They're plugged into the local activist scene. They're doing stuff, and I like trolling them on Twitter because I like trolling on Twitter. And so one of them, I was like trolling them a bit. And it's like, listen, you're talking to one of the only black women in our city. Don't you feel like with a person who has 100,000 subs on YouTube or whatever, you have a responsibility? I'm just like,
holy shit.
No.
Wait, the only black women in the city?
This is a very white city. We're in the middle of nowhere, this city. Like it's just...
Okay, it's like a small city. You're not like a big one.
No. It's a medium-sized city that is very isolated from large parts of Canada. We're in the middle of nowhere, up here, yeah, up in the ice. But like, yeah, there's not many black women, and like she had made a really terrible mural downtown, of like it's CalArts, and it has like 3 black women with huge afros and really hairy underarm, like in the artwork, just like it's this grotesque monstrosity downtown. And so I was trolling her on Twitter. And then people started jumping on me saying that I had a responsibility to use my platform properly and not just troll. And I was like, no, I don't. No, I fucking don't. There's no fucking way. So I've always just felt this. You should do this because you are famous, just to be like it's not a convincing argument to me. It just isn't.
Well, I think so much it's like just comes from this place of trying to control people. And that's like what's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Because whenever people say that, what they mean is like, you should act how I want you to act. That's what they're saying. And like, it's not like a principle you can actually extrapolate of like, well, everyone wants me to act how they want me to act because like they have their own agendas. But, you're not bound as a person to other people's agendas.
Mm-hmm. I think it's also part.
I'm probably gonna. Sorry, go on.
I think it's part of the Gramsci stuff as well, because if you are infiltrating culture, then one of the steps that's necessary would be to find people with platforms and either take them over or bend them to your ideas. So I think it's it's like a small nugget of the larger part of the Gramsci stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying, Lilith? Sorry about that.
1 second. It scrolls through. This is the last time I'm gonna respond to like a troll chat.
Are you fighting the chat still?
Again, one time, but Mean Gene was like he's been freaking...
Mean Gene's been really he's been really fucking
going on. What's the deal
today.
with you? Talk with me in person if you want to. Like, if you
ever
want to
do a one-on-one,
say it to my face, fucker. But yes, anyways, he was like, Lilith, as in representing me, I'm not going to change what I am for your sake, but you better use my gender rules or I will disparage you and call for your removal from polite society. First of all, when have I ever called for anybody's removal from polite society?
Yeah, you haven't done that at all, no.
All I've said was that I won't associate with you, and I agree with Taftaj when she says you're being an asshole. I won't associate with assholes, and that's my freedom. That's my personal choice of free association. And for me to disparage people for being dicks, that's my freedom.
Yes, it
and
is.
that's my free speech to do so.
So
it's like
Born Stellar, who you also feuded with, sent me a message. And the message is, Lilith, I'm sorry that you're shaken up from the chat. Just remember that we're all here, but we're not here to attack you. I'm sorry
Okay.
for earlier.
You're fine, Warden Stellar. You're cool.
That's nice.
That's nice. Thank you.
I'm not going to name names, but wasn't there was one person you were debating, Taftaj, and they were like very anti-trans in their rhetoric, but then they were like trying to flirt with you in DMs?
Yes. I don't want to like reveal them.
No, I know you don't have to.
Yeah.
No. But
There was like a very conservative person, and they were flirting pretty hard in the DMs. It was definitely funny.
They just got to buy the OnlyFans, dude. Like,
I think so.
yeah.
I think that's the solution.
All right, let's roll.
And I believe
go on.
firmly that Ellen/Elliot, or whatever the hell her name or his name is, bears
Jesus.
moral culpability for that. And finally, with regard to the final phrase, criminal physician, I must say that I've had some post-coital, so to speak, regrets about that
Post-coital?
phrase.
That's
It is clearly
okay.
the case that the surgical operation performed by the butchers who butchered Elliot/Ellen was legal. So, was it criminal or not? Were the operations undertaken by the fascist physicians who carried out the Nazi medical experiments legal? Yes, under the laws of the time. But
Okay, so
Now he's comparing 4 surgeries
Yeah.
by Nazi physicians on
So-
Holocaust
Here.
survivors
let me
or
hold on.
Holocaust victims.
Let me see if we can steel man this. Okay.
I'm just
Go
okay.
for it.
Okay.
You're gonna steelman that.
Yeah.
I
know.
mean, that
Okay.
sounds pretty obvious what he
His-
just said.
his point. There is, again, I think there is a nugget of truth underneath all the BS. So I think the point he's getting at is that a state apparatus making something legal does not necessarily make it moral. I think I could extrapolate, and that would be a good point to make. Just because something's been
Oh,
legalized
if
doesn't
he
mean
had
that it's
said
good.
that,
Yeah, he
if
didn't
he
say
had
that.
said that,
The
I'd have no
comparison
problem
is
with
terrible,
Yeah,
though.
yeah, it's pretty
But the
bad.
comparison, though, I mean,
I know it's pretty bad. It's very. I mean, it's straight into it's Godwin's law, right? Straight into Godwin's law territory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trans people are literally Hitler.
Okay, hold on. People are saying listen to the whole sentence. We're cutting him off. So let's good faith it and listen to
Okay,
all.
that's good faith,
Maybe,
but
maybe he clarified.
that's,
Okay.
it's, I don't know. It's a absurd
That's true. Maybe he
comparison to begin with.
clarifies.
But maybe he does
That's-
clarify.
Let's see. He's conflating Nazism and fascism too, like a pleb. Yes, that's right. That's a different conversation, though.
say that I've had some post-coital, so to speak, regrets about that
That's just
phrase.
weird.
It is
Post-coital.
clearly the case that the surgical operation performed by the butchers who butchered Elliot/Ellen was legal. So, was it criminal or not? Were the operations undertaken by the fascist physicians who carried out the Nazi medical experiments legal? Yes, under the laws of the time. But were they criminal? I'll leave that question up to you to answer. And further, perhaps it might be objected.
I think that's it. I think that's the whole
Yeah,
statement.
I don't think he really clarifies like the difference in like consent and
Yeah.
scale.
Yeah.
I think he just said this thing is bad, but I think this thing I think is bad, but you know what else is bad?
you know what it feels like? You know how there are some like really radical socialists on Twitter who will compare everything to fascism? Liberalism is
Oh, yeah.
fascism, and capitalism is fascism, and feudalism is fascism, and it's all fascism except for what I like. It kind of feels like that, where like everything is just distilled down to us and everything else that's bad.
Yeah, and it's like you can critique things without using Hitler as the example. Like, yeah.
Hitler drank water. Do you think that's okay? I'll leave you to decide.
I think like I've seen people all over the place make that kind of fallacy though, where it's like the turfs drank water, but I mean same logic applies, right? Like just because a bad group makes a good point doesn't mean it's a bad point, for example, right? So I think lots of people do this, and I'm surprised considering that.
Oh, you're calling me out for saying that.
Yes. Okay. Hold
Hey,
on.
well,
Well, I guess what I
my
mean
point wasn't
I'm
that
joking.
it was
I'm
that
joking.
it
I'm
was all
joking.
bad. I was
I'm
saying
joking.
this is the argument that this group brings up with, and that's fair.
I think for someone who is like as or was very measured about his analysis of what the Nazis did in his old lectures, this is fucking ridiculous. Like this, what we just watched. It's like, also he says it's not legal, but is it criminal? I mean, I think I'm pretty sure criminal is a legal designation, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like he really should have said like immoral or like like morally wrong doctors.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you said it's illegal, but was it was legal, but was it moral? That could be a question that you could ask.
Right. And that's actually like what he's now like sort of trying to get at when he's like, well, what the Nazis did was legal under their system, but it wasn't moral. Like that's an obvious sort of distinction that people are familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I don't know. It reads as like backtracking to me because he says one thing and he's like, well, what I really mean is this other thing.
It seemed like he just did a really bad job again at wording this. I wonder if he's losing it, or if he was just really angry when he wrote this, or like no one's editing his work like George Lucas style. Like I wonder what's going on here.
I think he's developed like a more and more right wing audience, and like he's now with the Daily Wire, and so he can play to that. And
well, is it audience or is it him?
Profitable. Well, that's true. Like they're probably. It would not surprise me if he's also like shifted to become like more partisan politically.
Hold on, Eccentric Gripper. I know Eccentric Gripper is usually a guy who he watches a lot of my stuff. I expect better from you, Dev. Frankly, what do you mean? I'm watching it as it's coming out, man. Like, where am I wrong? If you don't like that I'm critiquing Jordan Peterson, that's fine. But I don't think I'm incorrect here.
We're definitely like nitpicking his rhetoric. But yeah, like that's all we're doing. We're saying like this could have been expressed better as a point.
Yes, it could have been expressed. Like it's like I said, there is a point here. It's just it's portrayed. The point is explained so incredibly poorly that he has given everyone who hates him a shit ton of ammo, and it's not good. You know, it's not good.
What about the
Oh, that's
damage
fine,
done
I
by
guess.
hypothetically leaving those confused about their identity to dwell in their confusion? Aren't we morally obliged to intervene? And I would say, no. Why? Well, first, do no harm,
Chad, no.
as the Hippocratic Oath, remember that, insists. And second, it has been a matter of historical consensus that sins of omission are less egregious than sins of commission. Thus, leaving someone with gender dysphoria, no matter how warranted, and perhaps it is in a very tiny minority of truly unfortunate cases, to suffer the consequences of the theoretical mismatch between soul and body is less of a risk ethically, personally, socially, and philosophically than the extremely active intervention that constitutes so-called gender confirming, another hated phrase, surgery.
He's so fucking mad.
Yeah, why is he so mad?
I don't know why maybe he just really didn't want to get banned. I know like there have been previous videos where he said that he finds Twitter to be kind of addicting.
He's just way more mad at trans people and the fact that trans people get to transition than
I don't know if
he
he's
is
I
at
don't think
Twitter
he's mad at that.
here, though.
No, I think this sounds more like I think this is more anger at Twitter for some reason.
No,
let me tell you.
the only anger for his past like bits, he expressed some anger towards Twitter at first at their vagueness in banning him and not being specific and pointing out where his tweet has violated the rules. Maybe the whole thing did, but he'd rather them be specific, and I don't have a problem with that. But it's like the latter part of his rant is all seemingly just about like, oh, these doctors are butchers. They're like Nazi scientists, and
Which, like, I've gotten in so much trouble because on Twitter, I've been like the one person being like, well, the evidence for like HRT's efficacy is like not that strong. And there's like,
that's where I disagree with you there, though.
yeah, so like I've like been in the trenches before, but I would not state it in this. I would not like go so far as to be like, these doctors are butchers and like HRT is like almost never the correct action. Because like that's also not what the evidence is.
Yeah.
So like,
And
yeah,
from
it's
what I've
just
seen
frustrating.
here is like it sounds like he wants to ban transitioning, and for the people who are like, he's just like he either thinks dysphoria is fantasy, it's made up, or that it's too bad, suck it up.
I
He
think
thinks
you
that
might be
it's
reading a little
better
bit
to
there.
like, well, he says that like the sin of omission or the sin of like not doing something is worse than the sin of like doing something and doing it wrong.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
an
think
interesting conversation
he's-
here. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so what if it's something like, okay, because we can actually lay this out in practical terms. What is worse? Is it worse to take a person who has legitimate gender dysphoria and prevent them from transitioning? Or is it worse to take someone who is confused but ultimately not dysphoric and push them into a transition that they don't need? Which one of those two is worse?
I think both are bad.
Um,
They're both in both cases. A person is being
I mean,
like pushed into an identity that's not theirs.
What's worse though? You got to
technically,
choose one.
like it would be. I think you could argue that it's worse to deny a trans person because like the person who gets pushed into transition and doesn't need it, all they need to do is like go off hormones and their body will start transitioning in the way that like is better for them, better for their
Sometimes
mental
not.
health.
Because, for example, with trans men, if they detransition, they still have like a beard. That doesn't go away. So that might be a
Yeah,
problem.
that's true, but
Yeah.
like
But
their
they-
body will start producing estrogen.
But they can still like
Yeah,
you do
They
what trans women do and laser off, which and it's also like trans women who are forced to go through male puberty. They go through similar problems too, but nobody seems to care about that.
I think the other thing to consider is that like the rate of people who like feel like they've been forced into it and end up going back is like so small. So like the current medical establishment and like the way that it operates in regards to transition seems to produce like very few of one and a great deal of like successful transitions. And so, which is worse, it seems like we've struck like a good balance with how it is currently.
I got sent something by I haven't looked into it yet, but I got sent a study by somebody saying something like 80% of people who experience dysphoria as teens grow out of it. And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I
if
think
is that true? Do you know
well,
about it, or?
it is true, but that's not
Okay.
it's not 80% of people who like get HRT grow out of it. So
Yeah.
like
Yeah, it doesn't mean like I feel like that study gets conflated a lot with like 80% of trans teens detransition.
it's not
Right,
even
yeah.
trans
That's
teens
not-
necessarily.
that's-
It's just like
that's-
gender
yeah.
non-conforming teens that
Yeah.
don't end up
Yeah.
transitioning and growing
So,
out of
so,
it.
that's
so
being-
that could be just
I see
tomboys
that-
then, yeah.
I see that study
Yeah,
being
exactly.
billed
It
as
includes
that.
people like tomboys and like boys who are like interested in playing with dolls get included in that group. And so like we have medical gatekeeping for a reason, and it's like prevent those people from transitioning.
Yeah.
And
that
like the
seems
medical
good.
gatekeeping that we have is like effective at doing that.
What were you saying?
Yeah,
Lilith?
like that study was true, but like the people conflated or get confused a lot. Whereas like I heard that study being touted as like 80% of teens detransition,
Yeah.
which
yeah.
again, it's not the case.
Right.
The study includes people who are just like not who are just tomboys or that type of stuff.
So I guess we could conflate, or not conflate. We could
But like
interpret.
the actual studies for like trans people, like it stated like 99% of trans people are happy with their transition, like 1% detransition, but of that 1%, only 0.4. No, of that 1%, only like 0.4 of the total people who detransition out of regret, and that's not the total detransition. Like the people who detransition for many reasons, like they don't have money, they don't have like either social expectations, pressure, or it's like they don't pass, so they just decide to
Well,
give
all
up.
of this is to say that like the
Yeah,
current system of medical gatekeeping is
it
pretty good at gatekeeping
it works for the
out,
most part. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, people who are going to like it's not going to work for them, which is like that's why we have barriers and why it's so frustrating when you see like trans activists saying things that like, well, we really need to just like tear down all of these barriers and allow people like more and more access to transition. And
Yeah,
it's like,
that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
well,
I
That's
no,
ridiculous
because
in my
like
I
opinion.
the
disagree with
barriers
that
exist for a reason.
as well.
Sorry, what?
I do think there should. I disagree with that as well. Like there should be some basic like gatekeeping for like. I also think there should be like informed consent clinics for adults with like adults who are just like they don't necessarily need a diagnosis. They're fully grown. They know who they are and they just want to get on over it. I don't think they should be necessarily be forced to wait all the time. But for most people, like the vast majority of people, and for 100% for people who are not adults, like people who are under 18, like teenagers who are questioning with teenagers who have gender dysphoria,
I think the issue right now.
there should be like medical gatekeeping to ensure they get the diagnosis and
Yeah,
they get the
I think the issue right now is
they
that
don't get misdiagnosed.
there's a
But
lot
like
of hold on, hold on. There's the issue that everyone has right now with like trans activism is that the main line of trans activism seems to be shifting towards dismantling gatekeeping,
Right.
which is a
Yeah.
major problem in my opinion, because you
And
need to
it's
have
like the
some
demon
mechanism.
mama thing where she's like, you could just like self-diagnose and then like give yourself hormones. And it's like a terrible decision. It's a terrible
Make them in your
idea.
own
I feel like
bathroom.
I feel like some places have too much gatekeeping, like Britain, where like you have to go to like 3 or 4 year waiting lists on before you even get an appointment.
I mean, that might just be the
I
NHS
know.
being shit.
Yeah, I mean that to an extent, but also like
But
I
also,
think that
trans
like
people just not have
gatekeeping is like
access.
okay because like we don't have evidence to suggest that like if trans people don't get hormones they're gonna like commit suicide. We don't even have evidence that like HRT is linked with like
Well,
lower suicide rate.
it's gonna be kind of hard
Besides,
to get studies like that. Is this
well,
like
yeah, it's hard to do those studies, which is very true.
it would decrease their quality of life and make them very unhappy, and I feel like that's enough to say, you know what, we shouldn't ban hormones,
So
and that's stupid.
here,
Yeah, I don't think we should ban hormones, but I also don't
no.
think that like if we're conservative with how we prescribe them, it's going to lead to like a lot of destruction. I think that
Wait.
being conservative is okay in this
Oh,
case.
I think you might have misspoken there. You said I think you said if we are conservative in how we prescribe them, it will lead to a lot of destruction.
Yeah, I don't think there's evidence that it's going to lead to a lot of
Okay.
destruction if we're
Okay.
conservative.
Right. Right. I remember you had shown me that one study at one point where it said that there was only weak evidence that
Yeah,
transitioning helps. It's still
it's like the
evidence, but it's weak
largest.
evidence.
Yeah, it's like the largest meta-analysis on transition.
Right. Just to clarify, are we talking like what is the standard for weak and strong evidence in that paper? I didn't read all of it yet.
It's based on a number of variables or a number of factors like confounding variables, lack of, or like study design, which basically means like it's not a randomized control trial, um, as well as like low sample sizes. So that's what it means. It says that like when we go out to trans people and ask them, do you think transition benefits you? They say yes, like enormously. They say yes.
Mhm.
So that's evidence that transition probably has a beneficial effect, but it's not strong evidence. Because if you go out and ask like urine therapy people if they think urine therapy is good, they'll tell you yes. It's not very strong evidence. And so if you like go to urine therapy people and find out that like, well, they've been doing this for years and a lot of them continue to report positive mental health and they don't drop out of doing it, then that would be like slightly stronger evidence. And so like transition evidence exists like around there or a little bit stronger than that. But it's not like as good as it could be.
I think
Okay.
generally the study seems to like suggest that most people are happy with their like
Yeah, most people report satisfaction.
most
But
and
there's, like,
that's
one
actually
thing-
that's actually more than what could be said for a lot of other surgeries too, because like or our medical procedures where like I think even something necessary like knee surgery or heart surgery, people have reported like a higher degree of regret than transitioning. So I think as far as like this medical procedure works and it makes people happy, I think transitioning's amongst like
People do massively
most-
overconsume healthcare in general.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. That's like that's beyond being trans though. Is like, oh, especially if like there's no cost to healthcare for them, they'll just go and use it. Yeah.
It's like the famous like RAND study and the Oregon Medicaid study. Like
Mhm.
some of the largest randomized control trial, investigations of medicine consumption indicate that like consuming more medicine often does not lead to better health outcomes. And so I think that people need to be aware that like, access to HRT, I think is something that it should be legal and prescribed, but not having access to it is not the end of the world. Like you will survive as a person. You are adaptable and you're not, a piece of porcelain that you can overcome.
So I guess to simplify this, just for the sake of the conversation, what it sounds like is that there is some evidence for HRT helping trans people, but we haven't controlled for all the variables yet, and it's not quite as strong as everyone seems to believe that it is just yet. There more data is needed.
Absolutely. That's what I would say. And like everyone gets angry when I say this because they're like, they think I'm saying that like HRT should be banned. And all that I'm saying is that like the evidence that exists is not strong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the way studies are designed.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean there's no evidence, but
Mm-hmm.
it could be stronger.
In terms of like, if we're talking like a what is it called? Is it called a Bayesian probability? I think I haven't looked into this in a while. Yeah, something like that. Where like the difference between like weak and strong evidence is that strong evidence is something that you and weak evidence is something that is probably true, but you haven't yet confirmed it. It's something like that.
If you're like prior, is that like, is like neutral, not one way or the other. The evidence that you have should push you like towards believing that HRT is good, but you shouldn't be like bullying people and saying that like trans people are going to commit mass suicide if they don't have access to HRT, because like you shouldn't be that confident.
I think if you ban HRT, a lot of trans people will commit suicide though.
Maybe, but like we don't have evidence to suggest that one way or the other.
I don't think we should like.
Wait, Lilith.
Okay, kill yourself and prove it.
Yes, we must collect all the evidence. It's for science.
It's kind of ghoulish.
I know.
I think like when they say that they mean that the quality of life for trans people would massively decrease, and a lot will probably commit suicide as a result of not being able to be themselves.
I think,
and I can see that, because if I were forced to live a way I'm not, and if life gets worse, it's just.
Here's what I'm wondering now. I wonder, like,
for like a lot of people, like they wouldn't.
If you here, how about this, Lilith?
I feel like you're taking a huge intrinsical part of somebody away from them if you were to ban it.
Lilith, if you grew up in a society with no conception of transness, do you think that you'd feel the same way?
Well, I don't grow up in that society.
That's true, yes.
But if you did,
yeah, like if
I did, first of all, one can only speculate.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I don't live in that society, and even in those societies, like ideals like gender deviance could arise. Like, for example, like the famous Roman emperor who commissioned, like, wanted to get a sex change.
Elagabus.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Elagabus.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, you like,
Like,
what if? How about this? How about this? Maybe
I'm
I can make it clearer
even in
for you.
those society, maybe gender dysphoria would still find a way to manifest in some ways.
Sure. So what
I
if,
might just be like a
like,
I might live a certain. I obviously wouldn't transition because I wouldn't have the means to.
mhm.
But like, but chances are there would still be a problem at the back of my head
Maybe.
that I would just never be able to
I mean,
put my mind around.
imagine a society that. So we can go back to the Greeks then. So you can have a society where there's no conception of being transgender, but instead you can be like a bottom effeminate male who gets with who is fucked by like more masculine men, and there's still like a place for that type of person in society. And like it in that scenario, it seems like a lot of trans people, even though they wouldn't be trans, they would still have a place in society such that they wouldn't end up killing themselves.
Well, it would be a place I would probably settle for
Yeah.
if that was like the only position options
Right.
I had.
That's what I mean though. So like it's not necessarily the case that no trans equals heightened suicide. There could be alternative social structures that trans people would fit into.
I think people are just a lot more resilient than we give them credit for. And with people, like some of the happiest trans women I know are trans women who aren't obsessed with like the medical transition. And some of the most suppressed trans women that I know are ones that are always like waiting for the next surgery and always betting on the next surgery, making them happy. And it never does because it's not a concrete like form of self-value. And so the best way you can like really ensure you have like a healthy mental stability is to surround yourself with like people who care for you genuinely, um, and build, you know, a strong network of interpersonal relationships. And I think that that should really, you know, be encouraged from people. And it's like not good if we're telling people that like they need to depend on drugs in order to exist in, you know, normal existence. And so I think it's a little bit like counterproductive when the messaging around trans people is constantly that trans people are like hypersensitive and can't survive. Because I think that what it does is it primes people to engage with the world as if that were true and be more sensitive to harm and to criticism. And ultimately, it's worse for mental health overall. And, you know, I'll preface or I'll cap that all off with saying that, like, that's a lot of speculation on my part. Like, I don't know if that's true, but my guess would be that it's better to encourage people to see themselves as mentally stable and strong and not dependent on pharmaceuticals.
Even if they might be in the end.
Well, no, because I don't think people really are dependent on pharmaceuticals based on the current evidence. Like,
Well, are you dependent
they're
on your transitioning drugs?
yeah, I don't think I am. I think I would survive without them. Like, I'd prefer to have them, but like, would I commit suicide without them? No, I don't think so. And there are a few studies of trans morbidity, and they, you know, they don't find that within the HRT group and the non-HRT group that there's like significant increased suicide. So like, my guess based on the current evidence is that like you wouldn't see mass suicide. And personally, I would not, you know, I would not commit suicide if deprived of HRT. I would find a way to survive and to be happy without it.
Do you think you'd feel worse beyond
I
just
think I
the
would
short
feel
term?
worse. Yeah, I think I would feel worse.
Okay. But you'd still, get on with life, and there'd be other things you could do, and other people you
Yeah.
could be with. Like it would work out in some way, basically.
Yeah, and I would make it work out because like that's I think your responsibility. Like you are capable of adapting to very difficult scenarios. Everyone is capable of this, and I think it's like it's not good to see yourself as someone who's like incapable of adapting. I think you have to foster a sense of self-worth and self-confidence that is not dependent on any sort of drug. um, you know, and obviously there are like physical conditions where like you may be physically dependent on a drug. So I
Like
think that
insulin,
being
yeah.
trans, yeah, I think that being trans, as far as I know, is not one of those things where you're like very legitimately physically dependent on it. And I could be wrong. Like I could be proven wrong in the future and we find out that like, yeah, actually trans people do commit mass suicide if you don't have HRT. But as far as I know right now, that's not the case.
So it's kind of like transitioning medically is like a nice to have, but it's not essential.
I mean, I don't know. It's like a hard moral statement. I would say that, like, for me, I would prefer to be able to transition, but I wouldn't commit suicide if I didn't have transition. And I think that's true of most trans people, is that they would be able to survive without it.
Okay. I'm assuming you disagree with that, Lilith?
Uh, I feel like my dysphoria would be unmanageable if I was forced to go off of HRT, and I probably might kill myself.
It may be a difference in just the severity of dysphoria. It could
Like
also,
if
it
I
could
was
also
forced
be
to like if HRT was taken away and like first of all I'll probably kill the person who taken it away from me, before.
Well, you say like it depends on the level of dysphoria. Part of the reason I feel this way is because I think I have very severe dysphoria, but a lot of my severe dysphoria has not been severely mitigated by transition, where I think it's gotten better, but like there are still times where I feel like severely dysphoric about things. And I think it's maybe in like the past year, especially, has been like the most improvement. But if you took me like 4 years into transition, because I'm, like 6 or 7 years in at this point, if you were to ask me like 4 years into transition, has HRT like radically improved your mental health? The answer would be no, it hasn't. And it's not that like I have no dysphoria and that's why I'm okay with going off of it, but because like the level of dysphoria that I have, the delta and like change has not been like great enough. So yeah.
I think that's where you and I differ. I felt like huge, like basically like crippling dysphoria back before I transitioned.
Also,
And after I did, most of it like was alleviated. Of course, I still get some dysphoria.
I think we have
wonder.
to
like,
acknowledge that like there are some trans people who might be like Lilith, where like they might have even worse effects than like the average person if they went off HRT. So it's going to be like a spectrum, right?
I would
Like,
not be. I would literally not be able to function. Even if I don't kill myself, I would probably just not eat and just not function, and just rot away.
So
Because
what I'm wondering,
of just how unhappy I would be.
I know that you had a very negative transitioning experience, and you came from a culture where it was significantly more frowned upon than it is in the West. I wonder if that's part of it.
Talking to me?
Yes.
yeah.
Because you went through it in Taiwan.
I did.
So maybe that contributed to why it would be so destructive now. I'm just spitballing here. I don't know if that's the case.
But possible.
I suppose it is possible, considering I did come from a place that's less accepting. But it's pretty integral to me, at least in terms of like being able to function in day to day. Like it's without being able to be myself, I'm really just the shell, like operating.
Well, I think the other thing too is that like if you took away my ability to like present female or wear makeup, and like you totally restricted my actions to like presenting male in like a masculine way, you didn't allow me to like shave and stuff, where to the point where like I'm not allowed to be myself. I think that in totality would be very destructive, rather than like if someone took away my HRT but I'm still allowed to like present in a feminine way. That level of destruction is going to be magnitudes different than like forcing me to act a certain way.
Yes, I would say like for example, I could never like move to places like Iran, for example, like because first of all, I'm not Muslim.
Well, to be fair, Iran actually allows such
Not
changes.
Iran. No, sorry. The Iran actually allows
Yeah.
transitions, but you have to get the surgery.
Mhm.
Probably like
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, yes. Saudi Arabia is where I was more aligned.
Mhm.
Iran's actually surprisingly like somewhat progressive on that.
I would
even
not
though
call them progressive at all. They do
They're
it
just
as a way.
weird.
they're weird. They're weird. They're weirdly progressive
So-
in a not progressive way because they think like they literally think it's a way of converting gay people.
Mm-hmm. So what it sounds like for both of you is that like if there was no transitioning, but you could be a femboy, it would be at least kind of okay.
Well, if transitioning was never a thing and I never knew about it,
Yeah. But you
And-
could be a feminine guy. Then maybe it's like that might work. It might be a decent stopgap.
that might be. But then again, I don't live in that society.
Yeah.
But also, Lilith, like think about what you're saying. Is that like if you never knew about transitioning, then maybe you'd be okay. That's like that automatically sort of puts transitioning
No,
in like
no,
a very unusual
I'm not-
camp.
I'm not saying it like maybe I could be okay because I brought up earlier where I would probably still experience dysphoria. I would just not have the word for it.
Do
You
you
know,
think
Be
that
as
you'd
bad.
probably be okay, or
it would.
because I think that to some
I would
extent,
probably be unhappy still without knowing the reason why.
okay, yeah,
Because it's like knowing you have like a condition, but doctors say you're fine, but like nothing else you could do, but you know there's something wrong. And it's like even if there was never such a thing, and we can only speculate, by the way. Again, I want to make it stress.
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, it's a
Like,
lot of
I would-
speculation.
because of how like intense and integral my gender dysphoria has been through my development. I am of the belief that I am most likely to have the female brain sex during development, and in a society in which like transitioning wasn't a thing, and I would probably still have gender dysphoria. I would probably still want to present female, but I would probably be forced to hide myself because of the way society is structured. And would I be okay with that? Well, yeah,
It's
probably.
a hard
Like,
question
it's
to answer.
everybody is okay with like the fact that they're gonna die someday, but they're not happy with that usually, unless unless you have certain religious beliefs. But like most people, if they could change that, wouldn't they? Maybe
Hold on a
some
second.
people wouldn't.
The fucking-
Some people probably would.
The fucking chat. I'm not trans. Fuck you. God damn it, chat. Okay, go on.
But yeah, it's a weird but fascinating question to speculate.
It's a hard question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for putting you on the spot a little bit, because like you can't really know, and there's no like easy answer.
We don't live in that society, and the only reason and the only way we could go, quote unquote, go back to that is if we totally ban that information, and if we and I don't think that's good either. I think there's some benefits to people being able to transition and be able to be themselves, even if like some people would say there's negatives to that. Like for example, you could be sterilized and or the fact that you have to take on hormones. But those are like but some people might not care. Like some people might not care if they get sterilized, and it's not always a full sterilization either.
I just thought of something. So, what if we had a society that had no conception of trans women as women, but it did have a conception of trans women? Trans women as their own category, neither men
and it was like
nor women.
totally accepting of them.
Yeah.
I think that would probably
Like
be
a
okay
third
for
gender
a lot of
thing?
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a third gender.
Yeah, I mean, like I think there was like a like Southeast Asian cultures where that's the case.
I don't think. Okay, I've looked into a few of those examples. They use like Native American and they use Southeast Asian, and a lot of them they're not nearly as progressive as people like to think they are. They're usually just like, um, they're like derogatory terms for men who can't be manly, which is not great. But I'm talking more like an actual, oh, we have a third gender and it's trans woman, and you can be part of it if you want, and it's completely accepted. But you're not considered women. You're considered trans women. Would that be a fine society to live in, do you think?
If we know nothing
Personally,
else,
I think so.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. I mean, that might. I know that when I was talking to Frida about
Of course, I'd rather live in this one with like
with all the fighting,
where people with all the fighting because people are weird. People, why can't just Elliot Page wants to present as a man, dress like a man, and get his breast reduction. What's the big deal? Why do you insist on? Oh, he used to have of it. Is okay, but who cares? Like, are you gonna impregnate Elliot Page?
well,
Is that a thing?
Dev has big
Up to
plans.
you.
I want some of that inheritance, some of that Hollywood money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
I'm
it.
gonna reenact Juno.
You know, too.
No, here's the thing. Because I was talking to Frida, and she seems to at this point be of the belief that trans women should be considered its own thing, separate from woman or man, and that would solve
Who's
like
Frida, by the way?
Frida is Lilith's girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we're friends.
I don't know if she actually said that.
She said it to me
Hmm.
because I was going over like my in the far future. I'm still like in the planning stages of an eventual.
Well, trans
Our-
women are
well,
obviously different from like
just wait.
from
Let
cis
me, let
women.
me finish. I was gonna say I'm
Uh-huh.
I'm going over a script
Yes.
on the are trans women question, and I've had this kind of brewing in the back of my mind for like 6 months, and I might want to finally do it at some point soon. So and I always run my trans related scripts by Frida, and she looked at it and she was like, we were talking back and forth and debating some things, and she basically said that if trans women were not women but trans women, it would solve all of our problems. And I was like, maybe that's the case, you know?
Well, as a social role, I have no problem like seeing trans women as women. Like, I and have Taj would probably agree that obviously trans women are not the same as cis women,
Yeah, obviously.
and
Physical
like
differences.
there's physical differences.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's why we transition. It's only the craziest people would probably deny that.
I have only seen one person deny that, but she was fucking insane. Yes.
Yeah,
I've
So
also
it's
seen
like-
people deny it. Yeah.
Yeah.
but it's like, so I don't have a problem with like labeling trans women as a type of woman or trans men as a type of men. Obviously, they're not the same as a cis woman or a cis man who didn't have to transition and could just live and be that way without medical help. Like, but I think that people trying to conflate that and people not understand the differences between sex and gender is what usually causes the big arguments. Or people knowing the difference between sex and gender and refuses to acknowledge it.
Well, also, I think you might be in a slightly different camp, just because of I forget what you called it.
Camp from what?
I can't remember the name of it now. Shit. God damn it. I don't know what I was trying to say. I completely lost the thought as I was trying to get it back. Fuck. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter. Here, let's continue the video because we've been on this for like an hour now.
So close. We're so close.
We're so close to the end. Look at that. We have like a minute and a half to go. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Point out that the trans surgery enterprise is now a $300 million per annum growth industry.
Oh, big
Rate
pharma,
of projected
guys.
expansion, 15% per year. Projected increase by 2027 to $750 million per year. An expanding enterprise in a time of global uncertainty. Time to invest, both in the requisite surgical skills and perhaps in any industry associated with this vicious and unconscionable fad, primarily entangling, as such things so often do, the youthful and female. Isn't that a concern, intersectionalists? Not when push comes to shove or ideology to scalpel. Is that not a true moral hazard? And I'm not taking down.
So that's actually an interesting point. I think it actually would constitute a moral hazard.
Would it?
Yeah. I mean, you have...
Elaborate.
Well,
If you see things as a cynical, like a industry thing, then sure.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you both know what a moral hazard is, right? Like economically speaking. It here for the sake of the chat. So, the TLDR is moral hazard is the risk that a party has not entered into a contract in good faith, or has provided misleading information about its assets. So, basically, you have a moral hazard if you stand to make money from a certain thing, but if that thing goes sideways, you don't lose out, somebody else loses out.
I see. Okay.
It's an economics term. So what he's saying here basically is that we could have a future scenario where the economic factors of paying for transitioning, that becomes so overwhelmingly lucrative that you could be transitioning people who will ultimately suffer down the road because they don't really need it. But because there's money to be made, they relax the restrictions, they rake in as much cash as they can, and the doctors, like, if it turns out that you have an entire generation of people who were transitioned and now they hate themselves because they didn't actually need to transition, the doctors already made their money. They don't care. It's you know, the failure of that system doesn't fall on them, it falls on the patient.
Actually, it will fall on them, right? Because, like, if we see medical consumers as consumers, and, you know, like, transition is not working for a great number of people, you'd
They can
expect,
still-
like, you'd expect people to no longer want to transition. Like, if it's shown to be ineffective, people will not want to pursue it.
Well, sure, but it might take like 5, 10, 15 years for that to work through. By then, they've already made their money. They don't care anymore. They can go on to the next thing.
Yeah, it
They
might
can
take a
still be
while.
sued for
You know?
medical
I would just say that,
malpractice.
like, there is still, like, a mechanism in place here. Like, they are going to be punished for it eventually.
I mean, maybe.
Business-wise.
Yeah, this seems more like a capitalist or like an economics argument than a moral one. And I think there might be something to it. If you do relax the gatekeeping, you could have. I mean, I think we already view unnecessary cosmetic surgery as having a moral hazard factor. You know, you have people who become addicted to modifying their bodies to the point that they look like grotesque, like those two twins or whatever who recently died. You know, people like that. Yeah, people like that, where it's like, well, the doctors made their money. These two people are clearly suffering, and like the system that was set up to allow them to do this, the people who benefited from it weren't actually them, even though they were the ones who were asking for it. You know what I mean?
You can apply that reasoning to, like, any consumption ever, where someone, like, buys something and then regrets buying it, and having bought it makes their life worse. But for, like, the majority of people, that's not the case. Like, I know that actually when you look at, like, breast augmentation, either making them smaller or bigger, it's like one of the most successful surgeries as far as, like, actual quality of life improvement for women who do it. This is actually, like, funnily enough, like, Jonathan Haidt mentions this in the happiness hypothesis. He's like, of the 5 different things you can do to improve your mental health, this is, like, one of them. And it's, like, very awkward because it's, like, next to all of these, like, very serious things, like surround yourself with community and, like, take up good virtues and also get bigger boobs. But, like, there is actually, like, a good amount of evidence for it.
Mm-hmm. I'm just getting this. So that, like, the quintessential example of a moral hazard was during the 2008 financial crisis, where people who were giving out mortgages, they stood to benefit from the mortgage, even if the people who were taking on the mortgage, it would ultimately destroy them, and it did. And
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so it's the idea that you are engaging in a practice of selling a product or a service, where if the customer doesn't like the product, it doesn't blow back on you; it blows back on them. It's something like
Interesting.
that. So
Interesting.
I think Jordan Peterson's argument here might be, if we normalize transit, he's of course making a very poor way of wording it, but if we normalize transitioning too much and reduce the gatekeeping too much, that creates a financial incentive to spread transitioning, even to people who might not need it. And so now you have doctors making money and doing surgeries that aren't needed, and the people who suffer from that aren't the doctors. So I think there's some logic here that has to be respected. But I mean, the solution to that is obvious. Don't keep the gatekeeping.
Right.
I think it's funny how, like, even though you've been spending most of this video steel manning Jordan Peterson's really poorly worded
Mm-hmm.
and frankly kind of hateful spiel, people are still gonna be mad at you for it.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
you're doing a good job, though. Like,
Somebody
But you are
has
doing a
to.
good
I
job.
appreciate it.
Somebody has to do it. 'Cause I also don't agree with what he's saying generally. Generally speaking, there's a few nuggets of truth in here, but he's mostly I don't agree with him personally. But yeah, like, I think like a lot of over-diagnosis just to like over-medicate people. A lot of that is like moral hazard stuff. Just oh, your kid's running around having fun outside. Oh, he has ADHD. Put him on pills. It's like, well, he probably doesn't need the pills. Probably something else can do, but that makes people money. So I think that's the logic here. We're almost done.
Sorry, trans women should not appropriate family culture as that cuts into Nick Fuentes' dating pool. That's the thing, though. Nick Fuentes seems to like trans women as well.
I thought I might have heard that was fake, like the whole Pornhub trans woman
His
video.
friend was trying to like fuck with him.
Oh, was that what it was?
Well,
I
there was massive drama within his whole community, and there was like a big falling out, and like I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people are like not happy with him. So
think it's possible it could have been fucked with. I just think it's funny either way, though.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Him hanging out with that Nazi femboy wasn't fake, though.
No, those are real pictures from like back in the day.
With real videos, they watched Mein Kampf together on the same couch.
Like a reading of it or something.
No, not Mein Kampf. I believe he watched
Triumph of the
the
Will.
greatest story. The greatest story never told, or something.
Oh, okay.
It was like this Hitler sympathetic documentary.
Let's see.
And
Yeah, the most famous Nazi propaganda film was The Triumph of the Will. Adolf Hitler, the greatest story never told, 2013. Huh. It's just like a biopic, I guess. Okay.
yeah,
Okay, let's finish the video.
Down that tweet.
it was
or
like
acknowledging.
a documentary focusing like the good things Hitler did. It was like, oh, he did all his good things for Germany. It's like, oh, he also did the
A few bad
I don't know,
things.
guys, we've heard a few bad things.
Actually, that reminds me. I just finished reading Hitler's Beneficiaries. I think I posted that book a shit ton on Twitter to troll people with it. But it's a book. It's a history book about the Nazis' domestic economic policy during the 12 years they were in power. And man, they did a lot of stuff that the left would love.
yeah.
If you took like the label Nazi off of it and just said, here are the policies, the left would be all over that shit. And it's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, like there are all sorts of recorded conversations of like Hitler and Goebbels speaking privately to each other about like how much they hate capitalism, and
But it was
it's
Jewish,
just like
right? It was a Jewish institution.
yeah,
so-
exactly, because it allows for like too much foreign control. They need they're saying that like they need like good strong like German nationally controlled industry,
Yeah.
and Yeah. Like everyone is like, well, it's just like a ploy. They didn't actually dislike capitalism. And it's like, no, they actually disliked capitalism, guys.
Yeah, for real. They might have been national socialists, but they were still a form of socialist. It might not be your form, but it was a type of it, you know? Like, fuck. There was like, oh, fuck, what was it? Fuck, I lost that too. I think I'm just losing my memory in my old age. Jesus Christ. All right.
Poor Dev.
Poor Dev.
That my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Jesus,
Twitter's a
dude.
rat
Let's go
hole
back
in
a
the
little bit.
final
That's-
analysis.
Okay.
And I'm not taking down that tweet
Huh.
or acknowledging
Oh, okay. No, you're good. Okay.
that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Twitter's a
We'll
rat
see
hole
who
in the final
cancels
analysis,
who.
and I have probably contributed to that.
It's very like, I'll get you next time, gadget.
Yeah. It's just the way, yeah, I don't know. It's like such a superficial thing, but like the way he acts in the video is like so performative,
Yeah.
and I just
Fuck.
can't get over it.
Me when my mom tells me to share my cookies with my sister. Up yours, moralist. We'll see who cancels who.
To be fair, he says that Twitter is a rat hole in the final analysis, and that's true. Like there,
Yeah,
nothing,
true.
nothing of
True.
value fucking happens on Twitter. It's Jesus Christ, it's awful.
But it sort of reminds me of those like sometimes awful bread tube videos where it's like you'll see philosophy tube just like way overacting a point, and it's like, Jesus, like just make the argument.
That's why you will never get overacting or any kind of production value on my channel. It will always
So
be
true.
the cheapest stuff.
I just speak in a perfectly monotone voice.
Contributed to
Yes.
that while trying
Let's
to
finish the
use,
video.
understand, and master that horrible, toxic platform. No doubt I owe some apologies for that, and
Yeah,
I'm trying
based.
to learn. But it's a relief in some real sense to be banned. And I regard it under the present conditions as a badge of honor.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Uncensored.
We did it, guys.
we finished the video finally. So there's a couple things to say there real quick. Is that one, Jordan Peterson a year or two ago has made a few videos about his Twitter addiction and how he believes that Twitter is like an inherently addictive platform and people are doom scrolling all the time. And so to take breaks from Twitter actually makes you feel a lot better. And that's true. Like when I get off Twitter, I'm much more productive. You know, I'm much happier with my life. I no longer like troll 18 hours a day the way I used to, like say 2 years ago or so. So there's some logic in saying like, you know, it's a relief to be banned from Twitter. I felt that before. It's like, Jesus, yes, thank you. I'm now no longer stuck in this hell site that everyone else is constantly like dopamine fried on 24/7. Thank God. Secondly, there is a theory, because this all happened at the same time, that this was kind of planned out, because Jordan Peterson put this video out like, I think it was almost the same day that he was announced as a contributor on Daily Wire Plus.
Hmm.
So there's a theory floating around right now that this was kind of manufactured. Now, I don't think the suspension or the tweet was manufactured. That just happened. But I think the reason that this video was made is because Jordan Peterson knew this was a big deal, and he knew that he was moving on to a new thing at the Daily Wire Plus, and he wanted this to be like the springboard into it. So this was
He
going
wanted to be a martyr. So
yeah. It's like this was going to be the flash in the pan event as part of the 15-minute news cycle on social media. And so he kind of centers himself as like, I was banned, look what happened, this is ridiculous, Twitter is awful. Also, watch me on the Daily Wire Plus. You know?
yes.
The cynical part of my brain is saying that this was quasi planned out.
They definitely did have like all the camera and like production stuff like ready to go for it.
It
Yeah.
it wouldn't surprise me too much because like Twitter makes it pretty clear that misgendering and dead naming is against their TOS. Like,
Like if you wanted like a surefire way to go
yeah.
out.
It's like, well, what's the big thing in a culture war right now for the conservatives? Oh, trans people.
Yeah, it's trans stuff right now.
And he describes it at the very beginning that this was a culture war thing for him.
He does.
If
yes.
we go back, yes. So it would not be surprising at all to me, like that he I wouldn't say he probably exactly planned this out, but
Got leaks that he did.
you
I
could
wouldn't
probably
be like
expect
so
this to
shocked.
happen.
But I also wouldn't
Yeah.
think that, like
It's just like
otherwise.
one could probably expect that to happen. Like
It's like it.
it's
Yeah.
like I was banned from Twitter. I've been
Right.
1984, and my free speech is being taken away. I have been silenced.
Okay, I got to go for about a minute. Naomi just came home. I'll be back in a second. Okay, BRB.
But like I said, I don't personally agree with like just most bans from Twitter in general. Like, but on the other case, it's also like, what do you expect if he really was, if this wasn't planned? Like, if we want to give him the benefit of the doubt, which, because if to say that this was planned, it would be like some maliciousness and prior thinking involved, and I would rather give him the benefit of the doubt and just say he didn't know and he was just being a boomer.
Yeah, it's not the kind of thing that I would like legitimately make an accusation of. It's more just like if someone told me, like if it did get leaked, I wouldn't be like super shocked. But
Yeah, I can
Which is
see where you're coming
plausible enough.
from. It is plausible.
Yes. But conspiratorial. Oh, we did it. Good job. We're incredible.
I never
Fin-
claimed that naming doesn't exist. I didn't claim that anywhere ever.
Dead naming doesn't exist. Are you reading chat?
Yeah, I'm reading chat. Just is there any?
You're like, I won't respond again.
Yeah.
Here you are.
But they named me by name, and it's by somebody else. So hey.
It's a different troll, so it's okay this time.
Yeah, it's a different troll.
Yeah, it was so frustrating the other night. I just got like so stunlocked by my chat. Because there's one guy who was like, he kept being like, you're an insane, like, you're so racist, you're like terrible, da da da. And I kept like just having to like pause my, my mic to like just yell at him.
It's fun to yell at the chat.
I think
Okay,
it
I'm
is
back.
fun. And like at a certain point, I realized that like I enjoy doing like one-on-one things. It is frustrating if you have like one chatter who's like spamming chat, like disagreeing with you, and you can't really like take your time out of like streaming to just yell at them. It'd be like easier if they just came on and argued with you.
Yeah, it's like you have something to say to me. Just come on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see the
Show
super
Discord.
chats. Let's see there's the super chats. I'm scrolling down, trying to find. Okay. Lou Mig for $5. Thank you. You have not experienced true autism until you've argued with neo-pagan ethno-nationalists on Twitter.
Oh no.
That's
I'm
I
sure
actually
they
haven't
call him.
experienced true LARPing until you've argued with those people.
They call themselves schizo unironically too, I'm guessing.
Solo Dodge Ghost for $5. I find it funny that y'all assume everything is moving left by ignoring all the times the left has failed, like prohibition and eugenics, and social Darwinism.
I don't know if I'd call prohibition like a left-wing thing, because it was like a marriage of like the religious temperance movement with like
The
certain
feminists.
feminist elements. Yeah.
It was it wasn't really a left or right thing, I think.
Yeah, because you had like parts of both ideologies.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think leftism is more defined by like an encouragement to hedonism and like pleasure. Whereas I think the right is like more wants people to act in like self-restraining ways. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
That video's coming
Soon.
soon. Soon TM. I always put a TM because I'm never actually on time. Atris Oranus for $5. How about a tax where there is a super low flat tax, and then you can pay more and direct it where you want and how much goes where? So,
Mm.
I
let's
don't
say-
think volunteerism is a good system. Maybe like land value tax.
oh, are you a
That might be
Georgist?
an idea.
Are you a Georgist?
I'm open to the ideas.
To be honest, yeah, Georgism is actually not that bad of an idea. It's just
Yeah.
that it's very unknown nowadays.
Can you repeat
Yeah,
the
and like
question
it's very
again?
memey in a sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know. The economic proof is pretty
Well,
convincing.
Maybe, well, his idea is something like, okay, let's say you have to pay a certain amount of tax, and then every dollar over that amount of tax, you have the option of
Oh.
saying, well, I want it going to the schools, or I want it going to the roads, or I want it going to the cops. You can kind of choose where your taxes go, but you must pay something. Would that be a good system, do you think?
Mm, yeah, I don't know. I think it still runs into like the problem of like people want to contribute to things if they know they'll be like adequately funded. Like there's like not the problem is that like when people engage in charity, they often feel like they're not really making an impact, and because like they aren't really usually making a big impact, and so the solution is to like get together with your friends and then all like bind yourself to the same obligation of giving. And when you do that, you can actually like achieve a lot more, because like individually no one wants to be like the first person to give, because if you're the person who gives and no one else does, then you lose out and you don't achieve your result. So it's like it's the classic like prisoner's dilemma where like, or maybe like sort of an inverse prisoner's dilemma. We
Yeah, I'm
all
trying to-
have to like agree to engage with the same way and have some method for ensuring that everyone does, because whoever like defects is going to benefit.
Yeah, that's
Right.
that's the free rider problem, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So like there are going to be people who like benefit from society, you know, having good schools and whatnot, but don't ever contribute themselves because they can benefit without contributing.
To be fair, that's like all low earners right now, because they withdraw more in taxes than they pay in.
Free riders.
You know what we should do? We should have democracy only for people who actually contribute to the government.
Oh my god, so true, Dev.
That's like the oh.
You should be able to buy shares in the US government. And you should have voting power equal to your shares.
It's funny because like on both
Actually, would that actually work?
I don't
It
think so
It'd
on
be great.
on both ends of the political spectrum there's like this weird we must remove the vote for the good of society idea. Okay, so
Yes. Yeah,
So-
I've talked about this before.
so like on the extreme left you have the dictatorship of the proletariat, and what Marx
Mhm.
meant by the dictatorship of the proletariat is that if you make it's not that the proletariat is a dictatorship. It's not that. Everyone thinks that's what it is, but it's not. But rather, the only people who get to vote are people who are poor. If you're too rich, you can't vote because you don't
Right.
need political power. You have money instead. So only the poor get to vote. However, on the inverse, the other side, on the extreme right end of the spectrum, there's an idea that if you withdraw more from the government than you pay into it in taxation, so you are a net burden on the system, then you shouldn't get to vote. Because if you do vote, you will just vote yourself more money all the time because you have less money. And only people who are actually net contributors to the social safety net can decide where the social safety net goes and how it works. If you are simply just a person who withdraws from it, you shouldn't be able to decide that. And so they both end up in this position where like the group that they hate gets disenfranchised. And it's kind of funny. Like,
I think the way that I would put it too is that like in the modern era, basically all politics are politics that claim to speak for like the benefit of the people. And so like the socialists and communists say that like the true people are the proletariat and we need a government that like works for them. And you have like fascists who say that like the true people is like the national race, the Germans or the Italians, and the government like needs to work for their benefit. And then you also have like liberals who are just like the people are the citizenry and you need to have like that. But like all of these basically lay claim to their legitimacy as ideologies from the argument that like they're representing like the people. And I think that like a big difference between like modern and pre-modern belief systems and politics is that pre-modern politics don't make that like argument. They just say that like some people have a right to rule and those people are better for ruling for whatever reason.
Right. So that's like that's almost like they wouldn't have viewed it this way, but it's almost like a meritocratic argument where it's like, well, some people are good at the job of running a country, and so they should be running the country.
Yeah, and that's how like 90% of human history, 99% of human history, things were run, and that was seen as like the sensible way to run things. And you would have told someone like in 1252 in Europe that like we should democratize things, they would look at you like you're crazy because their understanding of democracy was like the Roman Republic and Athens, and they'd be like, well, democracy leads to tyranny and destruction. And that was sort of the majority opinion for most of human history.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like democracy only kind of came about in the modern sense because kings were really misbehaving with their powers. If you had more responsible rulers, you probably wouldn't have gotten democracy in the first place. It probably would have just been pretty chill. But,
possibly.
Yeah. What's the next one? Let me see.
Yeah, but the problem occurs when like rulers become bad and there's no way of deposing them because they're the king and the kings are assigned by God.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. The other thing is that like
revolution.
You can point to like war, and this gets a little bit like conspiracy brained, but like a lot of technological developments allowed wars to be like a lot more totalizing and allowed for like incredible destructive power. So that like in the past, if a king was really bad, his kingdom would like go to ruin and it'd be taken over by like a king who can better manage it. But now, like, we have this kind of world hegemony and global order that is presided over by the United States. And there's like a prevention of engaging in total war without, sparking the ire of the United States and NATO by extension. And so that's like a big chilling effect on like leaders just being deposed. So that's one thing. The other thing is that like war has been allowed to become more totalizing because like governments can print money. And when you print money, you like effectively tax everyone.
Yep, inflation's a form of taxation.
Yeah. And so in the past, if you were a king and you wanted to raise an army, you had like your gold reserves and you could like go to people's doors and knock on them and like ask for their gold, demand it. You could do that, but it would take a lot of effort, right? Because you can't just print gold. And so the ability to like quickly raise funds and wage large scale war was severely hampered by that. And so with the rise of like modern economies and modern technology, which enabled warfare, you've had this like the ability to like engage in total war has led to like first the the world wars, but also like the massive consolidation of power within the United States as both the warfare technology hegemon and also the country most able to just infinitely like print money, because like the dollar standard and the worldwide dependency on the American system basically ensures that like, well, economists believe that the United States kind of has like a free check to do with it what it will.
Yeah, that's what they used to say. I remember like reading articles about saying, "Oh, America actually can print all the money in the world," and in some ways, maybe, but no,
Yeah,
not
and
really.
so
Not to the extent of that lasting forever.
the US is able to just like control so much and to like exert its power so much that you
And
don't
that
have.
relies on U.S. being like
Yeah.
the global hegemon, of course, which
Hmm. So like bad kings are no longer just simply deposed by like their neighbors in the way that they might have been in the past.
Yeah, because now you're disincentivized to actually go to war. So now a king can be worse than he normally would, or a ruler rather, since the modern era. A ruler would be worse than he normally would have been without fear of someone coming in and invading him
Well,
because
as
war is off the
long as
table
he's
now.
like, yeah, as long as he's like friendly with United States or another global superpower, he
Yeah,
can be like as shitty as he wants to be because he has protection because no one wants global nuclear war,
so
which
that's
is like,
Turkey basically.
or North Korea, right?
Yeah,
or Saudi Arabia.
yep.
Yeah, no one can go to war with them because it would be so destructive.
What they're doing.
So you could see like democracy as sort of like a fix to that problem of like, well, what do you do when you can't depose kings by normal means? Well, you have to invent like you have to develop more safeguards to prevent them from being despotic. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, this is actually related. Shaker silver for $2. We still have kings. They just wear suits. All right. um,
True.
let's see. Todd Sullivan, $5. Do you think that the Jordan Peterson tweet was just a form of marketing for his new contract with the Daily Wire? We went over that. I mean,
Whoa,
possibly.
we're so prescient.
Mm.
Maybe.
Shaker Silver,
Was
$2
there?
again. Can you blame Jordan Peterson's political turn given what he was put through? I mean, I understand it.
Yeah, and like makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, like you could. I can imagine him being pushed in a certain way.
Hmm.
Just like how, like, for example, Count Dankula used to be like a communist, and I don't know if he was a communist by the time he did the Pug video, but he did
I don't think
get
he was.
gradually pushed to the right because of all what woke shit that were like essentially demonizing him.
He got pushed to becoming a libertarian, but after that, like he's almost an anarcho-capitalist at this point. And it wasn't because he was pushed; it's because he started reading Hop. And I'm like, all right.
Hey, well, hippity hoppity.
I still have to read The God That Failed because that's apparently like his best book. I've read A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism, and that's. I mean, I'm not an NCAP, but like he has a pretty good critique of socialism in there that actually I like quite a bit. Connor Rice for $2. You die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I like that meme. I don't know what it's in reference to, but probably just Jordan Peterson.
It was probably
He did-
very accurate at the time.
He did sound like kind of like a villain monologue at some point.
A fuzzy creature for $10. Thank you. I can see calling the surgery criminal based on the excise of healthy tissue we wouldn't accept for other mental health conditions. JP needs to improve. The world already has too many internet trolls.
Let me respond to that. Like,
Okay.
there's already cases of like cis women like who chooses to have their breasts removed without like cancer. Like,
And that should be illegal,
simply-
Lilith. You need the boobas.
yes, those doctors are criminal for removing the boobas. I feel like deep down that could be a part of it. Like just like a man lamenting the loss of boobas. Which, you know what? If you were to phrase it that way, it would have been very, very understandable.
Well, aren't there more trans women than trans men? Isn't that like a net booba gain?
Yes. Yes, there
Yeah.
is. I think there's like a growing number of like trans men,
Hmm.
like as of late. Um, I don't know if it's because of either like you could say like one theory is like transgenders and like from
Just say
Tumblr
social
or
contagion. Say the forbidden
Yeah, what's
words.
happening to our daughters?
it's happening to
I'll be
our
back.
daughters. We're losing them. What happened to all our lesbians? I don't know. Or it could be like just simply being more accepted,
Yeah.
like because in the past it was just like trans woman was the only thing that was acknowledged. I believe
It's probably both, to be honest.
Taj is not here, but like in the past I believe there was like the focus was mostly placed on trans women with like especially with like people psychologists like Richard Blanchard,
Mm.
where who came up with the transsexual typography
Do
where
you
he
do you
split.
mean do you mean Blanchard the Based?
He's I, he's like a meme in trans circles.
Yeah, he is. He is.
I always sort of like treat him as a Blanchard meme. The for
It's
fostering an entire generation of a 4chan LGBT board uh, brain rot.
Mhm.
Where
So
it's like a HSTS brain or AGP.
yeah, I've seen the trans board on 4chan. Fuck. What a weird fucking place. Um okay. It's probably both. It's probably there's probably something that is akin to social contagion out there, and there probably is some kind of actual realization. It's probably both.
But my point is like, yes, there could be both. Like, but
Mm.
the point is like, but that's neither here nor there. The point is like, hey, if you just hate that boobas are getting removed, you know what? That's fine.
Mm.
Like, don't dress it up and all that stuff.
I guess the actual like heart of the question is, why do we treat transitioning differently than like someone said earlier, like cutting off your limb just because you want to do it, or like an anorexic person who thinks they should be way too thin. Like why do we treat it differently?
Well, because transitioning, first of all, this isn't like, for an example, being way too thin. It doesn't usually put people's lives in danger. Like, for most people, they're they're just taking medication and like the surgery is something to be considered, but not for everybody. And not all trans people like go through medical transitioning either. Some just simply do the social transitioning thing, and for one reason or another, don't go through HRT or surgery, and I think they're fine. But
Well, I think the counter argument, like the natural one that immediately pops up, is like look at the suicide rate.
well, the suicide rate is not from being trans though. It's probably from a wide combination of like having gender dysphoria and the body you're not happy with, as well as the way society, the overall hostility from society towards trans people in many regards, and for many parts of the country and many parts of the internet.
I
And
don't know. Um,
I feel like
I don't.
I
I
feel
feel
like
like
and also through unaccepting parents, like for example, trans youth with unaccepting parents are like 44% like or likely to be kicked out of like their house and like go and being homeless, and it's something like,
see,
and
hmm.
there's many different factors which would increase the suicide rate, and I feel like it's kind of reductive to just say, oh, it's they're committing suicide because they're trans, and it's believe
Well,
that if society were a lot better towards trans people, we'll see that number go down.
You think that the suicide rate then is primarily a product of how trans people are treated?
It would be a huge factor in it, yes.
Hmm.
And it would be like really foolish to deny it. It's like, for example, like, do you think a trans person would be happier living in North Korea or in some Western country?
Well, no, but nobody would though. Like that's
Well,
it's
obviously,
fucking North
it's
Korea.
it's extreme. Okay, okay. What about like Yemen, where they might have been okay if they were a cis man,
I kind of know what you're saying, but it's hard
or
it's hard to
or
disentangle.
Morocco, or
Well, it's hard to disentangle just
or
the great
Bangkok
material
or
wealth of the
something.
West from the acceptance of the West, because most places that are accepting of trans people are also very materially wealthy. So it's going to be hard to isolate those two variables, because
The problem.
you can feel better
Well,
on
let's say
Turf Island than in North Korea, despite even if you're trans. Like it's just because it's so much richer, you know.
Well, then let's make a more similar comparison than like a trans person in Thailand as opposed to say Indonesia. They're both Southeast Asian countries, which with like that are not as well economically as the Western countries are. I
But
think one's with their ability to transition and be themselves would probably have a higher standard of living and happiness compared to one who's forced to be someone they're not.
yeah, it's very possible. What do you think, Taftash?
What is the fundamental disagreement here?
Well, this started because I asked, why do we treat um, what is the reason that we treat people who want to transition differently from people who say is anorexic? Because
I
they both.
think because,
Yeah, go on.
well, I think because HRT is not like as destructive as starving yourself to death.
Yeah,
Just
Okay.
like on the body. Like I think that if HRT was like more destructive, in that like it did lead to like an early grave necessarily, I think that you would not see the same response. So I think it's just like people are doing utilitarian calculus and these sorts of things.
I think, and then I just gave the what I think a right wing person would say is like, look at the suicide rate. That seems like it's an early grave.
and my
Yeah,
response to that
but
was,
like the evidence doesn't
um,
show either an increase or decrease in suicides as a result of HRT. Um, what the evidence does show is like better self-reported mental well-being. And so like again, we already talked about how
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
maybe not the strongest evidence, but it is evidence.
So it may very well be the case that trans people feel better about themselves while they're on HRT, but nonetheless they still kill themselves at the same rate.
Yeah, that would be like, as far as I know, that's true.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Man, it sounds like it's almost an intractable problem then, to get that rate down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like the biggest problem with being trans is not necessarily suicide. That's what people like to focus on because it's like it makes for good rhetoric. But
no,
like,
sorry, I got triggered by chat again. I didn't. I agreed with Taftaj. I said anorexia was destructive, but it's not comparable to transitioning.
Yeah. I think Lars is wrong there, or like he heard it wrong, or he's just wrong. I don't know. Something's wrong there. Yeah.
He just hates me, so he has like bad faith interpretations of what I say.
He secretly has a crush on you, I'm sure. That's probably how it is. Sorry, go on, Taftash.
Sorry for interrupting you. It was my bad.
I'm not even sure where we were, but like, yeah. So I think that like the purpose of transition is like to alleviate like mental suffering, but like the mental suffering that's alleviated is typically not so great, or the delta change is not so great, and the level of mental suffering is not so great that it's like pushing people either over or under the suicide line. And so like it is good to relieve people's mental suffering, and we should just be realistic about like how much suffering we're actually relieving with the process.
Right. Okay. I think I get it. Brother Doom for $5. West Taiwan is a rogue state.
It's so true.
Oversized Trash Panda, $10. Reform Section 230. I understand that Twitter is a private company, but you shouldn't get to censor things you don't like and then dodge responsibility for things that you don't censor. Yeah, I generally agree. That's like an older, like, free the internet talking point from like 3 or 4 years ago, but the problem hasn't gone away, you know? There's still...
Yeah, if the Section 230 was reformed,
Mhm.
I'd have no problem with that. Like, especially if it means like a more free and open internet.
I don't know what this refers to. Tonushi for €2. So instead of Scrum, they have Emo Scrum. I don't remember what that was.
Scrum.
I
What
don't know
is
what that was.
Scrum?
I don't know.
I feel like I've heard this before.
Is that some sort of dialect?
Oh.
I don't know.
Huh.
I don't know. That was in reference to something, but I
Yeah.
don't know. Eric
It was probably
Watch...
very important.
Eric Watchman for $2. Dev, would you go on the TimCast if given the chance? I mean, maybe, but I don't know much about Tim. I don't even know if he knows who I am. So, I mean, I guess I would probably, but I feel like I wouldn't have anything interesting to say. Adherent to Lady Columbia for $5. At this point, I'm a proponent of up against the wallism. Left, right, center, libertarian, authoritarian, I don't care. You're all annoying. Face the wall. My politics
The
is
kill everyone
kill
politics.
everyone. Yes. Oh, what was that one movie from
Just
like
nuke people.
that one movie from Other Media where there's like that obese woman who's just screaming about how her politics are. She wants everyone to die and eat shit.
Yeah, I think it's the drag queen.
Yeah.
Divine, right?
Yeah. That was a wild movie. Okay, Dogma's Devil.
Was
for
it
10...
save the planet, kill yourself? Was that one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Divine is her
Yeah.
name.
That was really funny.
Save the planet, kill yourself, and that was made into a song, like a techno song.
Dogma's Devil for €10. Thank you very much. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine.
Praise the Omnisire.
Wait, what is that from?
I think that's Warhammer.
Oh, okay.
And they do a lot of like body mods and stuff in Warhammer. Yep.
Taste-
Warhammer.
That's a metal line.
Ace
Yeah.
transhumanist
Yeah.
in the chat. Very, very, very cool.
Tonushi for another €2. Thank you. Dead name is the new slave name. What were slave names again? Is it an American thing? I think it might be like American slaves change their names. Change their name after getting freedom.
Yeah, like Malcolm X had like he put the X in his name.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The dead name is the new slave name. Okay. Eric Watchman for $5 again. Thank you. Misgendering Chris Chan is fine, in my opinion, because he only transitioned to fulfill his love quest to get a girlfriend. I mean, I don't know what that one, dude. There's like 5 edgy jokes in one, right in there.
Yay!
Man of Culture, $5. Thought policing is wrong always. It leads to a dark path which authoritarians exploit. It doesn't matter if it's trans ideology, religion, or politics. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Can't disagree.
Yeah.
Slavkai Nikki for $5. Wherebanana.jpg. I don't know, but all right.
Where banana? I think it was a QRT.
I am wrong for €2. Dev, do you think the Dutch farmers are in the right? I've only seen like clips online of like the farmers blocking the roads with their tractors and stuff. One of them bought a tank.
So, yeah, I saw the tank video. What is with that? What? Like,
I don't know the story.
I
I don't know.
Dutch farmers.
Dutch farmers. Solidoge Ghost for $5. Lilith, we are literally seeing activist localizers trying to erase LGB people to make them trans in media. Persona 4, Danganronpa, multi-recent mangas, etc.
I see you talking about the localizers.
Yeah. So they're taking like gender bending non-trans characters and making them trans and they localize them.
I've spoken out against that. I completely disagree with people going against the original author's intentions in transing fictional characters.
Yeah, same. I think it's
It's
kinda
like
cringe.
if it's one thing to headcanon, like if you think, oh, this character might be trans, they have certain indications that I feel relating to, that feels like relates to my experience, and as a result, I think this character is trans, even though the canon doesn't confirm it. And another thing, to simply say, oh, well, this is trans now. I'm the localizer, the eternal localizer, and what I say goes, and I completely disagree with that.
Yep. Fair enough. Always pirate everything, guys. That's the rule.
Yes. if you hate the localizers, pirate it. If not, it's not morally wrong either way.
Stug for $10. Say, for the sake of argument, a person has mild
But you
dysphoria.
should still support.
Furthermore, this person decides that they will not pass even with HRT and surgery. This person prioritizes looks and relationship potential over discomfort and does not transition. Is this person trans, and was this person ever trans?
I think they have gender identity disorder. And if they identify as something other than their sex, then they're trans.
Yeah, same here. Unless they explicitly, like, I say, oh, I'm not trans, I am cis, then
Right.
they would just be like a cis person with, like, gender dysphoria, which do exist. But, like,
This is the self-ID view, right?
Yeah.
Half falls into the self-ID trap, finally.
Well, no, okay, listen. Because I've decided that I'm just going to, like,
look,
I'm just going to take it at its word. And, like, it's going to result in, like, crazy things. But then at the end, I'm gonna point to the madness and be like, well, I didn't invent the definition. I'm just going by it.
They could be like a repressor trans woman if they still identify as like a trans woman at the end. Like, so from what I've heard from the super chat, it sounds like they're just staying, like, presenting as a man for like practical.
They don't medically transition at all.
Yeah, they don't medically transition at all, and they're staying as a man for practical reasons, right?
Yeah, I'll read it again. A person has mild dysphoria. This person decides they will not pass even with HRT and surgery. They prioritize looking normal and having relationships over being uncomfortable, and so they don't transition. Is this person
I actually know
trans?
someone like this
Okay.
in person, and they don't transition because they don't feel like they would pass, and like they would prefer to just like manage things with, healthy, friendships and relationships, and they think that, if they did transition, that wouldn't be successful, and they just end up worse off. And this person does consider themselves to be trans, and their reasoning is that like they have gender identity disorder, and like that's their main indicator that they like are trans.
Right. So it's not based on identity, it's based on having the disorder.
I don't know if they identify as a woman per se, which is why I'm being like sort of careful with my language.
Right.
But I know at the very least they do consider themselves to be trans.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. Toranushi for €2. Thank you. The Unterwench shall become the Ubermensch. Okay. Will LaCroix for $10. Thank you very much. I think Jordan Peterson is angry because of the backlash he received early on. I remember in one of his interviews, the first time his name hit the news, he got repeated death threats. I think that's why he's mad. I mean, yeah, some people just, like, they go down a fucking rabbit hole after repeated internet exposure. And now they just, like, they react, like, in like a way that a normal person would think is completely insane. But, like, they've been on the internet and they've been dragged through the mud multiple times. And they're like, fuck it, you know? I think that's definitely, like, a product of spending too much time on Twitter.
Yeah.
Where are you now?
Thomas LaCroix, $5. Look, I've watched many D-Trans interviews. The gatekeeping that you're talking of is gone. I think it's to you, Taftad, because you were talking about gatekeeping.
Medical gatekeeping, and now it's like pretty effective. I don't know. I can't like operate on anecdotes, which are like individuals being like, I was able to get HRT really easily. I will say, when I moved to Texas, it was like my experience, you know, every time that I've gotten HRT, I had to drive 6 hours to like an endocrinologist in the north of Colorado because there was no endocrinologist nearby. And that was like 2014, 2015 when I did that. And then now in 2022 in Texas, it was like pretty hard to get HRT. I had to like go through a few doctors because the first doctor that I went to, she was just like, I don't feel comfortable prescribing HRT personally. And I was like, okay. And I just went to someone else. So like, and that's like as someone who's like been transitioning for, you know, 7 years since, you know, she was like 14. So like I should in theory have like a very easy time getting HRT compared to other people because I have like a proven track record of it being effective for me.
Right.
So I think that like, you know, if we're just going by like anecdotes, my anecdotal experience is that like there's definitely medical gatekeeping that still exists that prevents people from getting easy access to it. And that's probably a good thing. But if medical gatekeeping has degraded to the point where there aren't barriers, then I think we would just see that in the future reflected in the data. And I've got to wait for that data to come out before I make that kind of assumption.
Right. Makes sense. I mean, maybe it's because you're in Texas, right? Like maybe California is actually quite open with it.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Well, I've gone through the process in California, so I could probably speak on that.
How long ago did you do
it? It didn't take too long, but it was like I was already somebody who was diagnosed in Taiwan, and right. I was already somebody who's been on HRT for years prior to coming over to America. So my process was probably easier than what other people would have gone through. But I still had like a talking through from like a doctor. Like they still assigned like a doctor to me. They talked about the side effects and all that. Like, and this was like, keep in mind, this was like an informed consent clinic in San Francisco, the most liberal of places. And even then, they still had people talking about the effects to somebody who's like been on HRT for years already, and like making sure like all the paperwork's are in order and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like there should be like medical gatekeeping of some sort for most people.
Yeah.
And
well, actually, I'm kind of curious now.
But not to the point where it's like inaccessible.
I'm kind of curious. So what year did this happen?
It was probably like 2015 or 2014.
Have you had to redo it since then, or has it just been fine now?
Well, I've just been on the same doctor. I've thankfully didn't have to go through the process of redoing everything.
Right. I wonder if it's different now then, because even in 2014, trans stuff was not nearly as accepted as it is now.
Like
Things
I
might have
came out
changed.
before Caitlyn Jenner did, and I remember like when Caitlyn Jenner came out, and everyone like talked to me about it, and we're like, "Oh wow, this is like a real moment for you," and I'm like, "Totally." She's just like me.
Jesus.
Several $1 million richer, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see this. Bing Chilling for $5. Hi, Dev. Could I suggest inviting a D-trans person like I'm Watson91 or LaCroix to chat with Lilith? It could be a fruitful tubcast. I don't know who either of those people are, but I will say that we do at some point want to talk to somebody who has detransitioned, because I also think it might be a fruitful tubcast.
Yeah, I'm willing to talk to detransitioners. My position on detransitioners is that I believe they don't get enough medical support for one thing, and they don't get enough support from like the trans community after they detransition, and for many of them, they turn into like more like to the gender critical side. I
Yeah.
think there's like they should have like the I don't I don't think they should have transitioned in the first place, obviously. And I think if there's some ways to, like more psychological preventative measures that could have prevented them from doing that, that would have been good. But I also don't think their experiences should be used to, for example, take away medical access for people who actually have gender dysphoria, people who actually are trans either.
I think what's happening right now is like there's a lot of people on the more extreme end of the left who hate the existence of detransitioners, and so they end up getting pushed into a situation where if they're going to talk to any kind of streamer, it's going to be a right-leaning streamer, and those right-leaning
Yeah.
streamers are happy to talk to them because it feeds into their narrative. So it's like it's like that comic where you have like the person in the center, and then the blue person pushes the center person into the red person camp, and then like they're like, why did you go help the bad guys? And it's like, well, maybe because you're an asshole. You know what I mean? Like that's why I think it's probably important for people for people to talk to detransitioners and not just isolate them, you know?
Yes, I believe dialogue should be achieved, and they do deserve like medical support after detransitioning as well.
Let's
Like
see
for some
here.
people,
Oh, also, this is a very old thing.
mhm.
I was reminded of it, but like,
Okay.
I don't even know why, because I don't know if the person is still in chat. But there are 2 studies on trans morbidity and HRT, and neither of them find a meaningful increase in morbidity as a result of taking HRT from any source. And that's also when I like talk about trans suicide, those are the studies that I'm referencing, where they also don't find like an increase in external causes of death, which would be suicide.
Right. So it doesn't go up from taking HRT, doesn't go down from taking HRT.
I think they're like, so like when trans women take estrogen, they have like a higher chance of getting blood clots. But it's like on par with cis women, this increase in getting blood clots over cis men, which is to say that like it's not a, you're not like massively decreasing your or massively increasing your chance of mortality by being a woman. There are just like some variables that might change.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
was always told as a kid, like if you go on HRT, you're gonna die young, and you're gonna like have all sorts of health problems. And it's like I'm sure for some people, the blood clots is a concern, but like you brought up, it's not to the level that's a normal cis woman have. Like not
Ideally,
over
right?
it.
Also,
Yeah.
like you could, in theory, prescribe someone like way too much estrogen
Yeah.
to the point where it causes
It's
damage.
it's
Like,
it's why medical monitoring is very important.
yeah, when it's done correctly. the morbidity
Mhm.
is, or like not significantly increased.
Okay. Solar Doge Ghost for $2. Um, multiple leaders of prohibition were socialist and anti-capitalist. I don't know if that's true. It might be. I don't know the history.
I'm sure, but there's those you can't deny. There's also the right wing element to wanting prohibition as well.
Yeah, the Christian
I
element.
think it's the Christian,
Um,
the temperance, that movement as you've brought up.
Charlie for $5. In terms of charity, take the money, Dev, piggy. You want to pour your heart out to those in need. It's a part of your mythos, your small part of the tapestry.
Aw,
Well, thanks for giving me the money.
that's kind of nice and somewhat backhanded because he called you piggy.
That's okay. I'm fat anyway. That's just how it
It's
is.
okay.
The picture on screen, it's kind of funny because like he made when the artist made the picture, he made me fatter than I am. But like,
You could ask to make him thinner.
oh no, I'm fine
Like
with
I
it
don't have.
because I'm only slightly thinner. he like embellished it just enough to be noticeable, but I'm still like a fat guy, so it's like okay, whatever. I get the joke. It's fine.
It is your name, so.
Yeah. Charlie for $2. Cringe. Toaster diddler earlier. Mechanus brain rot. I guess a reference to the Warhammer thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Lime Mason for $2. What if science found a cure for gender dysphoria?
I think it should be optional for people who do want it.
Yeah, I think you and I
But
had
I
that
just-
conversation, Lilith.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where
I think whereas like what if there was like just like a cure, like 100% that would like
it just makes you cis,
cure-
basically.
yeah,
Yeah.
makes you cis. But like first of all, I'd rather have the pill that would magically transform my body into that of a cis woman.
Do you really want periods, though?
Yeah, I take periods over being a trans woman. Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
But just because just because that would be it. But it should be an option for those who do want to just cure their dysphoria and just live life as like this cisgender gender sex that they were born with. And but I also think like in that world, transitioning also probably shouldn't be banned, because it would violate people's choices to choose who they want to be.
I'm still not sure about it, you know. Because here, like, how about this? Like, you and I we had this conversation in reference to the whole transgenocide discourse from a few weeks ago, where I said, like, in a hypothetical world where you had a pill and the pill made you want to be the gender normally assigned with your birth sex, that would be a cure for dysphoria, and it would probably be good for the people who take it. But there would also be less total trans people in the world, so it would also be a trans genocide. Which is why I don't like the phrase genocide in reference to this topic. And I think that's the conversation we were having. Is that, like, you know, if we're defining genocide as less trans people than there could have been, well, then people who are, like, on the edge of transitioning, who decide not to, that's a trans genocide. It's like, well, I don't know about that, man.
I mean, it's absurd. Like, if we decrease, like, the number of depressed people in the world, are we committing, like, genocide against depressed people? No.
No, we're not.
Yeah, I'm really frustrated when people, like, use genocide in such broad ways. Because I think genocide really needs to be reserved for, like, very serious crimes.
I think if it was enforced, it would be a form of genocide. If
like
it's
enforced
like-
detransition.
Well, no,
enforced detransitioning.
Yeah, I agree. I think, but I also think that, like, just like not funding, like, access to HRT, I don't think would count as genocide.
right, because that's just like a neutral, like, if you want it, you can buy it kind of thing. It's like a neutral stance.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Or as long as they're not, like, actively preventing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, some more on Lars again. He says, so again, Lilith is admitting social contagion theory because he, fuck you, just choose to be this way. It's not dysphoria driven.
Yeah, get
First of
fucked,
all,
Lars.
get fucked.
You fucking idiot.
Like, I've said multiple times, like throughout here, like
It's dysphoria.
it is absolutely dysphoria driven.
Right.
I've been medically diagnosed by several doctors.
Yeah, so it's like the reason that you transition is because you have dysphoria, right?
Yes, and
then
it's
dysphoria
the
driven,
reason
like-
why. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even though, but like, if there was like a pill that was to make me not myself, like to change my brain chemistry, it would make like anybody uncomfortable. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it would change something very fundamental about you.
Yeah, right.
if it was
Where
like,
it's like, am I even the same person at that
yes,
point?
So,
exactly.
okay, how we can actually
It's like if
we can explore this a
especially
bit.
if it was the idea, like, I think it should be a choice for people who do want to take it. But
Okay,
like,
what if it's
for somebody like me who's already lived this way for many years, and I feel like it would be like I'm not so sure if I would be necessarily comfortable taking stuff to change my brain chemistry, especially after my negative experiences with SSRIs.
Well, for me too, because like I've already transitioned in a lot of ways. So it's like, if I did change my brain chemistry now, I would just have to detransition. So it's
Yeah.
like, it would just not be useful. But like, if you offered me the pill like before I transitioned, I might have a very different answer.
okay,
Yeah.
I
For
mean,
example,
how
I'm
about
not comfortable going on SSRIs now, even though doctors would say that, oh, it would cure like certain aspects about your anxiety. And it's like, but I've been through that, and it didn't make me comfortable, and I don't want my brain to be changed.
here's an idea. Okay, so let's say that we discover the trans
that-
gene, okay?
That proves you don't care about dysphoria. No, but it does.
Wait, let me explore this.
How does it
Let's
not
not get
prove?
stomached. Dev's trying to break us out.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Okay, so let's say we discover the trans gene, right? There's a genetic factor, okay? And we CRISPR edit the gene out of the entire human population.
Whoa, based. Less suffering.
So now there's no more trans people.
Yeah.
Is that bad?
I mean, it's like, well, yeah, no, I think it's probably fine.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. What do you think, Lilith?
I think it's just suffering that you're getting rid of.
I think I wouldn't have a problem with getting rid of like dysphoria in people, for example. However, like, there's also certain aspects about would you have been comfortable with like people altering your mind and your body before you were born? Like, would you have been okay? Would you have been okay like being born like with a different skin color because like your mom wanted you to be this way because if he had higher melanin he can resist the sun better or something?
I don't think
Or
it would
sounds-
bother me.
sounds
To be honest. See, I don't think it'd be bothered. I think I would just be like, oh, well, this is I've always been this way now, so it wouldn't bother me at that point, you know.
Mhm. And also, I would not be so dependent on sunscreen. I'd be slightly less of a vampire. Sounds like a win-win.
But yeah, I think if it's done like before you're born, like if you ask someone to make the choice as an adult, it's different, right? But if it's done before you're born or like as a baby, you know, they give you like the anti-trans needle when you're like two or 3 days old. I think at that point, I think you wouldn't know and it wouldn't matter, you know.
I would say the place where it gets more sketchy, I think, is when you ask, like, if you could remove, like, anxiety or depression genes. Because I think that, like, people have, like, mechanisms within the brain that allow them to experience, like, anxiety that, like, exists for very good evolutionary purposes. And, like, some degree of, like, anxiousness about your place in the world and, like, a desire to, like, control your environment is probably healthy. And so, like, the only thing to worry about would be, like, accidentally, you know, intending one thing and getting, like, a result that is unexpected. And I'm not sure if that would exist with, like, trans people. But, like, in the in the fantasy world where like you can very specifically target like dysphoria and not accidentally mess anything else up, I think it would be legitimate to do.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, that's the end of the super chats.
Wow, we did it.
We did
Yep.
all. We did all of it. That's the end of the supers. That's the end of the video. I don't think there's anything more to say. I mean, I feel like Jordan Peterson at this point is just gonna kind of, now that he's a bit more isolated, he'll keep radicalizing, and he might be he might be a crazy old man in 5 years' time, you know. But we'll always
Yeah.
have his early videos. We'll always have his early videos, at least.
I still like some of the stuff he does. Like as critical as I've been, I still watch his podcasts, and I think that he makes good points, even if I don't agree with everything.
Hold on, so now I'm gonna resist
Well,
the
Lars
sunlock.
is still
Yeah,
really,
he's
really
still going.
freaking.
If you
he's
don't
still
want to
going.
be cured, then you don't have a disease. You have a lifestyle choice. Listen, I think most trans people, if they didn't have to suffer from gender dysphoria, they would choose not to suffer from it, because it is suffering, and the treatment of transitioning is the best shot they have, at least right now. So I think that's why it's not a lifestyle choice. But at the same time, that makes me a trans medicalist. And you know what?
Disgusting.
No, you know what? I'm a strong, proud, independent trans medicalist.
Unbelievable.
I will take that label to the fucking grave. I unironically believe that trans medicalism is probably correct at this point.
I can't believe you believe that categories should have boundaries. It's really ridiculous.
Okay, so it's dinner time. Naomi's home, and we're gonna eat, so I have to go.
I,
Thanks for being
All
here,
right.
Taftash.
yeah, it was
And
fun.
thank you for being here, Taftash.
Yeah. You should come on
He's
again
great.
sometime.
I would love to. Next time I'll stream it.
You didn't stream
Sure.
this?
I didn't stream this.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you could have got some super chats on your end. You could have done it. I wouldn't mind it.
I'll do it next time.
Okay, sure. All right. Well, thanks for spending like your whole day with us.
Yeah.
And as always, Lilith, thanks for being here as well.
No problem.
Um,
And thanks for having me.
of course, we got to talk about next week. 'Cause there might be a hiccup in the schedule, guys. We got to discuss it as soon as we go off. But we'll see you later. Have a good one, guys.
Yep.
Sounds good. Bye, everybody.
And have a good one.